This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone wonders, ¿cuál es el secreto de las Américas?
Today, one team is going to be fighting to make it into playoffs, and another is trying to stay alive. Hello and welcome to Stage 1 of VCT Americas, coming at you live from the smoothie bar in Riot Games Arena. Wait a minute, why the hell do I not have a smoothie in my hand right now?
Whoa.
Okay, Myrna, hello, you were here last week?
You missed them?
Yeah.
We already
You want me to go make you a smoothie?
I got us.
I just thought you guys cared. I
Get
thought
the
you guys...
rubber band cup right here.
Oh, wait, yeah, there's a whole cup of rubber bands, too, which
Delicious.
I totally won't get distracted
I
with
heard
throughout
it's
the
very
day.
nutritious.
Because I have the attention span of a fly. In any case, though, let's go ahead and talk about what we have coming up this week, because this is going to be a big week, all right? Here are the standings and where we are right now. Leviatan sitting at the top 3-0, but guess what? On the other side of that, crew as well. También 3-0, looking beautiful. Important to note, though, on the Alpha side, no team can be eliminated this week. Again, no team can be eliminated on Alpha, but EG could be eliminated from playoffs with a loss here today. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Oh, look, a couple NRG guys walking by here. Now,
Maybe
of
they
course,
can make you a smoothie.
we have that matchup coming up first, and then later on, it's going to be MIBR going up against Leviatan. And of course, we talked about that matchup, big implications there, but we will explore that when the time comes. Now, look, I know the standings. They seem a little unusual, though, right? Leviatan, crew sitting at the top, right? It's giving me... I smell some fraudulent activity.
Whoa.
It's time for the Fraud Watch. Oh!
And a bias with the segue. 11 crew until that can't be right.
Hey, I'm Latino. I can do whatever I want. All right, so now let's go ahead and do this. So what we're going to do, we're going to have a good time with this, all right? Because we're going to try and identify, you know, who could be the frauds. As players walk
As
by,
players
calm,
walking by.
cover your ears,
No,
calm.
nobody
Cover your ears,
listen.
puppy.
Nobody
All right.
listen. Nobody listen.
I got you, puppy. Oh, don't worry about it. All right, Athena, what do you
me.
have?
Okay,
That's
listen.
you.
My fraud team, it's C9.
What?
Okay, listen. Listen, they are so inconsistent. I feel like just in general, when we're watching them play, sometimes they're too passive, sometimes they're too aggressive, sometimes they're overheating, taking too much map control, losing numbers, stuff like that. And then they cannot convert. You know the amount of times that they've lost number advantage rounds? It is insane. They will be up 5v4 and they will just toss.
Okay.
And toss. And the worst part is they can make it to playoffs. They've won the one
They
game.
always make it to playoffs.
They
Every
always
single
make it to
time.
playoffs. And so that's what I'm saying. Where's their identity? Who are they? Who are you, C9? Because I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Wingman's
Fraud
like,
watch.
Wingman's just
Look at him
drooping
go.
down low. He's so sad.
Dude, he is so sad about this right now.
Yeah,
It's your fault.
little wingy, so sad. All right, Emily, who are you suspicious of?
I'm quite suspicious of MIBR. I just feel like, listen, I know they're 2-1, but are
Brazil,
they really?
her name's Emily.
No. I like MIBR, but to be fair, they've beaten Loud, who are missing the one key player that they actually changed coming into this season. They don't have their IGL, and they struggled against G2. I gotta say, I really liked MIBR's Lotus. Props to them for that. But
You can't.
no, but it wasn't working out, and they were just debuting their comp.
The primary reason is actually
We'll get
insane.
there. They also have had a very easy schedule. But like we said, the standings have changed a lot coming into stage one.
Sure.
Crew and Lev, I feel like today will kind of determine where they really lie in there. And then the primary reason, Cloud9. Guys, I think Cloud9 are great.
You know what? You
You
cook.
feel me? Yeah.
I mean, that was just,
Enough said.
it's just funny to be like Cloud9 into primary reason they lost to Cloud9. It's just crazy.
Let's be real.
All right, Brennan, save us.
Okay.
Who is your final
Real
fraud to
quick,
spot?
you know I had to go with Sentinels for this one.
Oh,
Particular
yes,
reason.
guy.
Listen,
All right.
it's a late
All
start,
right.
so get the
Days without
coordination
mention,
down.
Sentinel 0.
They got a scary schedule. They got FURIA and NRG coming up, but the real reason, and to be honest, the number one
Honestly,
reason
facts, bro.
is because it's
Facts.
funny to rage bait Rob Moore. And I just know that dude is watching this. He's got a Microsoft. He's going to be looking at this stream closely. He's going to be typing about 240 characters, whatever the max is on Twitter these days. I don't know.
Yeah,
use
don't
it.
know.
Don't know. But he's going to be typing a max up after this probably. But it's funny to rage bait him. Listen, it's funny to poke and prod Unk. So
my
listen.
reason is C9 is inconsistent. Your reason is they lost to C9. And your reason is rage
Rage baiting Sen fans
I see
and their
who's taking
CEO.
this serious
I'm
right now.
starting to think
It's
that
funny.
the frauds are you three.
It's funny.
Whoa, whoa.
Not me, because I'm the host of the show and I'm perfect. Now, of course, let's go ahead and get into our first matchup of the day because we've got our side selection skirmish ready to go. It's going to be Mata facing off against assistant coach Fo, because everyone had to tell me multiple times that I got his name wrong last week. So thank you for that. I kept saying Pho because I had soup on the mind.
What's going on? What are they talking about?
Whoa.
I don't know. A little
checked on the
conversation.
app.
It's
there.
funny because Albert told us, our producer was like, lay out when we start, and I didn't. Like an idiot.
You mean like right now where you keep talking over
Hold on.
She don't know what my favorite is.
No lying.
Okay, someone needs to tell these players to speak up.
Yeah,
Oh
we
my
need
god,
subtitles.
it's so loud.
I can't
Is it
believe
Rocky Road?
I wish, bro.
Dude,
Rocky
Favorite
Road.
ice cream flavors?
Dude, Rocky
Oh,
Road
he's
is a banger.
interviewing him.
Ask him the real
The
questions, though.
psychological?
I love
Trying
that.
to win the skirmish, trying to distract him, but yet Mata cannot
he
be
win?
swayed.
Yeah, he did. He won the first one.
Yeah.
I want a rank check because his crosshair placement's low-key on point.
Yeah, he's
Like,
pretty
he's
solid.
definitely there.
And he's been the skirmisher for this team quite a few times. Ooh,
Okay,
clean.
Mata is kind of cleaning him up.
At
Yeah.
least no one's off.
That dink.
Mata is kind of putting him on the
crazy,
floor, and he's kind of just mopping the floor with him at this point. 3 and 1. Oh, he's locked in. Oh, he's
yeah.
actually locked in.
He got mad that he
He's
asked him about
actually
ice
locked
cream.
in, yeah.
He asked him about ice cream,
He
and it
needs
was
to
a
ask him
wrap.
more.
He's
Yeah,
like
throw him off his
Q&A.
game.
He really.
Oh,
okay.
There you
we're
go.
back.
There you
Wait.
go.
Come back.
No, he's
Oh.
toying with him. I'm sorry, you're jumping around like that. You're toying with your opponent. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He's
Oh no.
the pre-fires.
I think you got it. I think you
This
got
would
it.
make me
I'm
mad.
gonna believe. Nah!
He's on
On top of the box, bro.
How did he get there?
Well done,
Okay.
well done. Mata
What?
picks up the win, 5-2.
Bro's all business.
Yeah.
Where's the fist bump?
And we never even found
It
out
was
if you
fun.
like Rocky Road or not.
I know.
Which
he
is
was
like
all business.
That's some garbage right there.
Mint chocolate for me.
Mint chocolate. Strawberry all day. With the little strawberry bits inside, you know, so good.
Okay,
You
I'll
know,
allow
I'm
it.
saying,
I like
saying.
vanilla, if you guys are
Oh,
wondering.
come on.
We weren't.
And once again, Brazil, her name is Emily.
Oh
all
my
right?
god. MLEQT. Just so you know, that's the full name.
Wow, thank you
Full
so much
legal
for the
name.
shout out.
All right, let's dive into our matchup because last week we saw NRG break their losing streak, and they did so in dominant fashion. But we were starting to see a couple cheeky little roll swaps, you know, Athena. We were getting, seeing NRG show the range that this team has because the talent on that team
Yeah,
is so
we
good.
heard how Coach Bonkar was talking about how they wanted more creativity, and they showed it to us,
Yeah.
right? With that freeze comp, having Mata on the harbor. But this also was portrayed on their Lotus. It felt like at first when we were watching them, they were a little bit too passive, giving up too much space, but it felt like some sort of trigger just
Yeah.
happened when they went onto Lotus, and
They
then
snapped.
it moved on into Breeze as well. They just started holding W, playing together as a team, and it worked out really well.
Yeah, they know what they need to do, right? They won a freaking world championship,
Yeah.
for goodness sakes. And they did it off of some great fundamentals and really them digging deep in those critical moments. So it makes sense that they were able to pull off a big win right when they needed it here.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at their first two matches that they lost, I feel like one thing that was missing that we normally see with NRG is they are in the driver's seat. They're controlling the game, and they didn't really get that in those first two best of threes. They didn't even get that in the first map against 100 Thieves, but in that second and third map, they were always at the advantage. They were good at being able to kind of control how
Yeah.
they wanted 100 Thieves to play into them.
Yeah, no, it's a very brilliant job by NRG, of course, but job's not done yet. Lots more for them to do here. But of course, you know, when you look at just what this NRG team is going to be bringing to the table, you have a lot of, as I had mentioned previously, a lot of factors, a lot of weapons. One of those, Mata talking about that
That's funny.
he is basically saying him and Forsaken, same guy.
Yeah, that's funny.
Same guy.
Bro plays Harbor once.
Yeah.
Plays Harbor once,
He played
now
it
he's
well.
Forsaken.
He
Yeah.
did do a good job. Yeah,
Now-
I did. I enjoyed that. One
Hey.
of the highlights was him killing people through smoke, though.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
That was quite funny.
amazing.
What I love is that he compares himself to Forsaken, but Forsaken has played the most agents, I think, of any player in
Wait.
the league across all
Guys,
leagues.
what do you mean? There's Neon. He played Neon with a Phantom. He played Neon with a Judge. He played Neon with a
And
Vanity. He's
honestly,
so flexible.
That is
guys.
some variety. Mata, you are cooking with that variety.
What's happening over there?
We got a very intense game of ping pong, table tennis, whatever we want to call it these days. In any case, so folks, let's go ahead and check in with Scuba and Mata. We had Dan Dryad, who had an opportunity to catch up with them earlier on.
Energy finally secured the first win of Stage 1 last week. And Scuba, what clicked map 2 and 3 to make sure you got the win?
Honestly, our energy was just really low for the first map, and after the first map, we were like, guys, let's just play how we play, and ended up giving us the win on the third map and the second map.
All right, thank you so much, Scuba. But I think we all want to know from the most flexible player in the world, Mata, how's it looking? Mata?
1 second.
Was he watching lineup videos?
Yeah,
Like
I think that's
Nat's
the
lineup
the
videos.
Nats
Yeah.
one, right?
That's lineup
Yeah.
videos.
We've all been there.
What is he cooking?
You know what? Maybe he is the most versatile player of all time, and we just weren't paying attention. All right, well, let's see a little bit more of this versatility. Bren, I know you have a telly you wanted to go through, but yeah, bro.
Honestly, I want to highlight some of the Smokes players as well on NRG and talk about their post plans on Lotus in particular, because they were hard abusing on Lotus, I think, identifying where the sites are, and as the pen doesn't want to work right when I needed it to.
Right.
I'm going to use my
Love
finger
that for you.
and then mess up everything. Wait, you
Did we
want to turn it
I
on?
think we got to turn it on.
Why does
Just
a pen need
2
a battery?
unks on a
Okay,
cat.
it works. Thank you.
Somewhere our
So,
producers are corpsing.
If you would, if you were listening in when we were listening into NRG, they kept talking about the God Smoke. And I want to talk about that as well and break this down a little bit, because you can see in this post plan, they have a pretty clear idea and identity of what they want to do in this instance. They have Matters as first line of defense with the Judge. They have a second line of defense at some point with some Vice Util and a wall. And then the rest of the team is going to peel all the way back to that third line onto the back of the wall, essentially. And you're going to see this play out now. Matters going to be holding this one forwards. It's a Judge. What can you do against it? Not much, as the reality is. You can't really trade that one out effectively. But he gets his one, gets traded in the end, gets blinded. It's good util. But the slowing down doesn't really stop there. The Vice Util comes out, and here's where the God Smokes come out to play. Because in the listenings, they were hard comming. When Matter died here, he was def comming all the time, talking about Kiko's smoke timings. Scuba was really making sure to let the team know when he had his orb timing up as well, because they're putting a heavy priority on that smoke on the right there, while the rest of the team just holds all the way back. And listen, 100 Thieves, they took their sweet time getting into this retake. I won't lie to you, but this is just absolutely excellent work when they were getting into spots like this. Very clear identity of how they wanted to play the C post plan, because look how much time is being brought off. You can't hear the time ticking, but you can see at the top of the screen that spike is flashing rapidly. They have no time at all to work with, and by the time that the trades start to come through and they eventually start retaking, guess what? You run out of time entirely. So NRG have really got these well-drilled moments like this, and I think this is a great little highlight in terms of their communication system as well, actually. Just hearing about how important, the importance they place on specific pieces of util, that smoke in particular with their C-man play. And Lotus, for me, was a masterclass from NRG. I think they did an excellent job of identifying where the weak side of the map was, hitting it into cryo, hard abusing that portion of the Lotus map.
Yeah, you could see how the layers that they kind of set themselves up in that instance there to give them that defensive hold.
Yeah.
It's really well done. And again, that's what we know NRG is more than capable of doing because they've done it so many times in the past. But look, while things are going to be looking up for NRG and we're seeing some good play from them, on the other side, it's not looking that great for Evil Geniuses. Dire straits across the board, and they desperately need a win today, or else this stage is cooked, done. Nada. You're getting nothing, okay? It's over. And that is very unfortunate, given just how much, hope, I think, Athena, this EG team was coming into the stage with. We talked to them in their first win, and it felt like that they were really trying to find their footing together as a team. Unfortunately, it's just not happening.
Yeah, it feels like they're really struggling. I feel like they're kind of stuck in their old ways when I'm watching them, especially on a map like Haven versus Sentinels. They had the same setup almost every single round on their defensive side, not moving that Killjoy util, just having Sova spotting and playing for that retake on A, which is good in some cases, but not always. And then you're looking at these next two teams, NRG today, and then you're facing Crew, who has now become ideally the best team in Americas. It's such a hard schedule for them to face off of, and I don't think they're going to do it without more creativity.
No, it's going to be a hard struggle, and you mentioning that they're struggling with some old habits that they have, I have to agree, because I was seeing rounds where it looked like they were back in kickoff. They weren't playing well off of each other. There's two rounds that really stick in my mind and kind of showcase the problems that they're having, where they're positioned to be in spots to kind of play off of each other, but no trades are coming through. That's how they lost a really key round on Haven versus Sentinels in a 2v4. And oftentimes they have an idea of what they want to do, but they execute it as individuals and kind of rely on a single player to kind of either open up the round for them or close it out.
It's funny because it's we talked about NRG needing to find that cohesion, but like we know the cohesion exists. Whereas with EG, on the other hand, you're middle of the stage still trying to find the cohesion. It's very tough. And it's It's going to get even tougher today because, unfortunately, Coach Potter is not going to be present with the team. So that means that Mikol, I believe, is going to be subbing in here for the squad and assisting, which it's going to, look, I mean, no matter how you shake it, I don't know the situation, but regardless, it's not having your head coach here in a very pivotal game.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Uphill battle, to be honest. And EG have been living and dying, essentially, whether or not their players have these big pop-off moments, essentially, is how I would define it. Like, there's nothing defined or consistent about his team right now, and it's only going to get tougher going up against NRG and Crew.
But you know what, though? Actually, I think this could be a challenge, and a good challenge opportunity for the coach, Mikol, right? Because here's your chance to really show your version of what you could do with these players here. You don't have a lot of time, but you got to get something going here, and you got to throw a Hail Mary.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like the turnaround is definitely really short time, and you have, like, a lot of these set ways that these players have been playing. And I kind of agree with you, Bren, where I feel like when we're looking at Scuba and DJZ, these are the two players that are constantly getting those multi-frags, and that's the reason why they're winning rounds. So maybe the sub-in coach can push for more aggressive plays to set those players up for success, and also just work on the small things, like you said, like trading and spacing and making sure they're in those crossfires.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more on that one. Now, of course, for more on EG struggles, let's hear from the IGL of the squad. Here's Com.
For the past few weeks, Haven has been the opening map for EG and Com. What are some of the differences between how that map is playing out in scrims versus in the matches that we've seen so far?
I think it's a little bit like kind of breaking down at the end of rounds where the communication needs to be a little bit more clean and we just need to be like more efficient as a team. So I think the more we kind of layer that down and do better at those things, the better we'll get in matches as well.
Are you still committing to playing more of that Haven?
I mean, we'll see in the match.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much.
Good job, Dan. You tried to get it out of them, okay? It wasn't happening. These players are tight-lipped. All right, but let's go ahead and continue this conversation about Evil Geniuses, because as we had mentioned before, this is a pivotal game for the squad. If they don't pick up this win, they're out. They're done. Their stage is complete. So what you're looking for, and we had mentioned it before, is big performances. You're looking for players to really step up. Two players that we had already discussed, but Emily, I think it's worth revisiting here in a more detailed fashion. It's Digigen and Superman. The multi-kills have been rich for the squad. They've leaned on that quite a bit, but they need just a little bit more.
No, they do. We need both of these players to really show up. I mean, the only two matches that they won in 2026 so far against Envy, and I believe it was allowed in kickoff, is when these two players were popping off. And I think we can even kind of look at the bind that they played recently, where everyone on the team, they were doing their jobs. They were kind of all even around the map and around the scoreboard. But unfortunately, that still wasn't enough. So we do need a player to really step up, whether that's Digigen going crazy on the first kills, or whether that's Superman getting multi-frags, like we kind of said, when he's anchoring those sites on Astra and Viper. We just need more.
Yeah. And when he's locked in, it's Superman. Like, you're seeing some crazy performances. But yeah, to that point, though, you need more out of this.
But
otherwise,
it's becoming comical, though, at this point, because you need more consistency.
Yeah.
Essentially, you can't just have, you can't rely upon one or two players being big-time players and just stepping up massively. Sure, if they can do it every single game, but it's not going to happen every single game.
No.
The rest of the team, it's not that they're not pulling their weight, it's just that they're not able to actually contest with most teams they go up against when it comes to trading, fundamentals, the overall defaults and ideas. Those are the things that have been lacking. I want to see a step up in that area to just bring up the average a little bit.
And look, the reality is, man, I mean, the game just continues to improve, continues to evolve. Players continue to get better. And if you're not keeping up with the times, I mean, it's reflected in the fact that they're 0-3 right now. They're not able to put together those big wins to get them ahead. Let's take a look, though, at the predictions and see where we are and what we chose here, because oh my God! Is that a first? Is that a first?
There's no way.
Is that the first time we've ever had two across the board?
There's no way.
I genuinely thought someone was going to pick MIBR.
Beautiful,
though. The first game I get, but the second game,
I genuinely thought someone was going to pick MIBR. That's actually, I went with Leviathan because I like the LEV. I like what we've been seeing from LEV, but
I mean, MIBR just lost to Cloud9, and like we said, let's be real. Primary reason.
Okay, but LEV have been playing good this whole stage, whereas MIBR, they've been a little flippy-floppy. You know what I mean? Like, it's the safe bet.
But a clean sweep on the Preds, though?
I thought that last week's MIBR showing was more of a bad day for them. I didn't feel like they're doomed, they've messed up.
No, not at all. But what I'm saying, they have another bad day here.
Ooh,
Yes,
damn.
they could. But what if
haven't
Lev
had
Hey,
that
yo,
day.
Brazil,
They
her
haven't
name
I
is
need my
Emily
emotions.
Oh my
Cutie.
God, no, God,
You hit her up. All right, you don't gotta reach out to
I
us.
can't.
We
Do you want
ending
my
this
emotional
convo.
support, wingman?
Yes, please.
Even though we're here and we're present, it's
Yep.
really.
Kinda stuff.
I just want to say as well,
Oh.
Brazil, I love Brazil.
I'm a big
We'll be
fan.
going to Brazil.
We love
Yeah,
Brazil.
loving
I
Brazil.
do too, guys.
There's no
There
beef.
you go. I think you need this. I think you need
All right,
that.
folks, that is going to do it for us here, but we have some exciting matchups coming up. Evil Geniuses and NRG are ready to face off, and we got Mimi and Ender fresh off of their table tennis clash. They're going to call the action. VCT America starts right now.
Yeah, we are playing NRG next, you know, the world champs, so cannot underestimate them even though they've been having a slow start. Ethan, you know, he's 2 times world champ. He's there for a reason. You know, I've never heard a single bad thing from his prior teammates. Ethan versus Calm, world champs, playing against each other, past teammates. So, you know, it's gonna be interesting to see how they will be able to read each other in game.
I think DG's in on EG. Ever since he came into that team, I think he's been the person with the most carry potential. When he gets heated up, from what I've watched, it looks like he's just extremely locked in and hard to stop.
This is in. One more.
Everyone is good at this game right now. The skill gap is extremely tight.
You know, like us, they are looking to, you know, make a comeback, a reverse sweep in the group almost. But we are looking to not make that happen and take that one away from them.
Evil Geniuses and NRG about to take off here and get into our first match. Mimi, this matchup.
Is that a plane pun?
No, I wasn't doing anything with the plane.
The assistant coach that's subbing in for EG's a pilot.
He's a pilot?
Yeah,
That's
true.
insane lore drop.
I think just like a PPL, like a private pilot, but I actually don't know the lore. We should learn more. You can finish your intro now.
No, that was the intro. It was
Sweet.
a plane reference. Mimi picked up on it beautifully.
Oh, yeah.
And
A little spoiler on our screens there. I'm excited by that fact. These are 2 teams that have been floating the Fracture. Haven't seen it from either of them yet, as seemingly everyone in America's had a gentleman's agreement to never play the map until the LEV series, in which it was over in like 5 minutes.
hopefully we get more than 5 minutes of Fracture gameplay today. Of course, we still have to get through Map C. All 3 selections we'll be heading into, as well as agents, before we get into this one. I think for NRG, big match to follow up off of last week. They were sitting 0-2 in the standings, finally got their win. Now want to carry that into a playoffs run.
Yeah, even bigger than the crocodile question mark that
Crocodile?
Bonkar has in the booth.
Dinosaur? It's hard to say, but you know what we can say with certainty is that we've got Fracture coming in #1 with NRG starting off on attack.
By the way, production just confirmed it is a crocodile, in case you were wondering. Map pool is cool here. NRG obviously just got a win with Pearl after struggling with it a little earlier in the stage. That map has looked good for them, whereas EG's coming off a loss, but Fracture definitely the interesting one. Historically, if you look all the way back to the longest stint where Fracture was in the pool, that was when old EG was dominant. That's when it was Ethan and Calm together, and now split up, facing each other for the first time in really quite some time. Last time EG and NRG played against each other was 2024. That was completely different rosters, so kind of a cool rematch here between those two on a map they're both dominant on. And looking at the comps, it's very different approaches.
Yeah, incredibly different for both these teams. We've got a Phoenix on Fracture, of all things, as well as the Waylay. It's funny, both these teams, the last time they played Fracture was on the same day back in Stage 1 of last year, April 25th. They were both playing mirror comps. It was the Breach, Tejo, Cypher, as boring as can possibly be.
And I mean, that was the most boring time for Fracture because it was breached out. This is more exciting, right? EG going back to almost that 2023 comp, playing the Sova Breach. I'm super excited to see that. I think Calm has been the most creative player on this map historically with that agent, but I actually think the NRG read is a little more interesting. That Phoenix has gotten more and more popular. It's a map where farming orbs is very strong, where you want to have early ideas to take aggressive main control. Phoenix is really good for all of those things, but they're of course kind of giving up that extra oomph of initiator utility with that Breach. that EG is bringing in that historically was a big pick on Fracture.
Yeah, so important for those early fights and whatnot, but we are starting off with the Samsung OLED match start. Jumping into the pistol round here with NRG on the attack. And we're going to get a first-hand look at how this Phoenix is going to operate here on Fracture.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see it already. In classic Fracture form, it's aggressive early. EG take a look towards the north side. We're set up to crunch and instead just walk back through underpass as the execute comes out from NRG.
Yeah, a little bit of a pop here onto the B site with Kiko fighting forward. This early aggression catching EG off guard, who were going all the way underneath through underpass. Now completely trading sides of the map with NRG back in spawn.
It's tough for Digizin now. He's alone, has to play his cards right here to make a pinch happen.
Yeah, here goes Okeanos, hurling himself into the side. It's Digizin actually on the other side to secure a couple of his own. While EG are now onto the site, putting pressure down onto the spike. Ethan will claim his. Only 2 left standing for Evil Geniuses. The Scuba is so low in the corner, just pinged away at. As now Bao tries to push off those attackers. It will be Ethan for 3 and NRG taking the pistol.
One thing that really impressed me with NRG in their first win of this stage was how good the post plants looked in that last match, both obviously on the Pearl, where they didn't lose a round on attack, but also, or excuse me, on the Breeze rather, but also earlier in that series on their Lotus. I thought they have really good protocols of how to fight forward and kind of sacrifice Mata to buy time while still having players who are playing that late delay, looking a little bit more similar to like the 2024 times where everyone was full offsite, full post plant. I think finding a really good balance between that and the aggression. Fracture normally a map that tends to become pretty retake heavy with the defenders liking to go aggressive, take space either towards top or bottom side, and then kind of fight back in from there.
Yeah, most maps operate with the assumption that the attackers are the ones that sort of define where the points of engagement are going to be on the map. Defense on Fracture, though, is the one. And again, it's this walk down through underpass. Only a 1-for-1. And as soon as NRG see those 4 players going for the push, they instantly fill into the space. Look to punish on the other side. Mata's first 2 shots don't find too much of anything. And this fight into heaven, look at that calm. Right-click kill on the Classic.
It's a little weird now. Ethan low on health. Close quarters. These fights are good for the pistols.
Oh, Calm steps into it, though. Gives a path back in. Ethan now with back-to-back high-impact rounds there on the fade.
And off of last week where he was just excellent.
Still, though, Ethan and Mata exceptionally low. There's some danger left in this round for NRG.
Good news is no utility left for EG.
30 seconds
just have to
left.
take these fights dry and win them.
But NRG only have 1 smoke for Brock, so he throws it right in the middle of the site. Ping down onto Supa, and Supa will fall. NRG, patient in their approach here. Chuck down the spike, Digizin. What do you have? Not a whole lot of anything. NRG, keep it calm there for the second.
And in the end, keeping 3 alive, the damage is not that big a deal for NRG. That round got really scary, though. I think that fight up towards heaven was the pivotal point right here, right? Where Calm goes for this re-swing, looking for information, but it's just a little ahead of Okeanos. And what could have been a high-low with pistols where you get something going is instead Ethan just picking them apart. Good for them.
Yeah, putting in their hours, getting their overtime. Now NRG, though, could be in a little bit of danger here. Breach stun ready to go into main. Actually, just a double dash up high. Check out Mata's position. Not something you see every day or ever, really.
The Waylay's gotten a lot less favor since the nerfs, and, well, maybe that doesn't matter when Ethan's hitting shots like that. Oki was just trying to go for a jiggle peek there and gets punished.
Just the headshot. Ethan took the short stick there, getting tossed the Marshall after the last round, but it doesn't even matter.
To my point, though, this agent is so good at fighting into your utility, baiting it all out, and then refracting. And that's the strength of hers that kind of took a back seat to the combo with the Hinder to go aggressive and set another duelist up. But it's something that is going to be really good into double initiator teams on this map like EG, who will want to play a lot of trap plays and re-clears into mains.
Well, that drone did spot Mata up on top of the box. Here's a couple of other players. So one of the nice things about this Sova is that it sort of denies NRG's ability to play these heavy freezes waiting for the re-swing when EG have the info.
Yeah, EG's just been walking around the map. They have the right stack here, but the fade alt makes it still difficult to hold.
And a lot of utility to try and stall out the hit. There's the counter stun. We're down to 30 seconds on the clock. And NRG don't really have an out plan. Fighting now into sand. As Evil Geniuses bunker down, 2 on the site. Still Calm playing back into spawn. NRG have 20 seconds to make something of this, and it's not going to be there. 2 kills already go NRG's way. Bao alive on site for now. That's a nice shot, and it brings it into a 1-on-2.
10 seconds left.
DJ has not been seen all round, but he's fast on this flank. A chance in the 1-on-2.
Molly to cut him off. NRG know he's here. Mata's down on 43 HP, though. Still a brutal 1-2 punch for NRG. High-low, that's the first for Digizin. Digizin will see it through. At the last moment for Evil Geniuses, they will win their first.
Truly a bright spot in EG's lineup for a stage that's been so rough for them thus far. Digizin again coming up in these late rounds, in these clutches for the squad.
Spike down A.
And this, honestly, it looked like it should have been an EG round even earlier on. The U-tilt to stall off that fade ult was really good. Actually make a nice decision, pivot back through sand, and even despite that, we're just a few seconds, like 1 more kill away from being full stalled. Thankfully for EG, they had the clutch to boots and at least get their round back in, but the money's kind of tight off of the amount of players that died there.
Should be all right with Digizin having the tour de force able to go. Bao with the Rolling Thunder as well. So some creative options for EG in this round, where underpass might actually be the most important point of contention. Ethan wiggled his way down there early on.
Yeah, you saw the first 2 rounds. EG went for north side plays into a rewalk underpass.
And here we go. The fight into the site from Mata. Nobody home for now. Arcade is really where EG are choosing to take this fight. Sitting right around the corner there. Mata will see the barrel, and that's a perfect timing with Kiko delivering on the other side as well. Now inside of the smoke, Bao might want to call in the ultimate. Cancels it as Supa falls in Arcade. That would have been the difference maker in this round, but now the initiators of Evil Geniuses have nothing really left to do.
And look at the setup for NRG. Great crossfires, but Bao just 1 for 1 there. Shouldn't be enough as Calm wasn't in a position to fight up through that smoke.
Seemed a little bit hopeful there from Bao, barreling into the site. And this kind of calls back to, you know, something you were talking about earlier on, where defending teams will often play one really active side of the map and the other side more for retake. Here, I think, almost because they had the chamber operator, they're kind of playing both sides of the map, and as a result, you could see Bao never really got into a position that could use that ultimate.
Mata there at the end to clean up Calm, so no survivors, means the money's going to be real bad for EG. But yeah, NRG are doing a good job, I think, in these early rounds, figuring out where that strong side is and making the right reactions because of it. You mentioned Ethan going for that early underpass walk. That showed to him that it was likely, if they were holding here, to be more of this passive setup, and that walk in from Mata is so good to completely catch Digizin off guard and take the most dangerous player out of the round.
And I think it's good calling, too, from NRG to try and get that information. They were also using a Cypher camera on the north side. Yep. Placing that down to make sure Ethan's a little bit more safe, because you remember those first 2 rounds, EG went for those big walks, okay. And well, this time it's going to come out a dish for a quick kill.
Yeah, good night to Mata. And that means NRG concede the north side of the map, except for the Cypher trip.
Yeah, Chamber's one of those agents that's always been relevant on Fracture, maybe not always the go-to pick, but especially when attackers are dividing up, can thread the needle very nicely, just like Ethan does there. Right in front of the stun to bring it down 4-4.
Yeah, and that's a change from the Breach of Old, right? Those nerfs to his stun. I think Old Breach stun hits there, but instead Ethan just dips away safely.
Now, Okeanos, the only guy with a Sheriff for Evil Geniuses, and actually he starts shifting over to the wrong side of the map. NRG want to pivot back towards A, where EG have no forward player, no way of getting that early information, although they do step out of B main, so by now, Evil Geniuses might have some idea this A hit's going to come on in.
But with the Cypher up, NRG knows that flank will be coming through. They can position to account for it, as this post fight will be an inevitability. About pretty much nothing he can do here ahead of the smokes.
Yeah, that tripwire just got broken on the other side, so now NRG know what's up.
You see him shift to planting open instead of just planting for main. It doesn't matter when Ethan's just killing everyone. That's 4 for him.
Well, Ethan. 4 kills already. That comes after 3 in the first round. 2 right after. Ethan absolutely tearing things up on Fracture, and there he is for the ace. EG never stood a chance.
11-2. It's what? Round 5, and he's 1 off of his second fade ult. This guy is having a hell of a day here.
My fragging IGL. Having a great time in there. A lot of people on his screen. This Classic's not doing too much to him.
A few times already now where I'm seeing EG, something that Des was talking about, clumped up in a position to trade each other, and then someone swings and they're just kind of caught off guard. Someone has util out, someone's not quite in the right spot to trade, and these NRG players, all of them, are so good individually that they'll punish you. You know, you look at this roster and you probably think the weakest individual generally is Ethan, and he's this good.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild to see. Now, of course, falling down 4-1, Evil Genius is going to call their first timeout. This is an interesting situation. The coach on the left-hand side of your screen, Mikol, stepping in to fill for Potter while she is out for personal reasons, but already falling behind early. Now you're in the driver's seat. What are you telling your team?
Yeah, it's tough because Potter, we know, is normally a coach who's really proactive in her timeouts. She likes to give like a list of rounds of here's what's going wrong, here is the sequence I want to see to try and get back into that. And I wonder, after working with her for some time, what his own approach to these timeouts is going to be. It's obviously a bit of a tough spot to have to step into that role, but he's been the assistant coach with this EG team for some time now, so he's at least embedded in that system.
Yeah, he's fully integrated. So the call seems to be send your breach up into tower, who still has the Rolling Thunder, mind you.
Yeah.
And what can Okeanos do behind that on the Neon?
Some classic Fracture early round ideas on defense. Trap play, stun, and you refight.
Well, I don't even think Bao was holding any of that utility, was looking to break some utility instead. Here we go, that Prowler charging on in. There's going to be the run it back too. Although Energy have been really halted here. Some good utility traded both ways. Kiko finally for 3, snaps around, finds the player in heaven. That was beautiful, and Calm is just burning to death. That didn't work.
That was so nice from NRG though. This is a meta where you are so, I mean, just Valorant in general, you are always at an advantage if you're the second team to act, if you're the ones to refight in. And there, Energy diffused the trap play, step back, and as those players are swinging, in comes the Phoenix Flash. All of their utility gets volleyed. Just really great stuff from them. And now Digger's in with this operator he had saved up so long for.
It's tough.
Doesn't have much of a choice but to save.
Well, the thing was, he was trying to kill the planter when he retreats, but ironically, Kiko still holding on to the flame wall, so didn't actually have to use that during the hit. That ends up being the escape plan. I guess good news is Digizin hasn't fired the bullet, so Energy can't know for certain that the op is in play, but checking the money.
Chambers not going for it, I would be pretty suspicious. So it's a 5-1 start for NRG. Looked really good on this attack side. I think that EG has had a lot of the classic Fracture ideas of set up early with 3 strong with your breach, your duelist, and then refight off of contact. And I mean, Energy has just been so ready for it. Look at this, right? All the util used, in comes the flash, and just beautiful shooting from Kiko.
Yeah, Kiko was also stepping out of the smoke with his flash and like pre-turning it as well.
Yep.
Got dinged by it just a little bit, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, if we're talking about the players that performed last week, Kiko was one of them. I mean, such an outstanding performance from him. It was his second best game he's played since joining NRG.
Wow, we are all the way out here, up onto the north side from Okeanos. 3 ultimates in play, 3 major ults for Evil Geniuses. Maybe a failing of theirs so far has been that these early fights are not finding their mark. Evil Geniuses have constantly either lost them out or been dodged by NRG, and, well, what is Mata doing there, you might be wondering? Finding all the holes on the weak side is the answer.
Right here.
That just can't be happening that way. Not recognizing the gap that was created, Mata takes advantage, and, well, there's his ult still, but it's a disadvantage retake now.
But you gotta play to win rounds at some point for Evil Geniuses. Gotta throw these into the mix. How long have we had that Rolling Thunder? 3, 4 rounds maybe. It's been a while. So the fight now, back into main. The NRG are holding for, that's a nice stun. And Supa is there as well. As the walls come down though, Scuba's there for 3. No one on EG is holding the right direction. They're shut down again without ripping a single ult.
4 ultimates available, none of them get used on that retake. No one looks right on the retake. That is a disastrous round from EG. And that's even discounting this beginning where they're just unaware of Mata's possibility of walking up here. But I mean, Okeanos looks like he's just going for a walk in the park. No idea where to look.
Oh, come on. I love the Cypher pick here, bro.
And Scuba's just having a chill time on the Cypher.
Hey, why not? Okay, so that now makes 4 in a row.
Yeah, and now we're on an eco, so we don't really want to use our ults this round.
Yeah, don't mind the round 3 that EG won off of a 1v2 clutch at the end from Digizin.
If this was an honest game, it would be 7-0.
Yet Evil Geniuses need to come up with something here. Reminder, they went for this pick. Historically, Evil Geniuses has been the Fracture team. All time, in the partnership era, Evil Geniuses 13 wins to 3 losses on Fracture. Of course, most of those coming back during
From the
2023.
team that won the World Championship, yeah.
Sure, but
yeah.
even back in 2025, they were positive, 2-1 on the year. But now things a little bit dire as one of those ultimates comes into play. EG already found the first pick of the round.
And look at how much util they used. An ultimate, a stun, a flash, and 1 Phoenix Melee deals with it all.
And NRG are pinched now. Stepping out from B main is Digizin. Mata on the wrong side of the world for NRG, and with an outlaw of all things too. Makes his position fairly precarious.
He'll tuck away from the drone though. EG will not know there's a player wrapping dish.
It's if NRG can force these players back into line, that'll be big. Here comes the ultimate from the skies. Ethan claims his first victim, and now pushing these players into the flank. Digizin is showing up. Evil Geniuses might have cooked up around here. Brock stays alive for now, but B main is a problem. Spam back through the smoke will find its mark, as now Mata needs his own clutch with 15 seconds remaining on the clock. Lights up B main, and should have time to plant the spike. He's actually holding for it. Can't stick for that for much longer. Takes some damage in return. Mata spots the first and the second, must reload. In the clutch, he's good for it. It's a heartbreak for Evil Geniuses as NRG move up 7-1.
Christy, they used every single ultimate. All 4 ults on their eco round. And they lose to a Mata 1v2.
Well, you know, they won their round 3 with a 1v2, so it's only fair that NRG get their own in kind.
That is the worst case scenario. I mean, well played by Mata. He isolates those fights beautifully, but EG have got to be hitting themselves to lose that round.
Well, at least they have money now.
You're really reaching.
Hey, it's the little things, you know? Digizin.
My Phoenix is opping.
We love an
And he wins the duel.
It takes me back to Fracture in the good old days where, you know, you get shot in the back of the head, run in the wrong direction. Just having that attack op to punish the chamber on the other side is a beautiful look for NRG.
Yeah, when I've been watching these EG games, I feel like moments of that are happening too often where a player is just rotating, doesn't calculate where someone could have walked into. Second time it's happened this game, and are they saving a 3v5? I think so.
You seem to be correct, Mimi. An unfortunate situation to be sure, especially like their max bonus, or their loss bonus maxed out
reset,
about 4 rounds ago.
I mean, early on, though, that round 3, and then they just haven't won a round since, so you'll have guns. Can you do anything with it?
We'll see. Digizin will have the chamber op next round, but now you know that the other side might be opping, so actually stepping forward to take that aggressive angle, now you're out of that one. Are you actually looking for it? I'm not so sure.
Has Digizin gotten an op kill in this game? I don't think so, despite having it a couple times. NRG have just not really given him any chances, and I mean, talk about these guns getting saved, only 1 gets kept.
I mean, I actually don't think it makes a difference. They should have the money, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I suppose at the end of the day, they'll brush it off, move on to the next one.
Yeah, that moment is tough for Supa. You thought he had a timing to maybe isolate a pick on the weak side of NRG's crunch, but it's not fast enough.
Mimi, can you sell me a cope? Like, is there something to be said? Like,
You've been doing that.
Would you rather start on attack versus defense on this map?
No.
Like, no, you want to be playing defense?
I
Yeah.
mean, I don't think it matters hugely what side you start on. My copium tanks are empty.
Me looking furiously around for any straws in the vicinity.
They have guns again, except, yeah, it's good enough. They got a tour de force. Come on, guys.
Kiko still attack-opping on the Phoenix. He had so much fun playing the Jet last weekend on Breeze that he's like, well, actually, I just want to do this on everything. That's an interesting path from Mata. I mean, these guys are crazy, fighting all the way up and getting rinsed for it. By the way, Kiko back in defender spawn right now, but Com might have the read on that. Saw this way back on, I think it might have been the pistol round that NRG ran a similar look.
Yeah.
But
Last player standing.
yeah, okay. Okay, EG. NRG get a little too big for their boots there.
Yeah, the full B main execute was definitely a little bold. Good on them. They do, if nothing else, they do have excellent utility to just full stall you if you go for an exec.
Now, there are some plays in which I like that double dash on top of generator there. Like,
was this one of them?
Well, unfortunately, someone was just like ratting it out in center side.
Yeah.
But I think the idea is if enemy team is playing around generator and like hiding inside that smoke,
And to be fair, if you have like a breach or something, there are players that like to do that kind of thing.
You'll just be sitting there with utility in hand.
Yeah.
So that's the idea, but it does just get shut down if anyone has their guns out and can see you.
Okay, early aggression attempt again from EG North side, behind their chamber off.
Calling in the reinforcements in case Kiko's up there.
Yeah, miss a shot. Okay, we have the Avengers here.
Oh, well, Kiko's not opping this round, of course, because he has the run it back. So out into Santi goes. Good stun to slow him down. Okeanos sends him back. Unfortunately, that is just the Phoenix kill, so it doesn't actually count into the kill feed. As NRG are pushing their way onto the site. These last couple of rounds have been a little bit more relaxed, I feel, from NRG. Just fully running these execs off the rip, and Evil Geniuses have been shutting it down to their credit. Again, uncomfortable. Stuck in the middle of sight from Kiko, as Zujizin gets that up kill to take a third round.
And this is more working towards the EG playbook. Your opponent goes for something fast, you have great utility to stall them out. You have a very strong weak side when you have the chamber, with that player who is willing to just post up, walk forward. You saw in this round he got the pick onto the opposing extremity player, and that meant they could just pinch on the site. So something going here for EG, but from looking at the other side, I would love to see NRG just kind of slow things back down, look to bait out plays in towards main, figure out the strong side, do the things that they were doing excellently for the first 9 rounds of this game.
Yeah, that started with camera placement, typically from Scuba, up into Arcade. There it goes down to scout it out. See Digizin on a much more passive line.
This is a bit more normal. Mata, 1 away from his ultimate. We'll look to get that one online.
It's ready.
And with the convergent paths, you might look to just send this one on a B hit.
That's the last time I remember him using it, was throwing it up here and diving into heaven, and that's exactly where he is so quick on that peak. And Ethan collects the rest. I guess there's some players in Arcade pinching at the extremities, but now it just falls to Okeanos.
And the op is posted, holding this line now, recovered by Mata.
That was a brutal start to the round. Mata just executing the player up in tower. And it won't get any better for them with NRG finishing things out here 9-3.
Yeah, I want to see what Ethan was up to south side. They went for a 3-player crunch to rotate in and flank for this retake, and I think Ethan just literally owned them 1-on-3. There's that opening kill, which is so pretty from Mata. And here's Ethan playing around the box, and knife in hand for Calm, and shoots his former teammate in the head.
That's the lot of them.
An unfortunate way for things to close out here at the end of the half. We're going to have more coming up right after this.
We got this old mattress,
waterbed,
and the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, for only our second time getting to see Fracture here in Americas, I would say NRG is making a pretty good show of things so far with a very unique comp. That Waylay and Phoenix coming up big for the team.
Yeah, I think this is the one map where I'm still kind of happy to see the Waylay in the mix. I think it's cool how well that agent can still do it, baiting out utility, being able to refract away, and getting that hard dash is great to get out of chokes on a map like this. Combine that with the Phoenix, who's just a constant nuisance in mains, getting aggressive, farming orbs. Looked good on attack, and I think it's going to be some similar themes here on defenses. NRG looked to close this one out pretty cleanly.
Oh, now one of the things I'm already looking at with the Phoenix holding the curveball in hand is Phoenix playing on the side of the map with the Cypher.
Yeah,
you can run trap plays with yourself, something that a Breach might not be able to do as effectively. And
and that's foul.
Yeah, having the shorty in the back there. Unfortunately, does have to pull the trigger, and well, that play didn't work out at all, did it? Bit unfortunate for him. We were so excited to see what he could show us, but now EG in full control of the site.
And as it is Fracture, there's of course a flank coming in for the defensive retake. NRG already into B main. EG are super clumped up here. They're trying to drone and re-clear some space now.
I've never seen so many people playing tower. There were 5 for a little bit there. Oh, nice shot out of Digizen. Working off the flash there as well. Will eventually fall down, but the cost of a couple of NRG members. Okeano swings off the flash too, but right back into Scuba's line of fire. Switches over into the Ghost. Not too much time to deal with here is Scuba, so back onto the spike, and once again you can see that post-plant utility already giving you that early warning of the problems to be if EG get into comfortable post-plants on this attack side, but good on them, they take the pistol.
Yeah, there's a chance, even if it's slim, now for EG. You saw in that first half, those last few rounds where NRG just went for hard execs getting shut down, and now this one punishing the trap play from Kiko that ended up making him look a little bit silly. I do like the idea though, I agree with you. But not having a player there to actually break the dart means it's pretty tough to get away from.
Nice flash, baby.
That was fiendish laughter.
Yes.
I would call
a good
that.
word to describe it.
You know what? When Digizen feeling good, he can be quite the threat. Marshall in hand too, hops up and a quick teleport away. And we talk about the trap ideas with the Cypher on defense. That's something that EG didn't really get to run with their comp, the double initiator, a little bit more proactive on the defense side. So NRG can show us a very different look, although this is looking fairly similar to EG's eco round after losing the initial pistol as flawless start for EG.
Yeah, the EG comp is a lot more predicated on just your duelist player jiggling, and then you dump the utility as soon as you see something. So you get more options when you bring that Cypher into play. I don't think the Cypher generally is like super strong, at least compared to how it used to be against Neon.
Don't peek me, bro, don't peek me.
How would you describe that laugh?
I would describe that as a mature confidence.
A mature confidence.
That's what I would give him.
Yeah.
He's giving some advice to the players on the other side.
I see.
Now, the don't peek me advice was under the understanding there wouldn't be any flashes or utility behind it. I think Kiko can comfortably step forward for a peek like that.
Same idea. Is on the other side, NRG getting a bit aggressive in A main. Digizen will pretty much constantly be holding this kind of extremity. He has a chance at a fight, and TP's back, but Mata might look to go for more here.
Wow, they continue on the hunt, and it's going to be highly successful.
I love that. You heard last round where his CP was. You hear again that it's close, and you know that that chamber is almost always alone.
Now what it does do is give up Dish and the A site. So now NRG have to come up with a plan for the retake, and fighting back through A main. Right now, Ethan has been separated from Mata for a moment. Mata been covering the flank. Now links up with his leader. But this is difficult for NRG. NRG split up, 3 players in spawn, 2 in main. Evil Geniuses continuing to ping-pong these fights back and forth. Now moving back into the site. So it's NRG to regroup. Evil Geniuses continue hunting forward. I like this look from EG, but it's getting a little messy now. Scuba with a couple kills, and now Calm into the clutch. The spike plant not quite going to be there, with Mata covering his diffuser. NRG up to double digits.
That's a tough round for EG. They got pinched from both spawn and main, knew that they lost that space, and so the call comes in, let's commit elsewhere. Instead, fighting through the site to try and pinch the players coming back from sand, but with where the spike was planted, and with Energy actually turning away from that and making their strong side back in main, just completely backfires as those players get cut down in the open.
Yeah, little details there, being Scuba going back up the rope to take the high line as they double swing through sand. I think if they're all coming in on the ground there, that fight is a very different story.
Yeah, it's at least even to be able to brawl for that, but all of that was even being given the chance after their chamber died early, and it was that 5-on-4 retake.
Wow, NRG with the full south side crunch, it looks like. Hurling on down here, but Okeanos is waiting for it. And now the reinforcements have arrived, but there's just bodies on the floor. It doesn't even matter. Okeanos lights it up for 4.
Looking for the second ace of this game. First one went to his opponent, Ethan.
Well, who's alive on the other side? The very man himself. Okeanos would have to hunt down for it.
Spike planted.
Now it's a 1-on-3, and Ethan wants to play this out. Just a bulldog in hand.
EG have decent coverage. But Okeanos out in the open, and the ace will not be had. And now some concerns. Calm on 11 HP, has some shock darts, try and pepper at Ethan with. But out into the open is a good line for Supa, and EG stabilize.
That was an incredible round from Okeanos. You see a giddy look on his face after completing that one. It was an interesting Southside crunch idea from NRG. You saw these double cages to scale up and get a really deep Phoenix splash, but the issue actually came on the other side as NRG was prepping to use all that utility. EG was already feeling the pressure.
I almost got my first ace in VCT, bro. I'm so sorry, bro.
Who's he apologizing to?
I don't know. Maybe dying, hunting for the ace at the end there.
Swinging out in the open like that. Maybe. But you know what? For your first ace in Americas, we'll give it to you. Maybe you'll have a chance later on.
Who knows?
NRG, doubtful they have chances for an ace this round. The only purchase being that Bucky for Kiko.
Cypher just standing in the open with that classic. As EG are really taking their time with this one. They don't have control north side other than just that chamber trip, making sure no one crosses over. So whenever this execute comes through, they basically have to full commit it through either just main on A or pinching underpass on B.
Yeah, now that they have pushed Ethan back, they have a few more options, but still nothing convincing. Nice pick, catching Scuba, retreating off of the B site. But still, Evil Genius is really timid in the approach, waiting for their teammates to regroup with them. See how much they actually use to get out here. That will be the ultimate from Okeanos. Realizing time not necessarily on EG's side, not wanting to take any chances here. And it ends up being a good call. That's 3 kills for Bao, and the sole purchase of the round is a mile away in Kiko's hands.
Yeah, well traded there from EG. This should assuredly be a 7th round. Kiko, that Bucky in hand and the ult already secured.
Where's he going?
His only motivation is to die to Spike.
Going up.
Interesting strategy to cover off the the tripwire there from Digizin.
And now we wait.
Yeah, I suppose this means that there's no ult orbs going to be handed over to EG, who might have gone on a little bit of a hunting mission to see if Calm could get his online. Even though you can see that Calm has some idea that that trip is definitely not perfect information. So Calm goes in on the hunt, now tries to swing it back around, but those shots do end up connecting, and Calm will take him down.
He's giggling too. It looked like he thought about just running away and then realized there wasn't enough time and just turns back and I'll fight him, whatever.
I mean, either way, he's getting the ult orb.
It's true.
Live or die. Nice sense out from Calm there to hunt that player down, and now have 3 ults online for EG.
Yeah, you saw Digizin get that pick there, scaling up towards B, and that's something I want to see more of, right? Pressure one side strong with your double initiators, with your Neon, and let him work the other side and get active on these lurks. I think that's one of the biggest win conditions for EG picking this chamber.
Now for EG, one of the big problems on their defense half was they never got in good positions to rip the ultimates. how those rounds ended up playing out. A little bit easier to navigate that on the attack side, but maybe not against this operator. Oki out of the equation, and Mata now trying to live inside of the Matrix somehow. Fight up into heaven. NRG just kill Evil Geniuses. 2 ults in, nothing to be found for it.
Should we bring up that this is the second round with 4 ultimates that EG have lost?
Well, you've done it.
Yeah. Because that is another brutal situation where they've spent all the time earning them up. And, you know, historically, we're talking about like 2023 EG, even 2025 EG when this map was back. Something they were always known for was having great ult combos, the stun, and the Sobal, these things that were so good. I know I'm reaching way back in history, but they've really struggled to get value with the ultimates here. And I think the biggest mistake of that round was the way that Oki was scaling. He was ahead of any of that utility. Dies before the ults even come in.
Barbecue time, the call out. I'm watching to see if Mata can get the hindrance. And then Brock opens up the skies. That's the idea here up on Dish. And Evil Geniuses must be cautious. Luckily for them, I guess, is Okeanos leading the charge. And now the stun and the barbecue. Good God, it is brutal. Okeanos fried up and delivered to NRG.
He didn't mean to get tagged by the dart, but it worked out perfectly in the end.
That is killer.
Good night, Okeanos.
That's the microwave on maximum settings there, down in 5 seconds.
It's what happens when you put a metal spoon inside.
Okeanos, just the metal spoon in this situation. About as threatening as that to NRG in this round. Oh my God, he's got a spoon. Watch out, Ethan. Gun in hand. Chucking some bullets down, but he'll eventually fall, giving Evil Geniuses a real chance in this round.
That's what I'm looking for. You get pressure one side, let Digizin work the other. He gets a pick. Now that opens EG up to
30 seconds
a side here. Digizin, he was running back. Now they decide to sprint back towards A, but if they're going main, there's a Phoenix here in only 20 seconds. This is still a little scary.
And that is Kiko with the operator back in hand. He's turned his sights up into drop and finds Digizin again.
15 seconds.
Continuing to dominate in that off one-on-one, and now slowing down B main. There's just nothing Evil Geniuses can do here. I don't even know if they have time to get onto this site, let alone kill Kiko here. Not a chance. NRG on map point.
That is a disaster of a round for EG. I mean, it starts off poorly, but they had a way back in those 2 picks, and I think they overcooked a little bit in how they wanted to commit. Hesitated for a moment, wanted to go back and take south side before they fought. And that delay allows Kiko to get this forward position and means that they don't have any reserve when his utility, when his op starts stalling out. I mean, yeah, that's my reaction to what happened to EG as well.
Evil Geniuses, by losing their entry at the start of the round to that util combo, all of a sudden don't have that ability to accelerate as easily either. So really got lost in the sauce there during the round. So now that second time out of the game for Evil Geniuses at the final moment for Mikol.
It's tough because I think there's been multiple moments where you could have seen EG getting back into this game. The round with 4 ults in the first half.
The round with 2 ults in the second.
Yeah, the round with 4 ults in the second half as well. And then this one as well, where they're in a 4-on-3, have a chance, and fortunately for EG, they've just failed at the final hurdle in all of these. And now looking down the barrel of a 12-7 scoreline with NRG ahead in the ult economy. This is looking like a grim start to the series for a team that's already 0-3.
Yeah, especially trying to change things up here and go for a fracture pick. Most teams are just banning this. And we've only had 1 pick so far.
Yeah, it's only been allowed into a veto twice.
Yeah.
The first time was as a map 3 that didn't get played.
So now EG forcing up with what they can. And really all bundled together down here outside of A main. NRG are playing pretty restricted with their own space on the map. The only thing they've really contested so far is the 2 players they have working off each other by Dish.
EG has been having Digizin split push pretty much every round. This time, he's just with the pack. All 5 players posturing for A main.
Yeah, and even just having these players up here, it's so easy to jump out of the smoke and support your fighters on the site. So as everyone works out into sand now, Ethan informs his team. NRG drop on down, try and get in front of that ultimate. pushing Block away from the rest of the group. Energy are split up. Look at this. Players all around inside of the smoke. Nice crossfire, but Evil Geniuses fight on through it. Get that player in the back of the head, too. And it's only Brock here, pinged out through the smoke. He's taken low. Evil Geniuses navigated a really tough round to get the spike on the ground.
Yeah, credit to Jujuzin. I think he makes a key play there, walking into the smoke spawn, but it's picked the other way by Mod. It won't matter. NRG just going for the save.
Yeah, they've got the big guns, so no reason to risk those falling over into enemy hands. Especially because, I mean, I think Evil Geniuses need every gun they can at this point. So Superman going on a bit of a walk, but that reposition from Madi, you just saw him in spawn, and now he's killing you outside of A main. Not so fun for Evil Geniuses, who now just have the 2 guns to see through the next.
Yeah, and with them winning the round here as well, it might mean Economy's not in a great spot in the next round, even though they've won this one.
Other things for Evil Geniuses is that NRG, if you just look at the ultimates that are going to be coming into play, they're going to be hitting their ultimates quicker than Evil Geniuses. So even if EG take this next round or 2, it's going to get harder for them before it gets any easier.
It's that play I'm talking about, though. Jujuzin taking that timing to walk towards CT and get that kill.
I'm a walk through, bro. CT.
And a bit more metered reaction as he dies to the AWP at the end of it. So now with a Guardian in Bao's hand and Supa's.
You're looking in the wrong direction. I'm seeing 2 ops from NRG. That's what I'm seeing. We got 1 B main, 1 A main for our 2 duelists.
You're not used to Phoenix op?
No, look, NRG, the double op, we love to see it, and, well, maybe Jujuzin doesn't.
Hey, guys, the ops B, we should accelerate A.
Guys, go away, get out there. Oh, God, wait, no, Mata has an ultimate that he can now throw the other direction on B2. Oh, no.
And this Cypher Cam has been causing problems for EG. Always there to activate a trap play. Can see over that smoke.
Well, EG walked into a stack in the last round, and it wasn't a problem for them. Similar look this time. Oh, no. There's the stun. Mata's in front of it, though. That operator again, a problem. Now Okeano's shut out of it as well. Mata is just having way too much fun with EG this round. 4 for him to close things out. That was just so simple for Mata.
They gave him 4 honorable duels that round. You shouldn't do that. He won them all. An incredibly clean map here as NRG show their first fracture of the year. EG tried to switch something up, take a pick on this one, but it looked like they were falling back on old ways, playing that classic comp that we've known this team for in the past against an NRG who innovated, who brought out the Phoenix on this map, who looked perfectly suited to bait out every trap play EG was sending. Suffice it to say, this was a clean start from the World Champs.
And even if it's just 1 win of the map Fracture, I think that's going to make a lot of teams think about, oh yeah, we should just keep to the Fracture bans. We already didn't want to play it, but versus NRG, maybe we need to take that one away. This was dominant from start to finish. I even think back to Ethan crushing it at the start of this one. There's still more Valorant to be played in this series. We've got Pearl coming up after this break.
E tem a Bang pra ajudar o DG. Meu Deus! DG!
Does Brock know?
Who is it Noah? Who really just has to push into it. Walk is waiting. Another shocky towards the sights, and there it is. Bang is brought down.
A 13-8 on Fracture for Energy and Blancar. You're able to take the lead early on, but we are going into a Pearl where week 1 you were playing with the Whaley, week 3 it was the Neon. What should we expect for this one?
Gonna have to see, but pretty similar. But we've been talking a lot about Pearl, practicing and changing a few macro ideas and how we move around on the map, so it should be a lot better.
Looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone. And Mimi is just, she really wanted to go to OT on that one. You know, she really wanted to see where it could go, right? Mimi, that was it? Just sipping your cuppa. Just
game's not finished. They
can't
the
even
game's
win on
unfinished.
Fracture, man. That's what she just said. Oh my gosh, she's crashing out here, of course. So NRG steals EG's map pick, as we had mentioned before. Mimi so eloquently said. But there were a lot of big individual moments that we were seeing in that game. Multi-kills through and through, which is what we were saying we wanted EG to do. And you got a couple of moments from that brand, from Digizin and whatnot, but for the most part, it was just
Just
NRG.
a nice little highlight package, really. Yeah, I mean, NRG just taking over a couple of individual moments. We saw some pushback from Digizin from time to time, but to be honest, it just felt like, I don't know, they were kind of out-muscling EG, because to be honest with you, wasn't the biggest fan of NRG's comp or the way that they were playing Fracture in general. And that's not me trying to be a hater. I just mean, I think that when he attempted that one Southside crunch, I was confused.
Yeah, I mean, but you could kind of say the same thing to EG. They had the utility to do stuff like that, but we never really saw that. They didn't really fight for any of the space. And then in that second half, I agree with you. NRG's comp wasn't that great. They relied a lot of the time of EG playing into them, maybe going for a little flash play or maybe a trap play, but that's only when they had the ult to do so. It was really hard for them to kind of close it out there, because a lot of the time the ball was in EG's court.
Yeah, and I feel like for both these teams, I was expecting a lot more aggression, and it felt like for both teams, they were just kind of sitting on site, waiting for the other team to kind of make that first move. And so I wasn't really, what are you giggling for?
Nothing,
what's wrong?
no reason. Nothing.
Why do you keep looking above my head?
I know, nothing. Truly.
There's something on her head? I don't know.
No, I don't see anything.
What's going on
Can't
here?
really see it, of course. So no. Well, let's move forward, right? Because we have, and that's also best for society. Let's do this. Let's talk about what's coming up in map 2 here. What we're going to be expecting, because we're going to Pearl. We talked and we heard from Dan Dryad talking to Coach Bonkar about what we can be expecting. We saw some change-ups. He said, for the most part, we're going to be keeping things relatively the same.
There was a lot of insight, I think, in that, though, in terms of them. You could tell he wasn't happy. Maybe he was just being incredibly Scandinavian. But he also wasn't happy
do
with
that
it,
sometimes.
because they got worked by 100 Thieves when they played each other. Even though they ended up winning that match, on Pearl, they struggled against them, because the key to beating NRG as a team, keep saying it, you have to get one step ahead in terms of expecting how NRG are going to play. NRG saw 100 Thieves Phoenix comp. They thought they're going to play heavy for A main control. They're going to fight over the orbs. They didn't do that. 100 Thieves went against the conditioning, I guess, the expected result, and they worked mid-control instead. And they opened up massive holes in terms of the way that NRG played their Pearl. Now, are those holes still going to exist? I don't know. It sounds like they've been working on them, to be honest.
Yeah.
That could have been an in for EG if they were watching that VOD and they were doing their research, but NRG are a team, they're not going to sit back and relax and rest on their laurels, especially when they've lost the map like that. They're always going to be improving and working on it, but that's the key to victory for EG, just in an overall sense. They got to get ahead of what NRG are going to be doing, what you think they're going to be, fixing, changing, whatever it is, how they're going to be playing in a macro way.
Yeah, I think too, like NRG, they have the tape out there on them now too. So EG, they can learn and work from that. But I also think too, they're playing that comp where it's the playstyle of playing back and playing for post-plant situations, trying to get the Tejo missiles off. And there were so many times where 100 Thieves prevented them from even getting onto that site or even being able to fall back into those post-plant situations. And I feel like when you're a team like EG, you're pretty good at doing that, at playing Digizin on a site, getting 3 kills, and making sure to deny a lot of that space. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of what we're going to see and what I'm hoping that EG kind of brings to the table more.
Reality of the situation here is you have an evil geniuses that is staring at the bottom of the barrel here, right? This is not good, right? We are in a position, Emily, where they lose this, their stage is done, they have 2 maps, 2 series left to play, and it won't matter at that point for them. So you really got to put up or shut up here. Otherwise, this is it.
And we also, I get what you guys want to see out of EG, but when we looked at them last on this map in week 2, they got destroyed. It was 13-5. They were running a double duelist comp that just weren't working for them. So we're going to need to see them not only adapt to what NRG's doing, have that VOD on them and prepare for that, but also play something that actually works for them.
What else would you want to see to change from their Pearl last time to this time?
That's a really big question.
Nice.
That's a really
That's
big
my analyst
question.
right there.
I mean, it's a lot, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things you needed to address.
Here's what I would read into it. If
Yeah.
you know that they've been working on their defaults, their defensive defaults, and they're going to be fixing the holes and gaps that they've got in their mid of Pearl, I think then you can go back to the extremities more and start fighting over that, because presumably that's going to be weaker if that's where they're putting more attention, because they got hard abused by 100 Thieves there. You've got to imagine that's where they're putting all the attention.
Sounds like what you guys are saying is like the key for them really is to firstly play ahead, identify the information where those favored areas are going to be, and then probably lean more into that. But we do want to get some more thoughts though on the coach, especially because he's in a really tough position, unenviable words are hard position. Here's Coach Mikol ahead of map 2. Let's see what he has to say.
Going into Pearl next, this is talking about how in order to win against Energy, you have to be one step ahead. And Cole, you're feeling for Potter today, but you have been with the team for quite some time. In this situation, under pressure, on the verge of elimination, how is the team going to make sure that you're one step ahead?
Well, obviously we start off slow, but the momentum started building there on the second half of Fracture, and we just got to carry that forward every single time, right? Just got to keep playing, and keep playing, pretty much.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We are back here for VCT Americas, and Bunkar has fully owned the place. Look at that, legs kicked up, chair leaning back, and why not after NRG took down map 1 in convincing fashion?
It did look pretty chill from them. He didn't have to call a timeout that whole map, I don't think. Just hanging out. Their Fracture comp worked. Let's talk about Pearl, though. Map 2 of this series. Both teams have played this one. Energy made a change into this composition the last time we saw them, and honestly, much bigger fan of them playing on the Neon here as compared to that Waylay poster nerfs. I think that Mata's pretty solid on that.
Yeah, I mean, Mata can be good on that one, absolutely. On the other side, there is going to be the Digizin Neon after he was piloting the chamber back on Fracture. Okeanos over to Phoenix as well. And this is a map, Mimi, that NRG picked, even though it was one they lost versus Thunder Thieves last week.
Yeah, I think that even though they ended up losing that map, it's one that is historically just so confident, so consistent for them that they'll have looked at that and reflected and wanted to come back into it. It's one that EG have played a bit, but not with this Phoenix. This is a change from them. going for that Vise as well. Previously, they were playing the Neon Waylay, so interesting to see how this one rolls out. I think that the Vise is a pretty great counter pick into that Neon Solo Duelist comp, so we'll see if it's enough for them as we head into map 2. Reminder, an EG loss here means playoffs are off the table for them.
Well, this game going to start off with a big fight over in main. Ditches in to collect first, and EG have held here even with fewer numbers heading into the fight. Even Calm gets one before being taken down, and in 15 seconds, Mimi, it is now a one-on-one.
Pearl Gaming. Everyone fights for a main. Everyone falls but one on each side. Kiko, where does he expect this Vice to be? You know that he was likely playing the B anchor role. But does he come from spawn? Does he flank around? Where is Bao?
Truthfully, he could be anywhere, so the only way to play it is to keep moving forward. That's the plan for Kiko, scouting out back spawn. Now, digs his heels in on Secret, and that turret could even end up confusing Bao if he thinks it was placed after the spike went down. That's his read on it right now, still confused, getting shot in the side of the head, and Kiko will take this pistol round NRG's way.
Yeah, really nicely played by Kiko there. That turret, as you mentioned, could mean quite a few things, but if he's tucking into Secret, even if a player comes behind the turret in main, it still gives him information. Really nicely done. And this fight was just, you know, very Pearl in its nature. EG hit some great shots, killing that jump peeking player, especially, but all in all, it comes down to who's better in the clutch, and it's Kiko this time.
Jujuzin has decided to go ahead and pick up a Marshall. This is something I was noticing from Evil Geniuses, where in a lot of the round twos, they would go for a Marshall or a Bucky, depending if it's attack defense.
Yeah, and looking at this comp change, if I'm NRG, I'm seeing this switch up, and I'm thinking my two priorities are push away the Phoenix and get mid control. When you're gonna lose is when you just go hard into sites.
Yeah, Ethan has separate priorities, which is kill everyone on the enemy team so I can get my ultimate as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah. There was a gun picked up here by Calm.
Yeah. Calm no armor, but full HP. And Ethan is very sectioned away from his team.
I still struggle to see, even with the gun recovered, how EG gets back into this round.
And the spike plant looks like it's going to be a good one to play from spawn or from heaven.
I mean, look at Ethan, 2 missiles. He's literally sitting in CT doing nothing but waiting.
This is awkward. EG have really eaten up a lot of the clock now. There could be a world where dying and making sure this rifle isn't recoverable is the best play for them. EG have really eaten up the clock. It does not seem like they're playing this one at all. Calm is going to go ahead and call for the retreat here. Gun in hand. Keep that one out of NRG's prying hands.
Yeah, Digicin dies to the spike. Rifle gets saved over from Calm. Hit some nice shots with the lesser weapons to do anything in this round, but fundamentally, I think it is going to come down to a lot of these rounds where it's a fight for mid control. Where the Vice absolutely excels is hard holding main against a Neon that is trying to go in. It's just so tough for her to path through that utility. So if you're NRG, you want to, well, play the style you kind of always like. Slow things down, get space in mid control, look to end most of your sight hits into a split.
But even during that, you still had them taking advantage of some good timings, like Ethan running into the smoke. Maybe even anticipating Okeanos just has a flash in hand, so no one's ready for him.
Yeah. You balance that Vice with the passive hard hold against the Neon with a really proactive other half between that Neon and the Phoenix, who kind of want to constantly fight for extremity.
Man, Mimi, look at mid again. NRG have just blown it up entirely. 3G leaning heavier into A main to start. Still, this site is a tough box to break.
Yeah, NRG wait for some kind of re-clear, but it's not coming. They'll just look to commit to this split, but there's 3 players here.
Yeah, NRG trying to move in now. Good information. Gets Bao a kill. EG still to be dislodged, although Mata has gone barreling into backside. Has cleaned out a pathway for NRG to now plant the spike and keep EG at bay.
2 on 3. Both players for EG clumped up together towards spawn. There's some good crossfires here from NRG.
Tough position to navigate for Evil Geniuses.
I don't think you expect a player street at this point.
Yeah, especially with the attention being drawn by Mata. Mata secures 3 into the round, and just like that, NRG run away with it.
And that's a bonus round converted there. Chances on that round 2. pretty much nothing bought in for EG to win, and on this one, flips the other way. So this is a huge amount of momentum early for NRG.
You know, I've really loved seeing NRG in these last 2 rounds control the mid space for them, and even like putting down a lot of Killjoy utility, not to guard the flanks, but to hold on to the space they took. They had a turret that was covering their backs in mid, then they put an alarm bot up into connector, and it just really started to restrict EG's movements.
Yeah, NRG is a team that's really good with those details. They want to make sure those re-clears can't actually affect them. After going mid, you see EG on their eco heavy stack that space, so NRG casually takes a main. They didn't lose Mata, though. Nice shot from Calm. That'll slow down any exec that NRG want to rip.
Not sure if this makes NRG think that the stack is more or less likely at this point, as they realize, hey, we actually didn't really cover any of our space in mid or B long. EG could have filtered in. So they go 3 in tow to work back towards mid.
Yeah, the read here is good from EG. They still have a heavy art presence, and NRG see nothing on that drone.
It's important for EG, though, that they find the right place to stack and play together with numbers with the bad buy. They're actually sliding up into A main during this, by the way. Brock just held it down and mowed them down, so now the chance is starting to slip for Evil Geniuses. 3 sheriffs patrolling this B site. It does pull out the Armageddon. Wreaking havoc back on Secret is now Evil Geniuses. Try to fire back. Okeanos takes his time. Gets a kill, down to 30 seconds remaining, but no pressure from utility to try and stop this spike from being planted. Now a wall to be thrown in. It's 1-for-1 as the spike continues moving up. Evil Genius is really trying their best, but it means nothing in the face of Brock's Odin.
Did Brock just 180 Odin spray them down?
Yeah, I think that gun should theoretically be too heavy to wield like that, but somehow he gets it done.
Yeah, let's see that again. Okay, here's his opener onto Digizin on that re-clear. And then, yeah, that's a 180 triple spray down. Okay, Brock.
I think at some point during all those twists, you'd have back issues.
Even after seeing him play that gun for so long, the whole team is just laughing after he hits that.
I mean, that wasn't even like crazy like spam tech or no, that was just spinning circles on Evil Geniuses.
Just a sensitivity check. Can you spin around fast enough?
By the way, look at mid, Mimi. Wasting no time.
Yamada's almost in their spawn.
With a judge, by the way, and he goes through this. This is ridiculous. This is disrespectful. He's going to catch the timing. Digizin with an operator actually clears him away.
There's a Neon Judge versus Op fight at 1:25 on the clock.
In spawn. Like, what is going on? Evil Geniuses are getting all the kills. And in similar form to back on Fracture, when NRG just started full sending it on their attack, Evil Geniuses pieced together a few round wins there. Same seems to be the case here with Mata just going full steam to his demise.
I pity the observers after what happened to that round. A fight in spawn. I think most of the kills on site were just spam as well. Just ridiculous.
You don't have anything more for me on that one? What's the idea there? Why is your Neon
Bro, I didn't see what happened. He just ran it down.
He literally just ran through art and then is like, no, usually players are like, you can't actually peek. Like, you have to crouch peek if you want to go down that tunnel. So it's like,
you're almost always just dead if you do that.
Yeah, you're at a major disadvantage if you do it, so you never do it. Mata says, screw that.
And to be fair, he didn't die on pushing through. It was when they actually went to re-clear him.
Yeah.
They had the idea in the back of their head that he could be crazy enough to be there, and he was.
10 seconds left.
I suppose credit to Evil Geniuses for flushing him out. We'll see if they can turn this into something.
I am interested to see what actually happened on the site. We were so distracted by the chaos unfolding in spawn.
If you're not a good
That's a first round win for EG. Here we go again. Yep. Just Neon thinks 1:30 on the clock, by the way.
Now, did we hear him or did we just anticipate? Wow, Mata actually got the shot off too. He was on 23 and then Okeanos just came in behind them through mid.
I think they thought they could heavy fight for backside because they were expecting any players that would have been art or mid to react to that Neon and kind of get caught off guard by 2 players still being their art to fight and cut down that actual execute.
A little false sense of security. This time Mata, a little bit more passive. I mean, he'd already be in spawn if it was last round.
Yeah.
This time he waits for his teammates to catch up to him, baits out the Vise wall, realizing the setup has switched to this side of the map.
And that's enough for NRG to want to back up, maybe explore a little towards another part of the map. I expected them to almost want to walk back into street off of that and see if they can catch the player policing that, knowing the Vice is heavier A.
It's interesting. NRG haven't done anything B long this game, realistically. So Digizin has moved all the way forward, has that posting with the operator. And EG are pretty able to react and stack 3 players on this side of the map behind the Vice stall as the hit comes in. Taking their time for now, and it could just be a lockdown call in a moment.
Yeah, I do like that. They use the dart and the wall to bait out pretty much all the anchor utility.
But now they have to re-clear something. B-long is not going to be a good look for them. It has just been usually going back into mid and art. See what the call is.
They're going street instead.
Yeah, they just threw a dart. They were trying to sell a little bit more pressure over onto A, but now we're moving straight back into Calm.
The interesting thing is DG is so far up that Calm is basically alone here. He'll likely want to retreat long and try and group up with that Neon.
And there's not really space for him to play because the lockdown. He cannot try to deny the spike plant from his position. Kiko gets 1 kill, and that spike will be planted. Just enough coverage on the corner as Bao holds it down into spawn. Headshot through the box isn't quite enough.
That was a weird round, but NRG make the right choice of where to fight now. The players long have to become the strong side.
Calm is out of it. He was already low. Operator didn't mean anything. Now Supa making a whole lot of noise, trying to accomplish something, but the stun comes down. Ethan just toying with his meal. NRG call themselves into a creative finish to the round for the win.
Yeah, now that we're, 4 weeks into hearing Calm listen-ins from all of our teams during the matches, something I've noticed about NRG is when they're playing their post plans, they are one of the absolute best teams at being calm, being very intentional at how they convey information as to what they have in these post plans, and being incredibly decisive at how they choose where to fight. Think about the answers they had to come up with this round. There was 2 players long. They lost their player to someone on the flank. They were getting pinged from spawn as well, and have to very quickly adapt to a situation that is changing basically every second as to how that EG retake is coming in. And I think they made pretty much the best decision they could make in almost every one of those moments with the fights they were choosing to take.
Yeah, I think NRG, this map in particular, has been very good at stepping into empty space, fighting forward as well towards spawn. We even saw that on Fracture on their attack side too. They did a lot of these forward fights, and especially when EG are taking that control of B long or A main, that's really punishing.
And it was even better last map when EG had all of that utility when they were looking to play trap plays, of being able to recognize how your opponent wants to play, step back, and then refight once it's kind of your turn, right? Once they've used all of their tools and you're the team with more agency.
So, Evil Geniuses call their first timeout of Pearl now, trailing by 4 rounds.
And new horizons for NRG. They're exploring towards B long early.
Hey, mix things up, why not? I think NRG saw at least 1 round of this Vise setup over on the B site with that diagonal wall. Bao going for the early spam, got a tiny bit of chip down on Tamada.
Vice wall is still here. And already the alt rip, that is really early.
NRG have been very successful this map at baiting out utility very early on the Vise. That time it's at the ult, but previous rounds it's almost always hunting down for the wall or the thorns.
They also baited out Digizin's ultimate, so now he'll only have that operator in hand to say let it fizzle out.
Just freezing, holding down B long, waiting for him to re-peek. Don't go too far, Digizin. That could be dangerous.
I'm out of here.
Actually, no one even showing for now.
That's the attack smoke getting popped now as they contact up, veil their presence, and look to re-hit towards B.
Yeah, EG have a bad feeling about this, especially when this wall is about to be primed. Digizin smoked out, doesn't see an angle. Wait, that's a missile kill backside. How on earth did that happen? And Digizin doesn't hit his shot either. This round is wraps.
Oh, that's shambolic for EG. You lose a player to utility, your opper whiffs the shot when given a free opportunity onto Ethan. And that is wraps. Oki's gonna try and run with the op. NRG do not want to let him have it.
No more dreams.
Well, Calm's gonna get a kill on the other side. Oki alive for now, but the walls are closing in. Oh no, they're everywhere. They're in our walls, guys. Okeanos, that op, gonna get chucked off the map, I do believe.
Watching this.
And there it goes.
Send off a shot, show you have it before you throw it away.
I like it. I like it. It's those little layers getting in the heads of EG.
To your point, though, it was EG again, I think, being a little trigger happy with using this Vice utility. That previous round where they had 5 players A main and then managed to split back late to B. It was literally the round before this. In both of them, they're just so quick to bait out this util. And as that's happening, Bao was really committed backhaul. Against a team with double salvos, it's really tough to play there.
It wasn't even like there was intense like utility being comboed on him.
No.
Right? It was like there was a nano that was stopping him from getting out the one side, but
yeah, it was a stun left side and then double missiles from Mateo inside as well.
He just had too much ground to cover in too little time.
And the tough thing is, again, that's a round that EG lose after using some of their big ults. And now the advantage changes over to NRG. Not only with the ults, but with the money as well. 2 shotguns brought into this round.
Bucky right around the corner in Supa's hands.
I mean, I don't know how big a disadvantage that really is.
Well, he wants to try and catch the timing. Actually, the first drone got broken. Second drone, I do believe, sees him. Doesn't really matter for the first kill and the second. Sweet movement from Supa in and out of the smoke to collect on 2.
And here comes the next shotgun.
Yeah. Deal with one shotgun, the next one's gonna filter in. Okay, that is the solution. Shotguns and utility. And a whole lot of no fun for NRG.
Yeah, welcome back, guys, to Shotgun Town, USA.
And Mata's just like, no, get me out, please.
He's getting flashbacks to Split.
Please,
not again.
Don't do it to me.
It was nice to dodge out on both of those drones. You think that this comp traditionally is very good to root out players who are looking for that style when you can double up with both the Owl drone and the Teo bug, but this time, they make it work.
Now, can we replicate that? Can we get something going here, evil geniuses? Oh, well, Mata certainly wants to get involved right off the rip. Good hold. Takes Mata down so low, and the counter util is brutal. Nightfall catches all these players.
Yeah, but there's no follow-up off that. It was just an attempt at spam, but the haunt still gets broken and everyone lives.
The duelists are on the wrong side, so now NRG look for that forward fight. Catch out Calm right down the middle of the map. And now on the opposite side of the wall, do they want to go all the way to B? Do they want to hold? Because we've only spent 30 seconds into this round. They've got time.
Yeah, look at Djazin walking all the way back in. Mata is reading this. Holding onto the flank, but maybe not for long enough.
I believe Djazin heard him. So now into the site, NRG advance forward. Bao gets a couple, and EG succeed twice in a row on this B site.
Yeah, good job there from the players left on site to hold that down between Bao and Oki. But that didn't feel like it was a surefire win for EG. I think that they actually made some mistakes in investing this bait ult. It felt like maybe a little miscomp, that no one was actually ready to follow that ult up. I think they were just trying to play for the spam with the haunt, but as soon as that's broken, they don't really get anything for it, luckily. Crossfire was good, the players are confident to keep fighting forward, and they get another round on the board.
I have it under good authority that NRG have called their first time out of the day.
So, Bonkar, feet off the table. Posture,
you think so?
Tilted forward now.
Whoa, he's fully locked in?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I want to see him. I want to see him. I want full confirmation on that. Oh, he's even getting the arms involved, too. Those were behind his head. Those were immobile previously.
He is certainly getting them in there, getting them active.
Look at that. That is the face of a coach who is...
That is the face of a coach.
Yeah, who is, just period. That's all.
Really insightful stuff from you, as always.
Okay, so Mimi, 2 B hits in a row, boarded by evil geniuses. Are there learnings from NRG that they can take? A hits, it's Pearl. These sites, they're on the wrong side of the map. You can't tell me otherwise.
Okay.
You tell me you don't confuse B and A site on this map regularly?
Well, on every map, from the defender's perspective, A is on the left.
Nah, Pearl is different, I'm telling you.
How is it different?
It's different. You just gotta trust me, it's different.
Okay.
A site is B and B is A.
Sorry, what was your question?
My question was, what NRG do?
Go back to playing mid control.
Oh, okay. It's that simple, all right. Well, they're trying the mid dive. Oh my word, it's a little bit of a different look this time as they were wrapping all the way back around onto street.
I don't feel like a 1-for-1 is good enough there when he had ultimate and that's a gun given away.
Yeah, that's certainly favoring NRG at this point. And they're still holding on to connector. What that does is it draws Calm all the way back into spawn. He has to hold this angle because he knows that Mata is crazy enough to go for it again. There's a little droney fella going under that one this time around.
A-side is pretty open for business. I don't think anyone can
We'll see. Yeah, it's completely open for business.
Good night.
Mata just rips the door down and is now in secret. This guy's just flown across the map this round.
I mean, we're retaking with the Outlaw now and Calm on 1 HP. This is real scary.
It is certainly around. It could go Energy's way. Even with the bad buy to start.
There.
Have to dislodge Brock in the middle of sight. That's mission number 1 for Bao. Can he get it done? Yes, he can. And Digizin has his back as well. It's now Mata. Pushed into a corner.
Where is Calm?
Yeah, where is Calm? Calm's waiting for Mata to be flanking. He thinks Mata's over in mid. Certainly not in main. By the time he gets there, it is in time to get the kill and keep things together for EG.
I've gotta go. Gun here.
Very losable in that round for EG. This opening engagement, going 1-for-1, losing your Phoenix with ultimate. A chance for them, but luckily the players who were left in the 3-on-3 for NRG basically had no utility left to work with, and that's a kind of resort to just trying to play these trades, which are very tough to do, into that Outlaw.
Let's go! Yes,
He's breaking the microphone.
I would call that furious, is what I would call that.
That's the energy he's bringing.
Yeah, but like a positive fury, you know, he's ready to take on NRG, bring this back tied up at 6. We'll see. It's going to come again with a quick dive into Art. NRG have fully returned to their mid control. Was so successful back at the start of this map.
And Okeano's back in the same spot. Here's this util, and a volley sent back as we listen into NRG.
Chamber can have beeline.
We can
He can have full
could be
beeline.
an menu as well.
He's really good if we can have
Boys, listen. Push him off the beeline. We just walk A. Come.
Okay, I have Brock do this.
I'll push him off. I have to push him off.
Me and Adam can do it.
Yeah, I'm up here, Adam.
I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm a drone. Wait, they're clearing mid. It's just mid.
I'm picking the speed up. Ready? Pick up star.
I'm with Adam. I'm gonna shock Thorn Adam. I don't know where this ult is.
Mid. He just re-cleared mid.
I'm gonna shock Thorn.
Okay, we're throwing util B.
We're faking B. We're faking B right now.
Take gantry in.
Hey, I gotta walk.
Yeah, take your time.
Triggered wall at B. They know we're not B. They know, guys. They know.
Yeah, I'm running back B. Double fake.
Okay.
Running away.
Okay. I'm faking.
Yeah, nothing on dead. That's fair.
They're leaving B now. Leaving B.
Careful, Adam. Careful.
Comms.
Peeking on top.
Back all, upping.
I'm darting him. I can drone him after. Just chill.
Yeah,
Just wait.
20 seconds. You guys have this, so you have this.
I'm droning the right. I'm gonna ping him.
Gonna go right. We need a smoke or something.
Back off still.
I have nothing
Wait,
yet.
I'm still back off. Yep.
Smoke in 5, guys. Can you slow?
Yeah, holding back off.
Just throw a side smoke. We need to go.
Wait.
They're gonna flood.
I gotta play.
Shoot.
Play safe. Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely dicked. No!
Oh.
Nice.
Time, guys. Time. Chill now.
Hold him.
CT.
I have them. Hit 60.
On me. Look at me.
I see you. Yep. I have them.
Wow, NRG just completely worked the map there, pulling EG all over the world and just crushing that round. I thought that was going to be a lot worse for them, down to the wire on the plant.
So did I. I think what impressed me walking away from the communication is that even when they got so chaotic, and I think in a lot of ways could have or should have been a loss for them when they let that dwindle down to 15 seconds, is how calm and intentional they are, again, with what they're calming for, right? There's 15 seconds on the clock. No one's panicking. Instead, it's very intentional. There's an op here. We need a smoke. Very, very clear from everyone on the team to get on the same page and win that round. And
Last
I mean,
round
poor
in the half.
EG have just been kind of fried by that. Just an insane back and forth. I think they called like 3 different fakes in that round.
Yeah, Ethan heard, as soon as Mata was like, hey, they know we're not B, that was when he had the idea, actually, let's just do a double fake here, and then EG are just going to be sliding around the map.
A lot of duelist players get pretty quiet in comms. They're like hard focusing on their aim, those kind of things, and you know, it makes sense. It's a tough role to play, especially on an agent like Neon. But Mata, I've noticed in their listen-ins, is very, very good at giving good information as to what he's seeing is that tip of the spear, and not just that, but being very clear about what he needs from his utility players to succeed.
And I think because there's so much space in those energy comms, you're allowed to have a lot of people that give very brief moments of information, but you can still navigate it and not get confused.
Yeah, and you hear that Ethan is the IGL there. Isn't like, here's every little detail. Here's how you need to use your utility. Here's how you need to do all this stuff. He can be pretty hands-off and instead just say, okay, my team's calling the fake. I know it's not going to work. We're double faking. That's pretty much all he said that round, besides calling his utility.
Yeah.
But everyone knew exactly what they needed to do to action on it. And that's the kind of thing that you only get with experience, with a lot of time together, and with very intentional focus on how you're communicating.
Absolutely. Well, I don't want to spoil too much here, but if you can read, you'd know that we're having a tech pause at this moment in time. A monitor issue.
What percentage of VCT Americas viewers do you think are illiterate? Do you think there's a
90.
plurality? 90?
90%.
They type in Twitch chat. I think you're all very smart and can read. What was your favorite Magic Schoolhouse?
They type in emotes, Mimi. Those aren't words. They don't count.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah. Monitor issue. It's getting sorted shortly, hopefully here.
Yeah.
Did you say it was a monitor issue?
I did say it was a monitor issue.
I wasn't really listening.
Yeah, it's a headset issue for Mimi. She, for some reason, can't hear me, ever.
It's true. Running problem.
That's what we're pausing for. That's the real tech thing we gotta sort out. That's a sweet mouse pad. Whose mouse pad was that?
I didn't see.
Didn't see that. Oh well, maybe we'll get to see it one more time, but hopefully not. Hopefully not. You know, because we'll just get back into the game. Is the truth. There we go. What is that?
It's kind of a cool little graphic.
Yeah. I wish I could tell you. Oh wait. It's giving. I'm thinking samurai. I see like the mask and the helmet.
Oh, I see what you're saying, like little horns on the helmet kind of thing.
Anyways, we're back into the game.
What would you rate it?
I would rate that mouse pad 7 out of 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Weird scale.
That's how I roll. We're back in though. And Mata, back to actually B main. This is where NRG ran into some problems, but let's see how much he wants to commit in. That's all the way, it would seem, for the last round of the half, and another missile kill. That's Ethan's second of the map. Brock trying to get a util kill of his own, although Mata steals that one away.
He's still going, by the way.
All the way up, yeah. He has not wasted a breath.
I love that they've just given him this license to int. Maybe goes a little too far this time, as that flank is coming in
We got to rein
quick.
it back in. Yeah, we got DG on the other side of things picking up a kill, and NRG have been scrambled. Kiko up inside of the wall, getting way too freaky with it. Now Scuba realizes he's off sides. That spike is not planted for him. Tries to use this wall against the enemy team. Good catch there on the first, but Bao is holding. And EG keep it within 2 at half.
I've changed my tone. Revoke his license.
No more license to int.
Don't let him keep fighting backside. It was a really good start from NRG getting those first 2 picks, but I think they struggled after going for this proactive stuff to figure out how to settle back into a more passive hold. That flank coming through from Digis in made them feel like, again, they had to kind of make a play off of losing the space in main, but they ended up just getting caught by that pinch. Good stuff from EG. They make this winnable as we head towards the second half.
Red Bull gives you wings.
going to be getting the second half underway in just a moment. And reminder, if you haven't been here with us the entire day, Evil Geniuses are playing for their Stage 1 lives right now. A loss here will take them out from contention. They're already down 0-1 in the series, Mimi, but only trail by 2 at the half.
Yeah, I think that, well, there was a pretty tough beginning to this half. They got back in it towards the end, had some nice team fighting on a couple of these later retakes, and now we get to see what they're up to on the attacking side. On paper, comp is pretty solid. You have that Phoenix who's always looking to be strong at fighting for extremities, getting orbs, but a lot of similar strengths from NRG, and a comp for them that tends to excel on defense with the double drone to constantly re-clear and be ahead in the information game.
Well, Evil Geniuses certainly got something cooking up at the end of the half, bringing this one back from 7-1 at a point. And now, actually find themselves in an awkward situation. Mata's come all the way on the flank and procced the wall at 19 seconds into the round.
Yep.
Just keeping that speed up from the first half.
And now they have to be terrified of this flank as he just backs away and instead looks back towards B.
EG have no map control. They can't turn around and deal with that. They can only fight forward. There's going to be 5 people wearing NRG uniforms waiting for him. Good news for EG is that NRG are out of the sight for now, but Ethan's tried to move on in. First kill goes to Com. And now NRG flood on through. It is over in the blink of an eye. This pistol round, EG had nothing going for them at any point. Now Superman in the worst position possible. 3 for Kiko and the round.
Mata died on that retake, but he got his relay bolt off before, and that absolutely decimated the players back hall. And even before that, I mean, this is the most impactful Mata round where he did not get a kill. Full ran through spawn, got complete information. You see these 2 players who are both stunned by that relay bolt and get taken down. Some nice shots from Kiko on that Sheriff to clean it up.
I really think EG have been tested in this map by NRG's just willingness to send it. EG have to react very quickly to that information, and I mean there I think in the setup it was almost lost. Not having a plan B to fall back into. This round, they do have those players guarding the extremities.
But look at NRG, they're such a bully with the utility in the mid round. They have a Killjoy turret posted forward A main, they're re-droning in mid.
Doing? We've got a judge in A main. Oh.
That's really gross. I didn't even see, I think there might have just been a Teo missile at the beginning of the round to escort him into that space.
Well, Com doesn't have any prowlers to clear him, so I'm not loving his odds. Com will have to call in these players in mid to pull some attention of Kiko's.
And look at this, NRG just play the passive mid hole. Keep the forward A main presence, keep the forward B main presence.
And when you hear the turret up here, do you expect there's the Killjoy on top of it, or do you think, oh, that's just a forward turret, Killjoy's holding the other way into the site?
I don't know if you read the judge holding Killjoy in the corner.
Now, Kiko is caught between 5 members of EG right now, and dodges out from the scouting mission. That is, well, another round just like the last. NRG get 3 kills in the blink of an eye. And even if 1 is found on the return, that's Ethan for 3. Are they all the way halfway to that Armageddon?
Super clean stuff from NRG there on the Antico. Again, just being so proactive at dominating map control early. Think about how little they used to actually get these positions. That was just 1 missile to get the Killjoy into main. That was just someone else there to contact up.
Do you see this guy's movement?
Didn't end up mattering too much as Scuba was the only one to fall there.
Crunch time for Evil Geniuses. They lost this critical bonus round for NRG's back in the first half. Cannot allow that to happen again. Luckily for them, they are geared up towards the B side where there's not too much attention, but I'm almost worried for how much NRG could throw down into mid.
Yeah, you see Mata tucked up, just trying to hear any noise towards B long, and being able to react off a flash in street as well, as this reclear is coming so quickly into the round.
Yeah, drone sees nothing.
A very forward jiggle on A as well. They're already suspecting something heavy towards the B side of the map.
But EG are canceling this. They're thinking back to the round 1 where NRG quick rotated over there. So instead, this time, have Supermen patrolling
And with him getting that pick in mid, I think that might make them want to actually double back B, expecting a heavy reaction, which has come from NRG, but they still have to deal with this mid push.
Ooh, Ethan almost caught Bao there.
Oh, they're reading this. NRG are reading into what's happening here. They leave the Killjoy utility towards the A side of the map, let that turn off, and walk 4 players back towards B.
So we're still looking at a stun in Mata's hands, a missile for Ethan, but EG have called away from this again. And the only one that could disrupt anything would have been Ethan in mid, but he decides to fall back instead in full gamble on the B finish.
I think EG have just avoided a disaster here. They looked like they were going to end towards B. Second guess it, and find the open side here on A.
So then the question for EG comes, how do they set up for the post plant? They've got beautiful situation for it, all 5 players alive. This is where you can run your best stuff. Step 1 will be getting DG all the way up into Secret, and that's a run it back pretty early on to flush out Art. Not to find anything. I don't think he spotted the player there. That was right behind it though, and we'll see that. Tejo on the other side. It's a really good hold. EG have so much forward control, and yet still have the numbers to work off of each other. Keep NRG forced out of the round.
Pretty easy stuff in the end for EG. You see how they have to be ready for this proactivity from NRG. They sent a very early re-clear play in towards mid, which successfully found out that this was going to likely be a B finish, but EG had a good reaction. I think that it was Superman there who kind of re-postured into mid, took that timing to catch someone who was walking up and got the kill onto the opposing Astra of Scuba. And that's a moment that opened the round up for EG, meant that NRG was kind of scrambling back and forth on rotations as they just made the right call at the end.
So now Evil Geniuses. Better start to the half than last time around. My concern comes down to when NRG actually find the early fight versus EG, which is exactly what it looks like we're getting here. The firing squad has showed up for the defense, and Digizin pops right into it. Nice shot from Scuba. Will eliminate one of the duelists and the best chance EG have of making it into a site.
This comp is so difficult to play against on the extremities. Either it's an early missile or it's a trap play like that. Either way, it's potent.
And look how quickly the rotates come in. NRG already have 2 of those B players now reinforcing their Killjoy on A.
3 strong here. The turret will give early information. And this is EG basically forced to accelerate into a stack.
They've thrown a lot of utility back on Secret, trying to get the C's into the nade. And Colin is just trying to stick the plant. That is ambitious. As missiles rain in.
Yeah, no one was up far enough to break it for him, so now they have to fight.
Yeah, they're going for this fight, sending everything back into Secret, but Mata was holding for it. Still alive into the corner, and still NRG have the reinforcements. Calm, though. It's brought it into a 1-on-2. Scuba on the other side of the map. So they'll hold for now. NRG choose to regroup, but this has stopped Calm from getting the spike down, and is now trying to navigate his way potentially back into a B finish.
He's trying to go all the way. NRG, though, just stay grouped in spawn, ready to react either side. They know he's low, they know he's alone. Your win condition is just to get the trade and not let him find an early pick.
Taking no chances.
10 seconds
A lot
left.
riding on this round for Evil Geniuses.
Spike
Calm,
planted.
the long-standing member. Now to stop this game from slipping away from NRG, would have to come up big time. Here's the player backside. But now they know exactly where he is. Cannot connect. Mata delivers a brutal blow to EG's chances in this map and in this stage.
NRG's reactions on defense have been too excellent. They read the early B play, get an excellent punish to begin, and are in the perfect position on the other side of the map as well. Just such good stuff from them. I think the defensive calling for NRG has been so impeccable, all year long. Back at Champions as well. This is where Ethan just looks so confident as an IGL when they're playing this double drone, when they constantly have the information, when they're also just a step ahead on the reads.
Yep. By the numbers and really playing that slow macro style has been stalwart of Ethan's calling. But now last chance saloon for Evil Geniuses, trailing 10-6 now and burning their final time out in regulation. Really, what has to be their focus now, Mimi?
Yeah, I think that for EG here, you have to just, I think, play at the beginning of these rounds a little bit slower into things and just look to kind of bait out these reclears. I think that's where the struggle has been, of Energy being able to be so proactive at reclearing space and just over-rotating off of that. I think if you're EG, you need to embed players on extremities early, wait for that reclear, and then kind of double back into space. Because it's so difficult when you have an embed, they get pushed off, and then Energy is still ahead of you on these rotations. That's where they're absolutely thriving here. Their comp is okay if they want to just go for executes as well, but the issue is that Energy is so good with retakes, and because they're so proactive in pushing extremities, they're almost always fast to be in position to flood. So playing hard hits is pretty scary to me if I'm EG.
We'll see what adjustments Mikol had for the team during the timeout. Stepping into a tough situation for the day. Early orb to be claimed by Okeanos, but Evil Geniuses, we're gonna listen to their last chances here in this round.
One straight. He's playing Asher spawn come straight. Come straight, I'm with you straight, okay, I'm with you straight. I'm dying straight.
Push this. Two street, top street.
Yo,
we're gonna go CT. We're gonna go CT. Walk CT with me. Go back it out.
That's either Leviathan.
Keep going. Jump from in.
Spike down B.
I'm ulting bow.
Heavy to
Have the spike.
I have blood. Top side jump.
Yeah, I have you. 70 on Killjoy.
Crossing on the right.
Yeah.
Go rocking.
I'm holding you.
Okay, get it down. Yeah. You're good. No smokes, boys.
Go flank. Give me time.
Planted.
Y'all gotta go together.
Walking right side.
Dark side. Dark from heaven.
Let's fly in.
Yeah, walk in. There's a gap on the right side of that spot.
Yeah, just face map.
No,
I'm walking over face.
One back off. Two back off.
I'm facing. Don't come back on timing.
Player dead.
One more.
Nice try. NT.
Mr. Arnold is feeling it. Feeling it.
Ethan just carved in that round. The 3K to win it out at the end, but also in that, another util kill for him, not even with a missile.
Yeah, getting it with the stun, which only just got granted damage at the beginning of this year. There you see that one connecting as he sprays down to Jazin. And that round looked good for EG in that they got the pick on Mata. Their biggest issue has been NRG pushing through extremities. And there you can see how the tune changes in Mikol's faces. They get that advantage and it's so quickly stolen back away.
EG can't afford to save any longer. With NRG just 2 away from taking the series, Ethan sitting at a comfortable 20 kills to 10 deaths on the Tejo.
NRG looking to make this last week of the group stage for EG a death roll. Eliminate them from the playoffs here and now.
Evil Geniuses have found their way into Art, but that's exactly where Brock wanted them. Ditches in again an early death. Takes away EG's quick approaches into a site.
So tough to accelerate now. And look at Mata again, such a thorn in their side, constantly pushing, aggressive on the extremities.
I mean, NRG have had one guy up here named main multiple times on the defense already. It was that Killjoy Judge or now the op. And it just means that, sure, EG have some control over mid, but NRG don't care. They've got numbers, they've got full information on the map.
Yeah, you look at B site, they have amazing stall utility. You look at A, and Neon is basically in their spawn.
EG, not crazy enough themselves to go all the way down into defense spawn.
These tight angles with the Odin, man.
Yeah, because these walls, they're all pay for that box. You can absolutely carve in. Patient approach from EG pays off, though. And now, Brock is left out in the open. So the only one to shut down the A site would be Mata back in main, now pushed away by the Steel Garden as Ethan creeps up into Secret. No one waiting for him. We've got knives out. What are we doing? Ethan absolutely destroys Evil Geniuses. Stage 1 could just be over for EG. Okeanos feels the walls closing in. Mata, the pressure from behind, delivers the final blow for this round and takes NRG to series point.
EG's picture of where the defenders are, I think has just been muddled this game. It's another one of these moments where they have a chance in a round, they realize that pressure is coming from one direction, a flank is coming in, and I imagine the comms are around coordinating how to fight back into Mata. And while that's happening, the players on the site just try to go for a play that's just not possible. 2 dying there with knives practically out. Just not good enough when you're facing a team like NRG.
EG load up with 4 Guardians and a Dream. A Dream of Okeanos with that Glass Vandal and the run it back available. We need 6 more in a row now. They're going to start off down B long as they have so many of these rounds.
Scuba confident to jiggle in. Backs away. There's players here to stall as EG full send on the exec.
Okeanos nearly just died to utility on the run it back before getting to scout anything, but he will make it into the site. That Killjoy ultimate is still there, and I don't know if Com's going to be able to get out. It is down to the wire, and he barely escapes. It comes at the cost of Mata on the other side, and Mata's waiting for it, but the shots go haywire. Evil Geniuses stay in this one. Those Guardians wreaking havoc against NRG. Down to a 2-on-3 now. Oki pinged away by the drone. Shock takes him low. That's another one up in front. Brock will take the kill. To play spoiler for Evil Geniuses, he's found 3 already. No time left though. Not even gonna take a chance on that spike defuse. Evil Geniuses live to fight another round.
That should not have been a round win for Evil Geniuses. They walked back towards long like they owned the map. And Mata was just sitting there. He should have had a 2K, but whiffs out in this moment against players without guns in hand. And gives EG at least another round in this series. I mean, there's a chance that NRG won this anyway with the work Brock was doing.
Shout out University of Washington there.
Yeah.
Watching the game, trying to rally this team back together. 5 more need to be found. But now EG, at least they've got a better vibe than the last time. Last one they had to do with just the Guardians. Now, a real shot.
This time though, some ultimates for NRG.
Oh! Dear.
Not what you want to see from Kiko.
And the arm again from the defense side. NRG not giving Com any wiggle room. He manages to navigate on through. This is a brilliant execute of the site. Flawless to the full extent of the word.
I mean, sure, but did EG just turn on bullet resist? Neither of the NRG players there could hit a shot.
Hey, you know what? They got the whips in the last round. Maybe they'll get...
They got him this round.
How long can they keep getting them?
Did actually connect one there with the Outlaw, but not getting anything there was pretty rough for NRG. All right, exit works, and NRG will call a timeout now off of that. Hey guys, don't whiff.
Hey, this time they were turned around for Mata on the flank at least.
Yeah.
How many times, is Mata just gonna flank every round? Is this just the move?
His new vibe. Just run it down into their spot. To be fair, it's basically never been punished.
Hey, that's true. Only been punished when he's missed the shots.
Yeah.
That said, NRG will call a timeout of their own to try and buckle down here, although looking at their money, does seem to be a save for them.
Yeah, it looks like Bonka's just looking up to some higher power as he reflects on how to close out this game.
It's like in the Queen's Gambit, you know, you see the pieces moving on the ceiling.
Yeah.
He just sees all the agents walking around on the map. To be in the mind of Bonkar.
Wow. Turns out it's just like a comically tall monitor.
It's actually putting a severe strain on his neck to reach
poor
up
guy.
there. Called the timeout. That was the monitor issue. It's just too high up there. Can we bring it down, please?
Can't see it.
Someone tells me that isn't what it actually was, but here it is, the save for NRG. Interesting, Mata goes for full armor instead of a gun because he has the ultimate, I would assume.
Yeah. Looking to get something done with that.
Yeah, if they end up calling that one in.
Again, Mata starting early, playing anti-flash in that corner where you can also hear if there's footsteps towards B long.
This has been one of the calmer starts for an EG round and an NRG round, frankly. Both of them playing a game of chicken to see who's going to strike first.
EG will have to be the team to make the play, though, as they, again, put their eyes back towards B.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. B finishes 2 for 2 in the last 2 rounds.
Not only do you need to win this round, of course, for EG, but you're also looking to get some farm on Okeanos. And getting a run it back for round 22 would be big for cementing this comeback as something.
Some rifle juggling there. They had an outlaw, but now switch over to full rifles for the execute. Evil Geniuses lodge themselves into the site. We'll see if Mata actually wants to pull the ultimate here. I'm not quite so sure with it.
At least has to wait out these thorns before they can make a go of it.
It's just nothing successful found, no pick or anything for NRG. Makes it a little bit less likely for Mata. And there he goes, he's going for it. That's the first kill for Mata. Can he do a little bit more? Both duelists dealt with. Still problems to be found as Evil Geniuses have the supporting staff from afar. Bao and Calm line up a couple of kills, make that 3 for Bao, and within 3 for Evil Geniuses.
Some good work from Mata, but nothing else to be found. And that's EG again, staying in this one. It's been very simple answers so far. All 3 of these round wins have been straight up B executes. All 3 of them have come down to some somewhat chaotic post plants, and well, all 3 EG have managed to navigate. I'm wondering if NRG wants to try and play more to hard anchor B, or if they just expect a full change up from EG.
Well, I think they want to get in front of a fight because these exec ultimates from EG are palpable. So Mata moves up into A main, sees nothing just yet. Last round, EG were quiet and just went to that same B exec, but this time they have found a pocket. They kept it relatively quiet up until now. Brock just lays him out, though, with the Odin. EG might have forgotten about that one. Saw that a while ago back when they were tempting into the A site, but now the Steel Guardian comes down. Counter utility to slow it down, and Mata right into it. 1 for 1 for him. Still, Evil Geniuses not dismayed for moving further into this site. They are down a number, and that means they have to take some chances. A Nightfall, and Brock is still waiting for it. He has been the problem all half long for Evil Geniuses. Maybe Bao can get something back. He's up in the thick of it now. But he has to move in, and now they've realized he's there. Superman is out, NRG have done it. By keeping it calm here. As it got towards the end, NRG will take their 2nd series win of the stage, advance to 2-2, and eliminate Evil Geniuses from playoffs contention.
NRG had a really rough start to this season, but these last 2 games have looked good for them. A calm approach, great fundamentals, all the things that you know this team for. But it's a heartbreaker delivered here to EG. It's been a while since we've seen an EG make playoffs, an EG that can find that high level of success that they've had far back in the past. But this stage has been something a little bit different. Yet to get that win on the board, not even really feeling that hope of a chance. You know, it was a really tight series last week that they lost. A bit more dominant here, but still, you look at both these maps and you see opportunities where EG maybe could have done more. That's all you wrote for them this season, though, is NRG keeping themselves on that path to playoffs, keeping themselves on the path to London. This was a necessary win for them.
Yeah, honestly, to me, Ethan was just the standout guy today.
2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, and it's also coming in so many major rounds, 2Ks, 3Ks. Ethan really leading from the front in this one. But that is all she wrote for now. We're going to jump back after the break, where we have the Verizon post-match interview waiting for all you fine folks at home.
Energy get the win 2-0 against Evil Geniuses, and I'm here with Scuba to talk a little bit about it. Scuba, it feels like you guys are looking great, are looking stronger every single week, and this time around we got the chance to see Fracture. How long have you been preparing that Fracture? Was it, you know, for a long time in the off season, or was it a little bit more of when you had to make those changes in the comps?
It's been a recent change, the Phoenix and the Waylay. We've been experimenting on the map ever since they said it was going to be released, but that's the comp we came up to, and I'm happy we get to play some more double duelist games.
And something that we haven't talked enough about is the fact that you have a new assistant coach, is Mitch. He actually used to be your teammate in Oxygen.
Yeah.
So what is he bringing to the team?
It's just like a analytic perspective from like an ex-player. So like things that we do in practice, like I don't think this is very good because the other team thinks this. So it's like an insightful view on the game.
And also, speaking of teammates, your next match is going to be against Sentinels. And for the first time in VCT, you're going to be facing Redux, who you play in Cuber Academy with, and also for Oxygen. When you look at him now, does he feel like a different player, or is it the same Redux?
No, that's still my boy. I'm excited to play against him for the first time. It's been a long time since I played with him on Oxygen. We played on Cuber as well, I guess, so that's going to be a fun one.
Do you think Sentinels is looking better? Do you think they're a threat at all, or not?
No, they're definitely looking better ever since Jerwin joined, I think. First game that I sub, unlucky. Now they're looking a lot better with Jerwin and Redux, so yeah, they're looking good.
All right, thank you so much, Scuba. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview, but we have a little bit more of the players to talk about. Is going to be Kiko and Ethan.
Hey guys, we're back. There it is.
Hello.
Hey, Wingman decided he wanted to jump on my shoulder. You know, why not? I also never got to wear one of these things, so kind of cool. In any case, so joining us now, we got Ethan. We have Kiko. Fellas, congratulations on the victory. You know, obviously hard fought. EG did not make that one easy, especially toward the end there. Just, you know, thoughts all around, Ethan, you know, as the leader of this team coming in, you know, this season, how things have gone. Where do you see the future of this team continuing to develop toward? Because, you know, you guys are freaking world champions. You got it.
Yeah, rough start, as you could see. But we're slowly clawing our way back, getting a grasp on things, and people are starting to lock in individually too.
What's the biggest lesson you learned in those losses?
I don't even know. There's so many.
Yeah.
So many mistakes, so many lessons.
Because Bonka was talking about improvements being made to your Pearl, which we kind of saw as well. Because 100 Thieves did kind of rip you, like in terms of the mid control.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they were hard abusing you guys there. So I imagine you guys were working pretty hard on that.
Yeah, we were shown some gaps by the last two teams we played, FURIA and 100 Thieves. So yeah, a lot of learning. We kind of had a little bit of an ego on that map coming out of Santiago.
No, of course. And Kiko, I mean, for you, buddy, like, you know, you're coming into this team, right? Obviously, expectations are as high as ever, but, you know, you're with some people who are just extremely knowledgeable about this game, and obviously you're yourself incredibly smart player. What do you feel like you've been learning in this journey with NRG? Coming from the EMEA side, because you've done a lot over there, but now you're out here, and, you know, of course, pressure is a little different, right?
Yeah, definitely, just because they're the world champs, and it's definitely more of a learning experience being in NA. Different play styles, a lot of different teams, a lot of different sort of gameplay, and yeah, just learning through that, and yeah, just being
You enjoying it?
Yeah, it's fun. It's really fun.
Hey, that's all that matters, man. So long as you're having a good time, that's all that matters. All right, well, speaking of good time, because, you know, I don't know if you guys know, but I like to play games. Okay, I'm a games guy. Ethan knows. He's tolerated me for way too long. Way too long. So it's time to see what we really think about the competition. And we're going to play a game of blank space. So I'm going to read a sentence. And then all you have to do, very simple. You guys should play at home as well. Go ahead. If you're a co-streamer, watching with a co-streamer, go into the chat. Go crazy. All right, so you got to fill in the word with your blank whiteboard. First one. The roster change that has made the biggest impact is blank. Who do you think made the roster change that made the biggest impact? Some good options. Brent, who do you think?
My mind's going blank. I'm looking at it. That wasn't even meant to be a pun, but my mind's going blank.
How do you have a job? All right, let's keep going. Kiko. Neon, actually, base. I do agree with that one, very much so. Disgusting player.
That's a good one.
I think all of FURIA, the whole team.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That was a good one, too.
That's a good one.
Yeah, no, two good choices. All right, next up. Blank is the most overrated team this stage. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I'm sure that there's nothing negative that's going to come out of this one.
Wait a minute.
Brent, who do you think is the most overrated team?
It should be illegal to put your own team.
Ah, fuck.
I think it's illegal to put your own team.
You got me.
To get out of that.
Come on, you got me. You
both
both did it. I appreciate that you guys went for the diplomatic answer, you know, but now...
You could do another team from another region.
Yeah. Why don't you just pick someone you don't like? That's what I said.
No.
Just messing around. Kiko's like, no, I can't do that.
Oh, I ran out of room.
All right. We good?
Yeah.
All right. Kiko.
G2.
G2. Ooh, I love that.
G2?
Oh, Gentlemates. Honestly, look, given how things kind of shaked out, both teams in Chile, like...
I mean, the same as us, basically.
I was going to put myself.
Like O2.
No, and I get it. I respect you guys are going to put yourselves in there, you know? That shows humility. All right, next up, here's another one. We got Blank deserves a lot more hype than they get. This should be a fun one. Who needs to be praised more in the VCT? You know?
Could be
Me personally, I think I need to be praised more. I'm not praised enough.
Yes.
You know,
You're known for your humble nature. I
should be. You know, I just feel like should be whole threads about me, but they're just
I got
not.
a player in mind for this.
Yeah? Oh, who do you have?
I'm not going to say it, yeah.
Come on,
All
right, go for it, Kiko. Go for it.
Dante?
Dante. All right, I do.
Coaches.
Why coaches?
The meta's hard, man. The meta's hard right now.
It is.
Yeah.
Props to the coaches.
I was going to say EU.
Yeah.
Player.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
okay. You know, some good options, All right, fellas, thank you so much for your time. Very much appreciate. Always shout out to Ethan and Kiko for joining us here. Congrats on the win as well. But coming up next, we got one more match today, and it's going to be Leviathan squaring up against MIBR. It's going to be a banger. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you on the other side.
Of course, it's always fun to play against my old team. I have a lot of respect to the coach staff and the players that they have. Blowsin, I really like him as a player. I have been watching him.
Es una de las selecciones que tiene todo el contra.
¡Ah, bueno!
Hazme un favor.
¡No! Pero obviamente sabemos que jugamos contra MIBR. Son un equipazo, tienen jugadores muy impresionantes como Secretlab y Aspas.
Zequinha faz o avanço, sabe do Zepa, abriu na mira, mas ele quem busca. O Aspas ainda consegue trazer o seu. Olha a bazuca!
Que como antes era mi motivación, ahora por más que los tengo de enemigos, siguen siendo mi motivación. No porque sea mi enemigo, es como que lo tengo que sacar de mi mente, al contrario.
Aí tentou trabalhar Zequinha, vai chegando em Aspas agora, quebra dois jogadores na sequência. Mas o Celso ainda vivo, e olha Zequinha no fundo do ponto!
Expect a very fun game against Leviatan. We still believe that we are the best team in America. So yeah, it's gonna be a show.
Oh, baby. Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match on this Friday. It's Leviathan going up against MIBR. I'm Golden Boy. Yes, hello. Good to see you. That's Athena. That is Emily. And you have Brennan.
Notice how you were last even though you're right next to him.
That's
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well,
That's
you know
crazy.
what's funny?
An ego like this guy.
Yeah.
I'm chilling.
Listen,
You just had a whole thing.
As far as I know, I'm the most humble person I know. But let's jump right into the skirmish side selection. We got Neon versus Verno. Ooh.
Woo!
Okay. This should be a fun one.
Clove and Jet. Neon on the Jet, Verno on the Clove.
Now,
Okay.
Oh,
did
who would have thought?
An
Who
op.
thought about an op?
We're opping. We're opping here.
We're
okay.
so back.
Yeah, never would have guessed.
Yeah, because Neon's the one who just goes for the op all the time,
Dude,
right?
if it works,
Yeah.
why fix it?
Would you do that?
No.
Why wouldn't you do it?
She can't op.
Called out in real time.
I will cry on broadcast right now.
The
See if
audio
I
was
care.
crisp too. We all heard that clearly. We heard that clearly.
Okay, wait.
Hey
he's
guys, how
fighting
about we
both of
focus
y'all.
on the skirmish in front of us?
No.
Yeah, definitely not your op skills.
No. Look, he has a Vandal now.
I shouldn't talk. I can't even shoot the gun straight. So.
I wasn't gonna say anything. But.
But you know what? I also was not a pro player.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I mean,
There's
I
flag
think
there.
Neon, I'm going to say right now, he
Yeah.
deserves to lose this for using the operator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude.
Well, he's not.
Dude,
He's
I
not.
mean, why would you- Listen, I get trying
Sucks
to
to
win,
suck,
but
Brandon.
yeah, I mean, he's sucking the fun out of you.
Whoa.
He's a bound me up in the skirmish. I'm going to say it right now. That player's walking by.
Yeah, we got.
No, it is
we
not, but I'll
gotta.
tell
We gotta
him
try
straight.
and like lobby
Well,
them.
I think
you
that's
know?
Neon right there.
No.
Stop
You
using
need
it.
to.
All right, folks. Well, look, guys, Leviathan, they're going to be coming hot into this stage with a 3-win streak, excuse me. That was hard to say. But here's the more important thing here. You had players with massive performances as well. We were waiting for when we were going to see Blows really pop off in some of these maps, and it's exactly what we got out of this team last week, and him specifically.
I may not be able to opt, but you cannot speak, and that's your job. So I think we're fine.
You damn right, girl.
No, but Blowzen, he had such a good game. I mean, especially on this Sky on Vine, it was kind of nasty to watch. The util that he was using, the flashes, just to enable the rest of his team to go. But he was constantly peeking a lot of that util too.
No, he was being so aggressive on the Sky. Oftentimes the entire team was disrespecting NV's util. Whether it was a Viper Molly, Viper Wall, they were just jumping through it, tanking that damage because they knew they were going to get the kill out of it. And I gotta say, I'm really impressed with how LEV is shaping up this stage. Back in kickoff, we saw them playing super passive, playing really just kind of waiting the whole entire game, no matter what map it was. But now in stage 1, we see why they're doing that. They're really great at manipulating the map and forcing Envy specifically to play into them.
There goes King and his minions as they get ready. Because honestly, well, he's kind of like he's kind of, well, I think it's very interesting because he's the veteran coming into this. He's got so much young talent on that team, and they're doing a lot of really great creative stuff. They're being very aggressive.
Team as well.
They are.
They really are. I mean, Emily, you were talking about kind of like the discipline I think they were showcasing, and I think that goes to show even now. And they do speed it up at times, but they show discipline at the right times as well. I've got a Telestrator talking about essentially what they're doing on their ecos and what they did against Envy as well. So this is on Fracture, one of the rounds here. And look at this plan of the eco round, because they actually just send Spike into the maw essentially, and they have players playing anti-flash positions, tucked to the side, breach util being held at the ready because they have a breach, they have a Sky as well. And I, circled them at the wrong time, but you get the idea. I'll play it out. They ended up sending Spike all the way out, but if there was presence from MB, if they were here with an eco idea, they had util ready to help Spike out. So he immediately plays a safe angle. But while they're doing this, the second layer of this is also the players waiting in the wings over towards A, because they are waiting for sound cues. That's Sado as well, holding out, seeing if he can hear from some rotation. So the idea is, okay, we're going to poke, we're going to prod, see if we can find where the eco stack is over towards the site. We're going to send Spike in with a little bit of util here to try and help him out, and they're going to see how much he can get done. He ends up getting onto the site here, but MV, because they were waiting in the wings, they were waiting to follow up, they send all that util forwards, and they try and take him out, but Spike is just essentially saying, how many kills can you get at this point? While the rest of his team now is going to look to see if they can take space elsewhere and pivot because of Sado that we pointed out earlier. This guy is all the way up towards tower already. He pathed all the way through. As soon as he saw all that space, they get a deep smoke in, and they're going to perfectly play off of all of this util forwards, taking and holding the space, making sure that A is entirely theirs for the taking. So really trying to navigate risks when they know that the enemy team are going to be taking risks. They're on an eco, things like that. This cautious style, overly so at the beginning of kickoff, I would say, they've really essentially reined it in and played it at the right moments. That's the really, I think, scary thing about Leviathan right now is they don't disrespect their opponents. Despite the fact that they were beating down on Envy, they were still showing them respect in that way. They don't want to let any advantages slip. That's a scary team.
Yeah, it sounds like a team with a lot of baked-in discipline right out of the gate, which I think is very fascinating. And then we look at the other side and their opponents that they're going to be facing off against. You got MIBR, and look, this is a team with a lot of talent, and I would even argue a lot of discipline as well. But you saw a team struggle to figure out what they could do against Cloud9. Look at this. They couldn't close those maps out. And Emily, you're talking about a team like MIBR, a squad that has championships on the mind, a super team as we were building them at the beginning of the season. Not to take anything away from C9, but it's just very clear that, there's just a little bit more time in the oven here for some of these ideas.
No, there is, and I think it's really funny that we actually did a Telestrator about ecos, because a lot of the rounds that we saw, especially on that Breeze map, were MIBR and Cloud9 trading ecos back and forth. A lot of the times, MIBR were great at kind of just being explosive on their ecos, but at the same time, I don't think they were great at predicting, which is a huge flaw in their overall game plan. I feel like they weren't as tight, I guess, when it came to the rounds that they should be winning. They weren't really focused. They didn't have a main goal for the rounds, and it costed them a lot of them.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of their game plans, especially on defense side, kind of laid on where they were gamble stacking. And if the other team wasn't hitting into where they were gamble stacking, it kind of ended up into this weird retake where no one was kind of on the same page. One by one, we're going out, we're getting these kills, or we're getting traded, and it was just really hard to watch. I think for me, that MIBR that we saw that last match was completely different than the MIBR we've seen 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
for example. They were super aggressive, really good at taking these deep lines, really aggressive. Meanwhile, this time we saw them barely taking elbow. It was just Aspas being a little bit aggressive, but other than that, there wasn't really the time. They didn't have the info, and they were just constantly playing retake. Mizzino just falling off the site. It was just a little bit hard to watch.
You have two very interesting scenarios here. You have a squad coming into this that look like they're playing together perfectly, and a squad coming into this that are struggling to play together, needing to figure it out. It's going to be a challenge without a doubt, because here's a little extra for it as well. If MIBR were to pick up the dub here, they will qualify for playoffs. So this is a very important game for MIBR. And there's also a little bit of extra spice in this matchup as well, because you had two former teammates who are going to be facing off for the first time. Here is King and Tex with Dryad.
MIBR versus LEV might not be a classic, but there's a lot of history between some of these players, including King and Tex. You guys have had a lot of memories together, lifting the Americas trophy, top 3 at Champs. But now you're going against each other for the first time in 2 years. Who has whose number? Who is going to take the advantage?
Hey, I just love my boy. No BM. Just the best team wins. That's it.
What do you think, Dex?
I love my guy, but someone's got to take him out. You know what I mean? Someone's got to end it. You know what I mean? No more slow play. No more, you know what I mean? No more opping. Neon, no more opping. We're coming.
Does that change your opinion or not?
No.
Okay. All good. All good. Best of luck, guys.
Okay, I can see a little rivalry starting to develop there, you know, I like it. Tex and King having some fun there. But of course, we got a lot going on in the server as well, right? You have Spike, who's looking to score, you know, his aces. You got Sato, who of course is continuing to steal them from the poor guy. And this is I am very excited though, I would say this much, Athena, to see Sato just really come into his own on this squad with his personality.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen him really shine in these double duelist roles. His Phoenix being really good with the flashes, the support, and then of course a lot of these kill steals have been on the Waylay. He's been so good. Him and Spike's in going at the same pace, making sure they're taking a lot of those fights together, clearing sites together, making sure the pathing makes a lot of sense. They've just been a phenomenal duo, and I think for Sato, I've seen him kind of really grow, especially on that Waylay.
Yeah, and I was honestly a little surprised to see a Waylay being picked here, but I honestly really like the way they did it, especially on Fracture. I like that he was going in and kind of essentially being a human drone and then having the rest of the utility and Spike to kind of back
or
that
like
up.
the tele round where he was the one.
No, literally,
yeah.
But I
cool.
really liked how they're not using Waylay as like a way to just kind of isolate a pick, but just gain info. Have Spike come in with the rest of the supporting utility, whether that's the breach or whatever it might be, and then have him come in as kind of like a second or third entry and using his concuss that we saw a lot of the times being used super early in rounds, using it as a second wave of utility.
Yeah, it's just an evolution of the player that we've begun to see, and it's very clear that he's only going to continue to improve, given how Leviatan have only just improved week after week. But then he's going to be facing off against, and you know, we have to talk about him, it's Aspas. And there is a lot of conversation here because, you know, we don't know what we're going to be getting out of him in this game, but we do know in that last matchup, Aspas was trying to will the team across the line there. It just did not come to fruition.
I just want to say, I mean, I think my biggest issue of watching MIBR in that last game against Cloud9 was that they never seemed like they were on the same page. And when things were going wrong, they all wanted to resort to hero plays. And so it led to this weird feeling of like, yes, individuals were hitting. And I'm not calling out any mechanics in question. It's just about coordination. Like you can't all be trying to be the hero in an instant and have different ideas across the board, which was evident, even though, listen, it's not going to be reflective in the numbers. They definitely had issues to resolve off the back of that because they ended up losing against Cloud9.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really saw that on Breeze. I feel like a lot of times you'd see them going for execs, but Zekin getting shut down and then Aspas having to make a hero play to kind of gain those 2 or 3 kills on site. If they just weren't doing it like together as much as they should have been.
You know what? I'll give the benefit of the doubt though. Because Aspas' Raise on split, it's really
I like that.
good.
I like that.
I really like a lot of the micro things that he does, especially with his util, with the supportive util that he does. His delay on his nades has been really good. His satcheling, obviously, to get a lot of those vertical spaces.
It's improved a lot.
It's improved a lot. And for me, the biggest thing, too, is using a lot of those Raise nades and those satchels to break utility for the rest of his team. I mean, Zekin wouldn't be able to get out of sight if it wasn't for Aspas majority of the time. And so I feel like he's really opening up to the rest of his team to kind of open like the round essentially and make sure they get onto sites. And so I think he's been doing a really good job, but I agree. I do think it's very individualistic right now.
Yeah, it does feel like, and I mean, you correct me if I'm wrong here, Brent, but it just does feel like for this MIBR team, Aspas normally being a win condition might not be the thing they want to lean on here.
You don't need to with MIBR because the whole squad is so good individually. Yeah. You're going to get round wins that you probably shouldn't have got at all because the individual players are going to bail you out. Like you have so much talent on MIBR, you're stacked. Yeah. But it was just the coordination was going wrong for them. Genuinely, they weren't playing off of each other well. They were getting picked off in silly positions where they shouldn't have been playing in the way that they were. Yeah. We weren't watching the same MIBR that we had seen in the prior weeks. I think that was incredibly evident, and I don't want to take any credit away from Cloud9 for the win as well because they made a series of changes that went really well.
Yeah, I mean, but that's just been a consistency problem since kickoff. They've had a hard time kind of keeping those fundamentals that make them play so well together up every single match after match. So really for me, it's just, will they be able to bring that consistency here? Will they be able to rely and have good fundamentals so that they can succeed together, not just off of those individual plays? Yeah, but then, you know, of course, on the other side, right, you have a team in Leviathan that looks like they are ready to go. Let's actually have an opportunity to hear from that man, as a matter of fact, and get his thoughts on facing off against MIBR.
Nada, la verdad que como antes era mi motivación, ahora por más que los tengo de enemigos, siguen siendo mi motivación. No porque sea mi enemigo, es como que lo tengo que sacar de mi mente, al contrario, siempre uno mismo tiene que aprender de otros jugadores. Así que dentro del partido también voy a aprender de lo que ellos hacen y será un momento más de experiencia para mi vida y para mi carrera. Así que nada, también dentro del partido a seguir con nuestro propio juego y no pensar tanto en los rivales.
All right, so you hear from Neon there, and sounds like we're ready to go, guys. So that's right, folks. Uber, Wyatt, they're going to have you covered on the other side. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be an awesome matchup. It's Leviathan versus MIBR.
When you've played FPS as much as we have, you have tried every mouse, every shape. And we know shape matters. Shape is key. This one has both our experience, our family name, the next piece of our legacy. Built for the big stage, for the biggest moments. The Susanto Brothers Mouse.
Do Rossi impressionantes, ainda vai ter essa cura por aqui, mas o próprio Popping é levado. Virou um contra um. É o Pulsar!
Tex under immense pressure trying to call in reinforcements. Now he doesn't need it. Oh man, keep lining them up for him. He will knock them down. Bring me an R, he says. I'll take my fourth. Welcome back to the catch here at VCT Americas. Mitch Ledsley joined by Wyatt River. We got a match for you here laden with consequences, or at least stakes. We have MIBR, who are hoping to lock up their spot in playoffs, whereas Leviatan, undefeated so far here in Stage 1,
would love to lock up that #1 seed. Neither of these teams have not encountered each other yet this year. They didn't face each other in kickoff. And obviously, it's a game, and this has been teased already, Wyatt, that's kind of laden with some storylines too.
Yeah, absolutely. You're talking about Mizzino, King, Aspas even. You go all the way back to 2022 Reykjavik. That's where Aspas debuted, and that's when LEV with King, Mizzino with Crew, they were going back and forth for the one qualifying spot that Leviatan would have at that event. Then you go towards the partnership league. King and Mizzino, they then team up. Struggles in the first year of partnership, but the second one, they're joined by Aspas. That Leviatan team makes that run at Champs all the way to 3rd place. The highest finish for any players from Latin America. All 3 go their separate ways last year. All 3 kind of middling year at best, you know, with Aspas, MIBR, LEV having struggles, Crew not finding a lot of success. And now, in the present day, it's King, his attempt at a recipe for success of being surrounded by these young upcoming players who have been extremely strong so far this year. And then Mizzino, Aspas joining back together to try and get the magic of that Leviatan team activated, bringing in Zekin. Take a look at the maps here. MIBR, they're going to select Breeze first. Both of these teams are 0-1 on Breeze at the moment. MIBR, they suffered that loss to C9, and in the series where ultimately LEV did beat G2 2-1, that was the one map they lost. It was the first one, and it was kind of a blowout too.
This, to me, is very surprising that we don't see MIBR try and get back onto Split. I think it's one of the maps where their insistence on playing the Raze or jet-based comps doesn't really get punished, right? Still very relevant on that kind of map. We know that Leviatan are going to be permabanning Lotus. They don't want to go there. So interesting that we get Breeze coming up here and a float of Bind, which might be relevant as we advance further on through the piece here. Now, one thing I want to point out is that MIBR do not play a scan initiator on Breeze right now.
Yeah, which I think is some absolute madness, I'm gonna be honest. Over on LEV, though, I was looking to see if they were going to switch their comp after only getting 6 rounds versus G2. And yeah, that is the case. They're now pivoting into the Harbor, which has been ultra popular in Americas. And in addition to that, they're going to bring in the Jet from Neon. Jet, obviously, one of the best agents in the game when you're talking about the ability to take over with the AWP, and Neon is kind of a scoped weapons specialist. So despite him flexing around a lot more post-kickoff, this is an opportunity for him to be a takeover player. As also, listen, Jet is pretty bad overall right now, but if there's a one map where she can get played and is viable, it is Breeze.
Yeah. And obviously, prior to this, we've seen the Phoenix and Neon comps just basically played arbitrarily on every map by Leviatan. They're one of the first teams to adopt it. They're one of the best at it in this region. But now we're starting to see some of the niche cases explored. So Neon will be playing Jet. Spike will be on Neon. You're going to have to get used to it. If you've been following Leviatan so far this stage, this has been a fixture of things. But I'm definitely going to have my eyes closely on MIBR here because they really suffered against the ISO pick from Cloud9 against them. That's a lost series that we kind of glossed over here. Let's jump into the action, though, with Leviatan teasing A with all 5 players.
Yeah, they're going to go in very aggro. And Mizzino can throw up that high touch to try and fight towards backside, just being rushed by Spike. Instant trade found.
I like the disruptive attempt there from Leviatan to set that up. They're already well and truly on this site, though. Mizzino not able to really slow them down whatsoever. Playing from outside of the wall here at the back of the site. We've got 3 players from MIBR, and that high tide has now come down, so it's time to fight. There's actually not a lot of controlling utility to reckon with at this point in the round. Rosine able to deal with Verno. It's up to Zekin, who just runs up on King.
LEV play fully to give the site and play around their Harbor's high tide. No one is actually trying to anchor on site. It's way too dangerous. Like, if you leave your Harbor in that back corner, he's going to be cooked. He's going to be reconned up top. The Neon's running out of right. So they feel like they just need to play off and play to get back in, but they're lacking util because it is a pistol round, right? Outside of that one flash from the sky. And so the crossfires from LEV are just good.
I'm going to be looking pretty closely to see if there is an interest in trying to anchor a bit more into these sites as we get those gun rounds, because that's something that I thought, you know, G2 was especially good, you know, in their showing. Opener on this map. There's Neon lining him up, though, but there's no protection whatsoever for MIBR. Gun down behind the Cove.
What a little read from LEV. Starting off the round expecting some kind of B aggression. That Cove gets thrown in the air, so it's creating like a virtual one-way for a few seconds as it falls. So those players from MIBR in the choke just couldn't see anything.
Neon up on this corner. Slide no good there from Zekin. The follow-up is fine. Neon exits around with 4 kills. We're off to the races. Yeah, I referenced the G2 game because obviously that was Leviatan's last outing on this map. They got crushed. They only got 6 rounds against that team, and a lot of it was good anchoring from G2 in that first half. We didn't actually get to see a whole lot of Leviatan's defense there.
Yeah, there was definitely some critique thrown the way of Sato playing the Neon. Because they have Spike on the team, who is a straight-up Neon specialist. When he burst onto the scene, he was known as just being a one-trick Neon-ranked demon before getting into Challengers. So you want that guy on Neon as much as possible.
It does mean you have a bit of a agent swap here with Sato on controller, which is a rare sight. Here's the fast lane already, though. In there is Spike. Playing up against the corner, it's going to be Tex caught out, and Spike is running rush shot over him before he can react.
Util. That recon into the Astra stun, that's why you like a Sova on this map, because a player backside anchoring is just destroyed.
Bro, never going to let it go, trust me. Leon's able to find a second here, and this round is all but done. Mizzino is forced to rotate into a site that is teaming with Leviatan players. Blows gets to re-clear now with this Aldrone.
And Mizzino should be absolutely deep right here. There's no reason he should be winning this at all. Either angle he goes, there's 2 players ready to face. The execute from LEV there was fire, and MIBR cannot just have one guy loosely anchoring backside. They are going to get run down by this comp. There were so many nice layers to that. There's the cove in the choke immediately from King, gets activated as a shield, so they can't get spammed while they're entering into the site. Look at how deep Spike is able to get, in stereo with the jet. There's a recon backside, it pings Tex, he's immediately stunned. You can't just be one guy holding a site against this comp as an Astra tucked in, hoping the rest of your team is going to flood and save you. You're destroyed. Like, you're actually done.
This is MIBR playing also without a Sentinel, so they really don't have a whole lot of stopping power here. And either they all anchor in the site and fight, or they have to play off of it. We saw the pistol went. Not exactly the best outing for MIBR.
Yeah, this is not a situation where you're on a map where you love to run the Vice, which Tex has been mostly playing so far this stage, to actually slow down a Neon. It's just not really viable here, so.
Second already very low after that initial encounter.
I mean, it almost feels like he is playing that like he was a Vice in that situation, you know? Like trying to stay in and slow them up, but he has no options
Nowhere to
there.
go. It's too easy just to stun them out of position.
Yeah, so LEV right now, they're just spread across the map, trying to ensure that they're not getting pushed by MIBR. They had a great read on that on the first anti-eco, just shutting them down in B-man, but yeah, MIBR also quite spread at the moment, and just playing with a couple Sheriffs. Zekin already super weak.
Blozine saw everything he needed to, or at least he knew that the Sheriff play was off to the right and likely know what he embedded in this B site.
Yeah, and that was the Stinger taking a little jiggle peek out of doors down mid. Just caught and killed.
Oh.
One recon. Well, actually, Blows doesn't have the recon yet, so Aspas isn't in a terrible position, but overwhelmed with the Sheriff. You hate to have a Sheriff against the sliding Neon.
Yeah,
wow, what a shot from Verno.
That's both duelists down to his hand. 13 seconds left for a plant to go off here. 3 up for Leviatan still. The paranoid is slow and reprisal down from MIBR. You're going to try and swing this wall though, and that's maybe why you want the Sky in some cases. At least you have a flash to play off of here, but it's traded out. Zekin was low from that first encounter in the round, has a Stinger to hand, and Tex is in play. King though looking for some action, hasn't seen much of it this round, and he will have Blozine to play off the post-plant position here in A main.
Ooh, they don't know that both have crossed right now, but Blows should have the angle to assist King on site.
I think he just got spotted. Zekin did at least. Jump peek for Blozine. He of course has the shock dart. Could be lethal for Zekin, of course.
That's nice.
And there's the cleanup. Nicely done by King. Able to find a way to wrap around. They didn't know the 2 players had crossed, but Blozine sees it before it's too late.
Yeah, one of the advantages of having the Harbor is that those Cove refreshes are 30 seconds. That's super fast compared to the other smoke stuff. He's able to just cycle those out, have another one for the post plant to play with there to completely throw off those last 2 players from MIBR. Gets the nice little wrap. Free is 2 kills. Already charging that Reckoning back up. He uses it that round because things are awkward, and I'm not mad at that. He gets it so early in the game, right? Just send it out to confirm that win.
So one thing that MIBR's comp actually has is a flash. And you probably want to see them try and make more use of that, at least to maybe fight through some of the high tides that Mizzino sets up for them, try and be disruptive as Leviatan goes for these hits. We ain't seen that.
Oh, that is a deep recon that is about to connect onto Tex, by the way.
Got him.
That's crazy. Oh my god, is this Mizzino too? Neither of them are able to break it? Did Mizzino think he was out of range?
I think Mizzino was
didn't know it was up there, and then
yeah,
like peeked out of double doors and walks into it. All right, well, GG, round's done.
You've lost a round to a recon, legitimately.
The scan initiator conversation on this map versus the solo sky. Rears its ugly head, Mitch.
I'm the devil's advocate about the flash.
I don't think the dog was spotting all those players if you switch the comps around.
It is, and you know what's so funny? When we saw MIBR go up against Cloud9 on this map, recently I was like, oh, C9 love to play the sky, even in some weird cases. You know, I'm getting ready to be mad at them. No, they're playing normal comp, they're playing standard. It's MIBR with the dog. And the internal K9 has become external for MIBR, but they are very behind in this matchup so far. Black team gonna go hunting. Hello.
Wow, that. All right, well, Neo gets both. They save the AWP, but lose the other 2 weapons. LEV are filthy rich. Actually in the 1%. Eat the rich.
So you have to set something up around this operator here. How do you get some relevance against this double controller setup in Aspas? Like, where is the line supposed to be?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're trying to set something up close to fighting A main or B main, but if you take a deep B main peek, maybe you throw a smoke in the window, but you want someone holding that, but everyone else has bad guns, so you can't really be efficiently held if someone swings window and you try to take a close B main peek, but you want to do something aggro, because if you're taking passive lines, you're just going to be standing behind smokes doing nothing. But, you know, he doesn't really have the best support to go crazy aggro here with the AWP.
Yeah.
Maybe A main aggro peek is going to be a little bit better though.
Like an early swing.
Mid doors peek.
Well, you just set up like a one-way in A main and like have it hold an AWP line for a second. Can you get away
but
though,
even then
from a
it's
neon?
like maybe they can throw the A main one way, try to set someone up with a judge in the corner, and then have your AWP posted up in doors mid, or something like that. Yeah, that's the world we live in when everyone has a shotgun.
Yeah. Okay, we forced for this round. 5-0 for Leviatan here.
I mean, Second does have the judge. He might actually push into that A main corner, play behind box, and the AWP is going to take a mid peek.
Yep. Okay.
With the one way. All right.
So not too dissimilar to what you suggested, Wyatt. Not going to see any action on either of those setups though. There's the Cove blooming downward.
Yeah, and look at Tex's position this time. He is much more safe. He will not be dying.
That's a free
this hit on D.
This is where Mizzino had to try and retake from though, that earlier round. It was pretty
Verno
rough.
wants to re-clear elbow, which is going to apply some pressure to Lev, fearing that flank could come in, but they do have Blowsy pretty far back watching that.
Because they just dominate the sites so easily though. At least MIBR have a bit to work with though, right? Seekers are there. We've got Reckoning in play for the defenders. If there's any round in this game where they're going to have something to work with, it's this one. Here come the Mad Cabbages. Up above, though, is the Blade Storm. And Zekin goes very, very low. This gets tricky now for him to play that level of aggressiveness. But Aspas with the op is good, and Zekin's going to get ahead of it straight after Neon. Now another surely. Great blind that came off the Reckoning. Makes it impossible for Sato to do a damn thing about him. Mizzino on the defuse attempt here. Off the side is King, though. Looking dangerous now. 1v2, but has a Reckoning of his own. Sends it in. That's going to be a blind. An issue. Great cloud burst to respond. And King surely sprayed down. He's going to have to go for this. He doesn't have time. He got the diffuser, in fact. And so Verno will try and stick it with 2 seconds left.
Man, that is as close as it gets. MIBR win the round, but at what cost? Big ults used. They get away with just the operator. So the economy is going to be...
Loss bonus resets?
Yeah, in a tough place regardless. But, you know, on the positive, I do like how they played this round with this retake generally. Getting back in with the Reckoning and using Zekin, with his ult to push all the way around back site. Tex just stays alive and kind of retains the space towards half wall so they can get back in and go for that. But look at what it took for them to win a round.
So here's that A main one way. Aldrone could be problematic for Zekin. Oh, they don't see him, they don't spot him. Cloudburst should at least be able to get Neon away. They're going to try and back out. This is fast-paced stuff here at A main, and Neon still asking the question. Zekin in the corner takes a swing now, has to move away. Shock dart licks him, he goes low. Mizzino has to duck back around this corner now. Leviatan still insisting on this A presence.
Yeah, I think Neon just wanted to get out of there and cross, but the spam is good. Second is super weak, but if
this is when the op can get value now.
I mean, yeah, when Aspas can just watch main for free and they're peeking into him. Well, this round should be cooked. And that's good news for MIBR because we were setting this up as they don't have the loss bonus. They only saved one gun. They used their ults. If they lose this round, it feels like this half is completely chalked for them. But now they actually have a chance of getting back into this despite LEV's economy being really good. They're going to continue to buy up.
But there's a nugget in this round, I think, for MIBR to continue to use. It's to slow the game down. Because if Aspas gets to hold a line against a team that's maybe already used our drone, doesn't have that early flurry of control util, cutting up the map with smokes and walls, then he's basically can solo hold one entire side of the map. But it's a question of can MIBR weather the storm in the first 20 seconds of the round and not be forced into retake immediately?
Yeah, it feels like MIBR are no longer comfortable in trying to, playing for some of the straight up retakes when they're lacking the ults. Like they succeeded in the last round because they had them, and they feel like they're going to be able to find more success fighting for this early space, getting Zekin entrenched. This is 2 rounds in a row that they put him here. It didn't come into play on the last one because of the B hit, but they just run it back.
He's just abusing the spherical nature of the code smoke to get under.
It's about stopping LEV and finding advantages before they're in the site, before they have those util setups and the crossfires going.
Yeah.
Let's see what the adaptation is here from LEV. They want to put some emphasis on mid rather than getting battered in the extremity. Oh, just a fast split right into A.
Yeah, it's like a delayed split through A main here. Look how slow Blowzine is going. In fact, he's just out-droning it first while the other arm of this pincer is fighting. Oh, I mean, MIBR, we're not ready for this at all. There's maybe some hope in this mid-presence if Verno can get something going, but that's it.
That's such a new LEV round. They will throw in, we've seen in all of their matches so far, these set ultra-fast executes on pivotal rounds. On that one, with the split through mid, also perfect time to do it. When you know that MIBR are now fighting for extremity control, you push into site, so the guys who are close to A main are fully pinched as those guys go through the middle of the site. And then through main, I'm pretty sure Sato popped his ult to get back A site to confirm the second kill. Like, that's a sick strat that they already have in the book, ready to go, and then they bring it out at the perfect time when MIBR made an adjustment that they can now punish.
Yeah, the read, I think, about extremity
look at
control
Sato. He teleports all the way back right here. This is so sick.
Oh, they're not ready for this at all. Oh, my God. Yeah, that's a set play if I've ever seen one. All you really need is that Omen ultimate to work with. Stunning round. That's what we want to see. That's why King wants to surround himself with these young minds. Owner in the coach's box as well. Clearly.
The young mind of Owner.
young at heart. But he's put something nice together in that previous round. Here's round 9 coming at you.
Yep. LEV are going to keep it simple, try to get a tag with this drone or the recon, probably rip the Sova ult, but that is not going to happen. Oh, great kill from Aspas.
Hunter's Fury going to ring out now. Let's listen to Leviatan as Blowzine tries to open it up.
Não peguei nada. Estou de dastro, vou ter que ficar bom. Quer dedé ou quer põe amarelo de novo?
Não, moca amarelo, moca amarelo.
Tá. Tem smoke em costa. Já tenho. Olha.
Tô?
Nada costa, vou passar a bomba. Direita, viado. Passar a bomba.
Banguei DD, tem costa agora.
Pula,
amarelo.
Pera, tô com time aqui, bom.
Tá.
Tem DD.
Valeu.
Aí foi mal, é a parede. Vamos aqui.
Nice attempt from Blows, yeah, but that fast hit came through. The Sova ult didn't get the value, and MIBR set up a really good retake there. Their retakes look nice when they have ultimates. We've seen that twice now, where you have Tex cut off everything towards main with the wall just in front of Cubby, and then the harbor wall closer, so they divide the map with both of them. Fight close, the harbor wall drops, they can fight a little bit further off the Astra wall, and they even had Verno in the double doors to tie up the loose end of someone from LEV trying to rewrap. We saw that on Sato's point of view. He just gets shot in the side and the round's just done. So, listen, at MIBR, they do have good retakes, but again, it's only happened on rounds where they have ults.
In fairness, I mean, like, Aspas is in the site with the op as well. More than happy to crack some heads together.
Again, there's that drop-down cove, so LEV can work forward. They just want to burst out of this.
This is a golden timing position, though, Wyatt. Okay, there's a reckoning from Leviatan, headed over towards that B side of the map. This is being watched for well and blows in. Yeah, he's just dealt with. Now though, Neon already on the side. Aspas down, that's the operator player missing. Verno's going to try and dog through here, but is hesitant about it. Also try and get as much mileage potentially as possible. And there is a pincer emerging here for MIBR on the retake.
Yeah, how can Lev respond to this? It's tough to take forward space on this B site, so at the moment they are just all gathered up. It feels like MIBR should be able to just pounce on this opportunity.
Flash through, this is MIBR trying to be disruptive midway through the execute. There's still no path, by the way. Neon's going to dash away. Now Zek looking a little bit more dangerous. It's just the Jet solo in the site with the spike out in the open. And there's not a whole lot for Neon to see. And that's by design, MIBR. 3 points of the compass are sitting entrenched, waiting for a sound cue. Neon at 14-6 after 10 rounds. Absolutely no slouch here on the Jet. These are the rounds that are hardest to win. Tech's not showing there from Archers. Neon really trying to hedge his bets with that position, but it's about as good as it gets, and it ain't great.
That was a great round from MIBR again. They're trying to take control of the pace of the game by pushing down one of the extremities early. That time they do it down elbow, and that was the first time they've done that. First they catch blows in. That's really nice.
Just saying, they got the reflash here.
And you said it, there was no time for, there was no timing rather for Lev to ever get the spike down, because they know that at any given moment with that Sky on the flank, they can just pop flash out of that smoke. They're gonna get pushed from tunnel, pushed from half wall. And so they're just congested on the side. Like, it's so hard on B to try and push up and get any space, because there really isn't any to take. So you just end up all being stood back site, and eventually you're going to get collapsed on.
It's like you want to push off. It's kind of like the Lotus C-side problem as well. Like it's tough to push far forward. Well, Verno pinged out there in mid, but it's probably not the most revelatory information for Leviatan.
Neon with the attack off on this round, and a variation from Lev in that they're taking a lot of space up elbow, taking space up mid. They want to see if they can find a pick towards this B side.
Huh, this high tide is actually going to isolate by accident almost. Yeah, Neon, I don't think he realized it at first. But he was cut off. Might have been a fast lane there. And look at Leviatan, they've just kind of given up all the space they contacted too early in the round because of the one harbor wall.
That's a really cool high tide. It denies anyone from elbow to push out effectively while you re-clear all the way down mid and take that space back.
Sarte's going to be... He's on a solo line. No one there to watch him. He was expecting like an info push off the side, but 3 players from MIBR swung that. It's pretty hard to win out on those. Here's a response though. Lev, no, there's just like an overload of players over at B, so they're going to try their luck here against Aspas himself.
They're making it seem like with the Sova drone, with the high tide going up, that they're going to go into that A site, but MIBR are chilling across the map, so this fake is not going to work out. They need to get the kills here.
They did get Verno over out of the site for the time being, but now they're going to stick the land, and there's going to be some frags here for Leviatan. And that spike is still dropped in B main.
Yeah,
just playing for exits.
They did not buy that at all. There was no rotation anywhere across the map in that instance.
But this is another round, Wyatt, where we're seeing a mid-round moment or a method of disruption here from MIBR that really catches Leviatan off. Like, Lev thought they could contact all the way up to Crow's Nest. Seeing that harbor wall come in, Neon calls he has to dash out. He's very uncomfortable in that spot. And then it gets punished.
Yeah, the adaptation from MIBR halfway into the game of running these very disruptive, aggressive early rounds, and then in this case a mid-round, have been the recipe to success. Not playing dry retakes when you don't have the ults. And aside from that one nice preset round that was called by Lev, they have not been able to string anything together at the latter part of this half.
All right, last round of the half coming at you, folks. It's a one-round game after MIBR win. Jeez, quite a number in a row, at least 3. Neon here waiting for some action. Zekin obliges, but Aspas is there at least to take his pound of flesh. Oh, that is beautiful. Look how active Aspas is getting here. Spike dropped. Sato was a loose player yet again punished.
And that is why Aspas will always be trying to play as much Jet as possible. No matter what the meta dictates, he will try to be on his best agent with his best gun. I mean, you could definitely say his best attribute as a player is just how dominant he has been as an AWPer for all of the years he's been playing.
What's the plan here for Spike? He actually might get Verno walking up for him. Cracks on the corner. Spike not ready for that at all. He looked very uncomfortable. Now, may as well see what he can get done for this last round of the half here. King in the mid finds one, and that's that. It's an even half, all said and done. MIBR have adapted to Leviathan.
Yeah, fantastic change to their style of play, realizing that retake approach from early on was not going to work against LEV at all. And they're able to tie it up because of that. And LEV had a brilliant response on that one set strat that they ran with that mid split into A. But outside of that, they were never able to do a thing to nullify MIBR, just accelerating in the early round and really controlling the game tempo.
Yeah, got to be one of the validating moments for a coach or shot caller there as you make big adaptations and they get you some results. And so we've got ourselves a tied game heading into the half on Breeze. Don't go too far. We're headed for a quick break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The last 4 rounds of the first half are snapped up by resurgent MIBR, who kind of cotton on a little bit to the game plan and start getting more active in the early and mid-round as defenders. Now, though, we're going to see them go on attack, and they are making use of this Sky. We're going to be wondering, how can we get good value off of the Trailblazer? Are these flashes going to be well apportioned? Is it going to be enough when you don't have a way to get info deep into the site against Leviatan?
Yeah, the recon is so important at being able to set up your Neon when she's running in so far on these big sites. I also want to look at how this Harbor head-to-head is going to play out, because I think Mizzino had some really creative walls on defense that were very instrumental in winning his team round. So I want to see if King and Lev have that same level of creativity.
So a strict 1-3-1 here from Leviatan with players off of the sites. Now, though, they're going to have to get in there, but not before Blowzine is taking that through the wall. Second handling that quite well. Here's the Trailblazer. A little short-range mission just to check close. For anyone coming back in after the fact, it's going to be Spike, though, at the 4 with the Frenzy. Already dove into the Nebula and has his hands full. Secondly's able to take the trade now, and Verno wants to try and step up himself. He'll have his. And it's 2 players here on Leviatan that have to put this together. They are desperately spread around the site, and King is just hoping for a raw timing. Maybe start to my God. Just in the night. They're just past each other. King onto the site. This is going to really throw things for a loop. And now the other shoe drops. Sato realizes Mizzino's playing off the site, and these teams have encircled each other. It's King. Needs to step up and oh my God! What was that, King? Gross, man. Not enough to win the round, but still utter filth.
That was disgusting, but ultimately irrelevant because the round is still lost.
Tell that to my cardiologist, Wyatt River.
So this execute, you can already kind of see a difference between the 2 harbors. The wall that is being used here from MIBR was way deeper. They take a lot of space, and they actually save the dog for late as well.
From sadness to happiness in 0.5 seconds. Yes, sir.
But that was an interesting use of the Trailblazer. I really want to see how they continue to try to max out the Sky value.
Yeah, obviously it's a really short-ranged recon tool, but
this Paranoia could cook.
Sato holding it. There it goes. Catches on the fork here. One player unaffected by it, though. He's Aspas, and he's able to take the kill. It's weapon advantage being let into here by MIBR as they just trot him up to the site. And as if to invalidate that, Aspas switches to the Classic for his 3rd. Blowzine is hoping to have an exit here. If he can get MIBR down to 2 rifles out of the round, he'll consider that a dub.
Yeah, the 2 kills, that's basically the threshold of we did enough on this eco round. Lev will take it.
They've clocked in. Still, this is concerning now as MIBR seem to have been able to leverage the momentum they built in the first half into a pretty nice attack side pistol round. And a follow-up here that basically leaves Lev with no room to breathe.
It does not seem like Blows has any intention of dying to MIBR, but that might have to be the case unless he catches one on the exit real quick.
Had a little footsteps.
Oh, that's nice.
Frag.
And goes down to the spike. So that's about as good as it could have gone for Blowzine at the end there.
He's the first one before paranoia.
Yeah,
and you still
if that caught Aspas, he's just out a little bit too wide.
Oh, I like that dash.
Yeah. Of course, Spike is just going to be going in there with intentions of assuming they're on the right, going to kill the people that are blinded on the right, but Aspas was out in front, ready to go.
3 weapons had to be rebought though for MIBR.
And usually Aspas won't have to be out in front, ready to go with this comp. That's Zekin's job, so he can play a little bit safer on the executes, as he likes to do. Just
he likes to be second in
as a player,
or follow up on like pretty heavy initiator util, right? Here's some of that. Flash, and Aspas goes in, says, well, that'll do it for me. Onto the side he is, gets the paranoid, but still has a good position. Sato though waits a while, gives him the illusion of safety, and then brings him down. And it's all about Tex now. A very, very lackluster attack round here for MIBR as they run into the brick wall.
Taking that back.
Yeah, they really just hit the pace going forward, and I don't think anyone cleared Sato, so he was able to just get the free kills in the back, and then Spike is able to peek from the left side. Where
did Dog go is my question. Was there Trailblazer into B main, or was it up elbow?
Got to target it, star.
Probably the latter.
Did not see. All I saw was that the flash that went the left side of site didn't ping Spike either, so I don't think they thought someone was playing close there. And so he was able to just set up the little cross with Sato, tucked right side corner here from Texas' point of view, and it was free.
It feels like, yeah, your initiator util is really stretched pretty thin in moments like that. Dog is short range, and well, Guiding Light also can be evaded, right? You don't get a ping, you don't get a scan. It's a little tricky.
And when Neon does begin to pick up the off as well, that's nice from Sato. And then, wow, I mean, Verno was trying to get on the angle. Zekin was not ready for that at all. Again, probably because there wasn't a ping sound there. It was just more focused on someone being around that half-wall area. Okay. But I was just going to say really quick, yeah, with running the Sky and not the Sova, you don't have as good of tools to force an op or off of an angle without that drone or pinging them up with a recon.
They come in MIBR now. Just want to keep their noses out in front. Similar looking round with Lev actually gambling elsewhere. So this is just a more lightly held site. It's an our drone here. Let's listen in MIBR as they hit this B site.
Yeah. I'll dog over right now.
Spike planted.
Stop a spawn. Call smokes.
Is smoke now?
I'm playing on top. Nothing goes
They
up.
don't have
They
flashes,
smoke
guys.
elbow. They
I
smoke
have ult.
elbow.
I have ult if they try to go back.
Guys, if they come through, I flash them all.
I'll call
Guys,
you.
on the front. Neon out. Neon out. Wait, I'm trying to do it.
Backside. I'm gonna play on top. Can you give me a start here?
Backside swinging left.
Downside.
Suck, top.
Last player standing.
Nice try.
Nice try.
I was only that guy.
Yeah, it was one guy that beat the ult.
Well, that was a great retake from Lev. You see a moment there where the new harbor wall height actually really comes into play, because Aspas is up top and he's just looking at water in front of him while the rest of his teammates who are forward are getting completely isolated. Sick little two-piece from Spike. You have Tex on flank watch playing all the way back, so he's not able to contribute to the fight, but I mean, that's not his job to be contributing up there. So that's really just everyone on MIBR being divided by the util and
that wall wrecked them,
picked apart, yeah.
Like Aspas had to sit on the wrong side of it. Verno dropped down and actually tried to play through the high tide and
and he said something about calling to like flash through for them, but the flash did not come at the right time or the right place. Okay, and it's happening.
It's a good outlaw
the neon scoped weapon takeover can begin. We really haven't seen much of it in this stage so far because he's been playing different agents. He has been on the flex roll versus when you go back to kickoff, he was playing tons of Yoru, was opping constantly, and the LEV approach to the game really revolved around that and him as a player. But they've switched up the approach to the game, and it has worked out better, but you're still going to get maps and times where he can pick up an op, he can pick up an outlaw, and he is a force to be reckoned with. This dude is insane with those weapons.
Okay, well, that paranoia is enough to clear A main entirely. So the Verno threat is diminished. The rifle, though, is in the hands of Tex, and he, with the spike in hand, by the way, is pushed right up towards Archers.
Yeah, and with
Blue
this,
Team heard that.
Yeah, he did. And with this man advantage and the great retake util that you have on account of Blow still having the recon, and you're going to have Spike able to get in, has the stun, you have the harbor wall, all that stuff. They're just going to give B-side and retake it.
Oh my god, okay.
Oh, that's a great kill on the cross. Now Liv have to be worried about the flank.
Yeah, flash for the weapon, says Verno, and is ultimately going to be punished by Neon for that. Respected. Important to try and find a way in by a tunnel. There's Zekino on the side. He'll be alone here, and well, he's just met the shorty briefly. Number of guns being dropped away here, but Leviatan are in a decent spot economically.
King did get it to half. That could come into play.
Yep. Second, ready to disrupt here. Half. He'll now step through, and he's brought down. Neon finds 4. Was the halving enough? Just.
Yeah, just barely. That was nerve-wracking. I really felt like the second clutch was about to come through when Spike was just feeling like he wanted to end the round and jump up and took that 1v1, but loses it. That flash from Verno kind of giving some false info there.
Yeah.
Making him think he could have gone for the cross. That was sick from Neon, though, to start the round. A little flick onto Mazzino.
Vertical corrections, man. They are tough.
Wow. I mean, that was a nice shot, too. He is pretty sick with it. This is going to result in the MIBR timeout. How are they going to address Neon having this operator? That is going to be tough. And also, how are they going to address setting up these post plants when we've seen over on that B side that LEV have been able to dominate them? Yeah, that last round, they already had the man advantage, they had the weapon advantage, sure. But looking at the other round prior, MIBR were not set up to deal with that flood back into sight when the retake activated at all. Their players were completely separated. Tex is totally out of the mix in main. Aspas is behind that wall, even playing up top, doesn't know what's going on. The flash wasn't able to connect onto anyone from Verno. They didn't have any counter utility of note, and Spike is just up in their face, deleting them, while the rest of the team are just racing in behind them. Like, this is going to be a really tough situation for MIBR, I feel like, to close out this game. They're fully investing into this round. This is their map pick, after all.
Feels like an inflection point around
Yeah,
MIBR.
absolutely.
Are at least able to sit on this Cosmic Divide, which is going to be fantastic in the post plants. So Tex make great use of it on defense.
And this is a scenario, again, where retaking for LEV could be very advantageous, given that they have King's ult and they have Spike's ult to run back in.
Neon has to spend everything almost there just to get away from the Neon. Still, Zekin's going to command some attention in the middle part of the map, but okay. Through the Cosmic Divide, comes down early, splits the map here. Zekin eventually deals with Blozine. He pushes straight down mid because there's just no information on that position. And now they own this double door spot.
Pretty sick, fast execute. I'm pretty sure because of the wall being up, it was also obscuring the audio for Zekin running around in mid. And King used his Reckoning really early there, by the way. It seemed like he thought there was going to be heavy presence coming through double doors, but it wasn't. It was just Zekin. He sent out a Reckoning that hit nobody. So, massive tool just wasted early on, didn't get value, and now LEV just have to save.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide found more than just that sort of value as being a wall, right? And sort of in terms of blocking up the sound in mid, it also was like breaking up the back of A side here, so it had to be given up entirely by Leviatan.
Yeah, I definitely want to see Zekin's point of view on that replay to see how he was getting away with the kills and if it was the wall kind of influencing what people thought was going on because they couldn't hear. Like, I think that maybe is why King, he was behind the wall and thought there were more people there but didn't have audio, but he just assumed there was a heavier split, so he sent the Reckoning. We'll see that.
So Zekin goes looking for... I mean, sorry, but that's just nice.
Yeah, that's just a crazy timing there.
Dude, he jumped past me and I full whiffed and then I just swung here and one-tapped the sofa. He's so mad.
Yeah, that's kind of what is so obscene about that clip. And obviously he does so with, you know, his movements obscured. Like, King doesn't know what else is going on up there in mid, like I pointed out. Here we go, quick play and elbow here for MIBR. They are going hard at it, and it's Spike who actually wins it out against Zekin. Hunter's Fury as well reveals Verno's position. That's quite telling. That's the solo initiator for MIBR lit up.
Yeah, was that just Verno sending a fast flash into elbow and Zekin trying to capitalize off of it? But he's shut down by Spike. But at least off the noise, MIBR, they find a timing window to get into this A site and get the Spike down. But now they're contending with a retake with tons of utility. King has everything ready to go.
Aldrone here doesn't do a whole lot to shift anything from the site.
Verno could be crucial on this late mid-wrap.
They are now. I think you're aware. You got to do more than that. And there it is, the late re-wrap for Verno. Catches out Sato, who was hoping to try and double down on Aspas' position. This has basically gutted Leviatan's retake potential entirely. But King, he's already in the site. He's been left here and has to try and make something of it. That's Mazzino dealt with. Now maybe a chance to double back, but Neon is out of there. Practically a non-participant.
It's so tough for King. He has to tap it and try to get the star out, and then, I mean, that's just a nightmare. See, in this round, it kind of feels like MIBR making a similar adaptation to what they did on the last half, but in reverse. And that this time they get the Spike down, and before the retake can come in, they do something disruptive, fighting indoors. They have Verno set up for the pinch at the same time. When that fight was taken, he gets a free kill shooting someone in the back. So it's again this disruption before all of that util can come down for the retake. And on the other half, it was disrupting before all that util could come down for the execute, so they didn't have to retake. So it's like the inverse, but kind of the same logic behind the adaptation.
But the three-player retake for Leviatan just got absolutely boomed as they try and make their way down mid. That's the takeaway. That's the second round that we've seen MIBR find success in mid. And that's even after being down a player early. Crow's Nest won't see anything for the time being. Zaka must dive for this. Overdrive at the ready. Into the site behind the Trailblazer here. I don't think it's stuck any information up because it's an MTR site.
Neon does not have an opportunity to find a kill with that high tide in his face. This time, MIBR want to play way closer on the choke points than they did on the last.
Here's a reckoning, though. This makes it a little uncomfortable to work through this part of the map. Not to mention, it cuts Neon out of the action. No M1 there, buddy. No,
Good entry from King. Sure.
All right, and that's the opener. Here's Paranoia, just to check close. Spike actually being affected by it, but he's already going to get himself into elbow now. Cloudburst is pretty telling here. Wants to try and get a shoulder pick, but has to commit against Aspas. Okay, Zumo Mechanics just wins it out. Now Zekin's going to be pushed from both directions, and on Tex, here from a distance, eventually he will be lit up himself. And a comfortable defuse here to make it, again, an even game.
These B retakes from LEV are just so nice. The amount of delay that MIBR had with the high tide, and then after that, they throw up the Reckoning to delay. Yeah, this just straight spam is also definitely pretty helpful for getting back in. But still, the util finds so much value. He has the Cove Lake to throw down, activates the shield. Spike gets that absurd kill backside with the jump, but I think even if he didn't get that kill, there was another guy swinging with him. It was all looking good for LEV, but yeah, it does help when King also gets the spam kill to open things up.
Get out of my way.
One way's going to be an A main here for Leviatan, but I don't think it's going to slow MIBR down at all. No, they're going for it. Neon, though, that's a pretty important kill. Aspas there. The sort of late re-wrap potential's been shut down. No double door action unless it's taken up by Mazzino here.
Oh, and now Second is on the run. MIBR wanted to take some forward space, but well, the mission is still on. Here's Mazzino in the smoke.
The assignment hasn't changed. The reaction from King a little too low. Teammates go face to face there, inches apart. And it's shorty for shorty action there. Zekin onto Neon. Oh, man. Neon getting around. Drop straight on down. Mary Poppins, Tex. Not a damn thing he could do about it. However, Verno here, with that post-plant position, doesn't look like there's any util to play off of, unlikely that flash recovery either. And Sato is flush with util. He'll be able to block this choke up quite happily. But Neon's down. Here's the tap. Verno's going to step up here, some spam through. Sato holding his breath, and Verno will find purchase through the smoke. And a clutch moment powered by Red Bull for young Verno.
Can't help but feel like LEV in that 2v1 were playing at the slowest pace imaginable. Guys, the clock is ticking. Can we accelerate a little bit? I mean, they were slow on the decision making there.
One enemy remaining.
Ridiculous.
I mean, Neon is going off right now.
Enemy remaining.
Sitting at 22 kills.
guy's just flying all over me, dude. It's like a little fly.
That is what flies do. That's why they named him that.
The namesake, the whole thing.
Yeah.
MIBR up mid. This time they want to push through. Flash doesn't connect onto anyone.
Ooh, Spike's dangerous! Oh, man. You got a lot of bullets in that chamber and still not one of them able to do Zekken in. He'll get healed up, top back up to 100. That's important, get a foothold in elbow. Now look at it, Leviatan, they're actually anchored in this site, trying to use some high ground. Sato here with a one-way for himself to play off of, but MIBR have actually slowed it up. Look at them sitting in the choke, this is dangerous. Neon can punish this, but Zekken's waiting for his swing. And Sato is going to be joined here. Well, he was joined by Blodzin, who simply vaporized under the attentions of Mazzino. But King's getting in early. Look at this. Lev being very active at trying to disrupt or at least get insight midway through the hit. And it's working out. Sato's dealt with Mazzino. Now, what do? Fall off this maybe for MIBR. Try and play a safe post plant. King's on the swing, looking to get around the corner, and Zekken is very, very low. Strong wind would have blown him over, but this still puts King in a 1v2. And time is, as always, of the essence. He'll have to walk up on this now, and a double swing might be enough to do him in. In fact, no, he's caught lacking. MIBR get up to 12, again finding a new gear.
Yeah, the last two just group play together and make it easy to deal with King. This was ridiculous.
It's been like that every round.
Real Neon moment here.
Every round.
I mean, Spike was very frustrated in the King there. Cannot blame him.
I mean, it feels like you just have to challenge this over and over and over. You need that control.
That was a good little post plan from Tex, though. He plays that well.
Really important round to win. My goodness, the last two back-to-back. Starting stuff in the post plant for MIBR. Puts them now at match point, or rather map point. Still more to play after this, but here's that flash mid for info in the double door. It does give a sound cue.
It's right back to main. Just straight up execute off the high tide.
No luck there for Sato. Has to fall off that pyramid spot. Just hasn't quite been finding the connections this game.
And with that spike being planted, that gives the reckoning to Mazzino. That's the one ult in play right now.
Definitely going to try and make use of it. He play off of it. Spray there through the fast lane. Catches on the spike. That's the tip of the spear broken out for Leviatan as the smoke clears. It's Sato. Springs forth. Mazzino is dealt with, but MIBR are here for the fight. And Zekken's going to get that overdrive active. Extreme range. Catch on Sato, and it's all down to Neon. In a 1v3 and 18 points of health. Not a comfortable spot to be by any stretch. And MIBR demonstrate why they felt strongly about picking Breeze to start this series. Nice recovery after a brutal last week, and they're on the board in this series.
Yeah, maybe it comes down to some of the player experience, honestly, because I think in those last few rounds when it was in the clutch, gritty moments, it was Lev who were able, or sorry, it was MIBR who were able to dig deep, work better off of each other with the few players that were remaining, or that 1v2 with Verno, and it felt like the players on Lev were slow, just a little bit more, I don't know, confidence, kind of feels like experience that was coming through that allowed them to win out the really tough rounds. Because I think prior to that, both teams displayed a lot of good stuff on this
Absolutely.
map. Honestly, I think this was pretty high quality from both of them. I feel like both of them had a better showing than they did the last time we saw them on Breeze, honestly. That was just kind of a banger map.
Yeah, great start to this series. We are hoping for this one to go all the way to Bayern, but stick around, of course, our next map just around the corner. It'll be Haven. Don't go anywhere.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
do Rossi impressionantes. Ainda vai ter essa cura por aqui. Mas o próprio Popping é levado. Virou 1 contra 1. É o Blondie!
Tex under immense pressure trying to call in reinforcements. Now he doesn't need it. Oh, man. Keep lining him up for him. He will knock them down. Bring me an he says, I'll take my 4th.
If you saw the beginning of this map, I don't think you can predict who ended up winning. MIBR get the win 13-10 on that map of Breeze. And Fraud, it really took everything to bring it back. What was happening after it was 0-6 for the teams to start getting a little bit more active and get that comeback happen?
Yeah, it was a tough start, like losing pistol and then losing 2 gun rounds. Like it almost felt like we didn't even start the game yet. I mean, it was really hard to get a read on them, what they were doing, but I think we just kind of had to set the tone a little bit better on our defense, like start pushing them, not let them feel so comfortable taking all the space they wanted. So I think once we adjust a little bit and actually like played the game out a little bit, because yeah, like you said, like 5 rounds, 6 rounds go by, we felt like we only played 2 rounds. So once we started settling in a little bit more, we got a good read on them, and it kind of transitioned over to the attack side where we had a good read and just had a couple difficulties to close it out, but it was a good game, especially starting off so bad.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to heaven.
MIBR pick up a much-needed victory against Leviathan, map 1 on Breeze. And one of the interesting things about that setup was what we were seeing from both squads, because we were getting a little mirror double duelist setup here. Don't lose wingman.
Oh my
you know?
God,
You gotta
sorry.
keep
He
him-
just so
you gotta keep him-
that game was so exciting.
Yeah,
he's
he's
just jumping out of his seat.
jumping for joy.
Yeah.
But let's talk about this double duelist, because
Oh, yeah.
you know, dueling, double duelists, but more importantly, you heard Fraud talk about it, the aggression. That's what we were starting to see from these roles.
Yeah, the adaptation was really good, because at the beginning it felt like they were going a little bit slower, trying to get onto these sites really slowly, and it did not work out for them. Even on those retakes, they were so slow. A lot of the time we saw the spike going down to such a little amount of time left on the defuse. It was really scary, but what we did see is they started zooming, and this was really in part to the 2 duelists on MIBR, because both Zekken and Aspas, they started taking a lot of those aggressive angles. They were getting onto sites, getting a lot of those trades, and having really good crossfires. And I think we talked a little bit about Aspas in the pre-show about how good he is at that aggression on defense side, and we saw it there with the operator walking down elbow, getting that aggression in.
Yeah, and when it swapped over to that second half, I genuinely really liked what I saw coming in from both double duelists.
Yeah.
I think the way that Zekken and Aspas were playing a lot more cohesive, it really worked for them and won them a lot of these rounds. And I really do gotta say, I like what Fraud said in that interview, how, you know, he felt like they had really good reads on them, because there is something I do want to highlight here for them. If I can get this telestrator going.
Yeah, no, because I know you wanted to talk about it,
Yeah.
because there are great things that we are seeing here from both teams, but most importantly for MIBR, this was, as I mentioned at the top, this was kind of the wake-up that they needed.
Yes, a pivotal moment in that game was when, you know, MIBR, they got destroyed on going for a mid default. Levitt just completely shut them down, and then they took a timeout, they came back, and they had the right read. If we look it up here, let me zoom in real quick. If we look at the mini-map, Lev were set up to do a B main aggression because they just shut down MIBR mid. They thought, you know what, maybe they're gonna go pivot back to their bread and butter, which is just going for straight XX, but that's not what we saw. We saw them setting up for a very fast mid split using all 3 of their ults right after this timeout. So let's see it going here. Let me fast forward for you guys. So what we have here is they pushed down all 3 B main with the Omen and Neon, right? At the same time, we are throwing a Cove mid, using our Ash Roll here in a second to cut off sight, and just full sending our Neon up here.
Yeah.
We see it play out. We see them get heavily pressured here in mid. Let me clear the screen here. And instead of just kind of backing off or trying to force through it, we see Zekken actually pivot back towards this mid site here and let the rest of his team kind of work up towards A main, using that Sky Ult, gaining space. Meanwhile, Zekken, he actually almost had an opportunity to kill that Neon, but went right past him. And instead chose to push through mid and go for this kill here on blows in mid. And then a great call by Verno is, instead of just kind of focusing on sight, he decided to go back towards mid doors and help Crunch to try and keep this space, which ultimately won the round and gave them complete control over A side. Using all 3 of their ults, great call coming in from Coach Fraud, just to kind of keep that momentum, not let Leviathan run away with it. And we saw this repeat throughout the rest of the game. That's actually how they ended up closing out the game, is just kind of running those really fast-paced splits, and it worked out in their favor.
Yeah, it feels like they really sped up the rounds when they realized that the slow defaults just weren't working. And I think that was a really good example because Zekin, he took that timing. Then with the timing, he had that micro play to go back towards mid, like you said, capture rotators. A lot of these little small things is what really added up for MIBR to kind of bring back the momentum.
And this is what they need. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for MIBR, but they need to lock it up in map 2. On the other side for Leviathan, you're looking at a game that was very much within your grasp.
Yeah.
And it slipped away through to some great calls that were being made on your opponent's side. Not necessarily what you were doing wrong. They were having to figure out that puzzle. And it does feel like, Athena, for Leviathan, there is a great opportunity here to really kind of reset things and maybe push us to map 3.
Yeah, it feels like they're really going to have to settle. This is their map pick, which is a good thing. They obviously have something planned. And maybe a lot of those defaults or slow hits, they're going to be able to hold no matter what, because it's really important that they make sure they're ready for that switch up of tempo again from MIBR.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see what's going on over on the other side with Leviathan. We had an opportunity to catch up with Coach Owner heading into map 2.
Our second map is going to be Haven, and it is Lev's map pick. Owner, I want to ask you a little bit about what happened in that last series. It felt like you guys had that lead in the map, and then it kind of slipped through your fingers. Is it something related to the team, or is it maybe a little bit of what the other side for MIBR were doing with Aspas in second?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have it until you close the game. So yeah, we started very well on attack, but I think that there's like a couple of rounds that we could have closed. Like we were like in advantage, 5 against 4, and they played aggro. They won those rounds. So even with losing those rounds was pretty close, you know, on their pick. So of course they also play very well. So I think it's a little bit of both.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology, provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
Well, it's a guaranteed spot on the playoffs on the line in this game for MIBR, but for Leviatan, it's that guaranteed #1 seed heading into playoffs, which for them would be great to coast through comfy and try and get a decent matchup to kick things off, to really galvanize their chances of making it out to a global. But before we get there, we've got a second map in this series. It's time for Haven. Now, after MIBR surprised us with a breeze pick, we're headed off to a map that feels a bit more familiar for both of these teams.
Leviathan destroyed C9 on this map. They pick it into MIBR, who I think look beatable. They beat Loud 13-10, but I feel like there were some flaws in their approach. They've actually made a comp change. Texas is going to be on the chamber instead of the Vice, which I think is maybe a bit peculiar going into a game where you know that LEV are going to be playing Neon Phoenix. That Vice definitely could have gotten some value, so we'll see how they try to switch things up around that. I will also say, on the other hand, I think of all the teams I've watched in Americas, LEV have the best protocols for dealing with Vice utilities, so maybe they just want to take a completely different approach and kind of enable Tex to go crazy.
Yeah, we didn't really have a chance to touch on in the previous round, but having that shock dart in the Sova comps, pretty important to sort of clear out some of that Sentinel util that threatens to offer stopping power against your fast-paced double duelist setups.
Yeah, that's something that MIBR will be lacking with the Fade, but the chamber trip won't be too important compared to if they were playing the Vice. But let's see what LEV are going to do on this pistol. They've got everybody towards C-Long, and it's just a slow walk down from MIBR out double doors.
Tech's already getting pretty far forward here. I'll put that headhunter on the corner. So certainly some action to be seen for the chamber and then a potential to get off that line.
There was no noise on C. They didn't even go for the orb.
Okay, Tech's getting ready now. Spots all of this out. Nice opener there. And head rolling already, and Tex and Zek can combine nicely. That's going to be awkward here for Leviatan to bounce back from. Down on Neon and King. And they're a little split across the map, such that Aspas might be able to drive a wedge between them.
See if Neon is able to make something happen on the rotate back. King pretty low HP at the moment.
Neon could catch a timing crossing, but in fact he might look to get into garage here.
And of course, MIBR can just group up, retake this together. Mazzino has his smokes. He has a paranoia. They have a haunt to play with. Aspas still has the dash.
30 seconds left.
They've got every advantage you could possibly want in this situation.
This is pretty heads up by Aspas to pick up this position. Neon's now giving himself away. Aspas with the approximate location of the rendezvous known.
Player standing.
Doesn't really matter in the end. He'll eventually be able to spring forth and take some shots at the back of Neon. It's on King. 48 points of health. I think this should be pretty illuminating if he's not spotted out by that haunt. On the back of the site, that's one. Not too shabby for King. That's his third for the round. On for the ace if he can somehow find a way through here. Verno steps up quickly and puts MIBR with a pistol round on the board.
Yep, just not going to be any way. MIBR just get a great catch walking down mid. His timing from Tex getting up really close, and he's playing off Zekin, taking contact, just jiggling, you know, a little bit more towards that garage door. Just enables him to get the man advantage, and it's just so simple from there. They have great utility to play the end of round. And for a pistol as well, you're still working with the paranoia, the smokes, and the prowler, the haunt. Like, they got so much to work with, so pretty easy.
Aspas has already taken up the outlaw here. Just playing that A main position. This is a bit more of a passive angle for Tex, but he still does see that Neon presence. Player, not the agent. I mean, the agent's there as well, but I digress.
Spike has gotten really close with this shorty. Okay, that could have been a kill.
The spacing is a bit weird. Sato was ahead of the curve, so to speak. It's a flash and a blaze wall that doesn't really get crossed in the end because there's a defensive one thrown up by Zekin, who's ready with the stinger to go. Hearing all of this scuttering around on the site. Plays on his own flash, gets in there. And 3 on the round for Zekin, make it 4. And of course, that will be all she wrote here for Leviatan. Neon here just looking for Suttons on the way out.
Zekin ult too, by the way. Gets that.
Oh, very
just
cool.
Harvesting all of those eco players, so time to use that to try to win the bonus round.
Yeah, you're playing on curve in that sense. Neon here obviously has no option to go and pick up the spike. He does know that, again, if he can put MIBR in a position where they can only take the outlaw and fan him out of the round, he's happy. But
30 seconds
not
left.
a huge loss for MIBR if they were to lose a player chasing Neon down. It's just that there's not much upside to it either.
Yep, Aspas going to get the free kill there. I mean, you were talking about what's on the line for this game. MIBR are so close to qualifying. I mean, by percentages right now, they are a 93% chance of being able to make it into the playoffs. But there is a world where if they lost this series, next week they could be playing against Envy just straight up for the playoff spot. It would be on the line there. And of course, it's like, yeah, you're going to favor MIBR, but they are not completely out of the woods yet, despite being one of the best teams right now. So there are some crazy permutations at the moment that are going on.
Yeah, there are some teams looking on the from the outside in that could somehow conceivably find their way into playoffs. No one's really safe, with the exception of Leviatan. Timing their taker by Zekin. It's only good for one, though. And while this has disrupted Leviatan somewhat, they still seem to be interested in what's happening here on the A side. A smoke there towards Scuba, though, might have slowed this up a bit.
And if you're Lev, you are happy to see Zekin dead right away. Good catch from King. That is, yeah, legitimately just a situation where Zekin and the team go for an aggro A play rather than playing around his ult for a different timing in the round, or maybe even trying to send it there. And so it's just not going to be relevant here. Though, also, maybe conversely, MIBR just feel like they didn't want to commit the ult on a round like this. They'll just go for an aggro play and save it for when they have the full buy v full buy.
43 seconds. Plenty of time here for Lev to spring this play. It's a weakly held site for MIBR, but it's all of the remaining players set up here. The noise cancel didn't really give Lev the soft side they were hoping for, but now these sound cues have, well, given the game away. They know they can head elsewhere or try to. They are going to be running into Mazino, who made that early rotate out. Can this be working somehow? Oh, yeah, the recon on the back of the site.
Oh,
Mazino had to go
the
for
smoke.
That's cute. Here's Neon now realizing Mazino could be anywhere.
Enemy remaining.
And that will be, he's going to be on his own too. Out in the open with only a Spectre. No good for Mazino, but I like that. I realized he had to go for the kill of the player on the site and dive into the smoke very quickly. Passes out that information rapidly.
Yeah, that was a good little attempt. Nice little play from Mazino, but yeah, it was this catch on Aspas, he whiffs, and then Zekin just tries to get out there, finds the timing. Yeah, gets one, but
One enemy remaining.
pretty light A fight, all things considered. And without that Sova, there's not going to be your standard dart on the defense side going into main. Oftentimes, you're just going to see an instant seize being thrown by Verno. That's really the only option because the Prowler is too short to get there. Not really a good haunt for it either. Yeah, I mean, haunt is thrown in that instance, but now it's Lev just taking up some space towards mid. It looks like King slipped through into short. MIBR definitely have an awareness that could have happened.
Yeah. It looks like Tex there actually rendezvoused quite early, thinking it was a fast B hit. It's going to be a B hit nonetheless, but slower. Zekin, they're going to get taken down, but he's in run it back, so he'll get another bite at the apple. Cosmic Divide, though, here from Leviatan. He's going to back himself through his wall, and it's pretty well set up. Neon and Spike, they were ready for the push there out of short, and it's a 3-on-3 game. Sitting at the back of the spite, Mazino has been biding his time, but behind this Cosmic Divine that blocks the sound of a rotate out, Leviatan might be considering heading elsewhere.
Yeah, they do not want to overcommit, and in fact, they're just going to leave Neon here to see if anybody overpeaks. Maybe he could find the opening. You know, they assume, and correctly assume, that MIBR are going to have their players stacked up towards B, ready to go, and if they recommit, they could definitely just get crunched.
Oh, Neon has the spot for it. That is beautiful. Just a little bit lower than maybe the crosshairs might have been placed for. He's able to take out both those players, and then it's cracked this open, this round wide open. There's a moment of brilliance from a young player now, and Aspas would have to try and salvage.
Yeah, but gets cooked in the 1v1 by his old teammate. Spike was able to just run over to C, get the plant down. This was just sick from Neon. He's hiding in that smoke, expecting the flash out, and then so he's able to get the re-swing, but that two-piece is just lovely.
It's awkward spacing for MIBR, but that's made even worse by the fact that Neon is moving to the right at the same time. Cutting that angle really nicely.
It is just all Neon today for Lev, I will tell you that.
He's playing some seriously good Valorant. I want to keep our eyes out for Sato to have an impact here in this game on the Phoenix, but Neon's not really giving anyone to shoot at.
Well, look at that setup. You know, typically you're playing against an Omen on this map, but with the Astra, uses that recall star to post up your Opper, gets on the angle, and even if the crosshair isn't in the right spot, just a quick shot and he can TP away, and he's not in any serious danger. That's really cool.
Leviatan held the advantage economically here. So they're happy to slow the round down. Don't want to run into rat corners, players with shotguns and the like. So they have time to see if MIBR are going to want to push off for info.
Yeah, they're by very honest from MIBR, though, you know? They're playing a very honest Valorant comp. if you really think about it.
Sure.
Circa, FaZe Clan Invitational, aside from the Chamber, with the Jet plus the Phoenix, which I can't say I'm a massive fan of. I think the Neon Phoenix is just straight up better. This does feel like an instance of I'm Aspas, so I get to do what I want, which means I want to play Jet on Haven, but the Neon Phoenix, I think, is just better.
So there have been projects, I think, on this MIBR team where we've seen Aspas like pick up, the meta duelist for a time. Aspas had a brief Yoru arc. He had a Waylay arc as well.
Brief is an understatement.
Yeah,
is there a word that means briefer than brief? Because
it was very short. But again, that was like, a direction MIBR lent in. But then I think they sort of just said, okay, they're going to use Zekin's flexibility to kind of unlock this team or allow them to still participate in a rapidly evolving meta and put Aspas on a role that he's comfortable with. She's the Jet. And there's Spike sliding out, maybe illustrating why, some of these newer agents might be preferred. But still, this opener was really nice. It is a slight correction for both players. Quiet. Neon's just faster.
But hey, man, that's kind of just what happens when you have Aspas on your team. There's not many players who get to just do whatever they want to do as far as being just comfort maxed all the time, but he's one of them. He is one of them. Some would argue for better or for worse, he is one of them. Given he never leaned into playing Yoru, the best agent that was an off agent. I mean, who's definitely getting critique for that.
By lean, you mean playing more than one map?
Yeah,
okay, sure.
As in playing that agent primarily when it was incredible and 4 oppers. But
if you are Fraud, you are in the position of having to simply put your players in the position where they can most likely succeed. So that's the puzzle you have to figure out.
Yeah, absolutely. When we're looking at this comp on this map, obviously not a lot of data to draw for MIBR because they just played it against Loud. They won 13-10, but the huge majority of the rounds they won, 9 of them, were when they were playing on defense. When they were on attack, they were struggling more to get into sites because when you're running the Phoenix on this map right now, you want it to be your secondary duelist, but Zekin was taking more point because Aspas just naturally plays more like a secondary duelist. So I feel like theoretically you'd want him on the Phoenix here and Zekin to continue playing the Neon. It kind of disrupts the flow of the double duelist game right now, I feel. We'll see if they can kind of tune that up compared to where they were at against Loud, which again, they still won, but they just didn't win that many rounds on attack. They just had such a big advantage.
Flash out here for Zekin. What a timing and what a snap. Reminiscent of what it showed us in mid on Breeze earlier. Just popping out of the smoke and getting an instant kill.
Well, they've been destroyed by the aggro play out of that timeout. Fraud just calling to mix things up in terms of the game tempo. They completely catch out Lev.
All right, Mazzino's
no comment.
Right, look, he's just finding his range, I'd like to say. Blozine. Does he commit to this? Yeah, double swing should do him in. Hey, Mazzino got him. No dramas. With a lot of time left in the round, Neon is extremely unlikely to keep this up, which is not the end of the world, given that Tour de Force is at his disposal. But this is reminiscent of the timeout we saw from MIBR on Breeze, frankly, on that defense side. They decided to go a little bit more up-tempo early in the round. It was plays like Neon that actually suffered most from it. Even though he's still fragged out.
Now, we're in a situation where Neon could save this, but Lev have tons of money. And for MIBR, you don't really want to lose anyone because their money is really bad, except for Aspas. So we might just be at something of a standstill for the remaining 20 seconds.
Yeah, true. If he has Tour de Force anyway, it's going to have like an op-esque weapon for the next round. It's like, well, is it worth the risk trying to run him down?
Yeah, no, like if 2 of them run at him and get killed, then all of a sudden you're in a tough spot. If they lose the next round, they're ecoed. But again, yeah, Aspas was the one guy with money, so he sends it on him.
Bladestorm gets the kill. Operator handed over to the man himself.
But now the Lev wealth will be coming into play. They've got really high impact ults here.
Oh, that is... Look at Spike. Yeah, he's trending in the opposite direction. No timing for him to make a trade. Oh, he really did. Okay. Yep. But look, see? Yeah, he got the frag.
He locked in.
Yes, sir.
Really nice shot, bro.
Yo.
That's killing me. Especially after Zekin just like one-taps the guy on the move.
All right, well, the pace is staying high. Zekin runs it down mid. Here comes the counter Phoenix ult.
Bozine, I think, realizes there's something afoot here. It's scary! And Aspas
Down A.
takes his head clean off the shoulders, and that's a spike loose to boot.
And Sato just ran it down short, but no one was there, and Aspas is just behind the team, destroying them, playing a mini-game.
That is such an odd movement, and he continues just to scale further and further into Leviatan territory. He has single-handedly demolished them.
Absolutely bizarre situation.
Bro, he's so sick. What?
Because the Zekin ult gets removed immediately from Neon. Sato then pops his ult, but runs down short A. No one is there because they're fighting mid. So then Aspas is just able to get in deep, play a bunch of isolated 1v1s, TDM, and just kill everybody. Pretty bizarre situation.
Oh, Zekin. Yeah, he did see that.
He has to take his time, though. He can't drop off
he
the
can't
box.
make sound. Oh,
It
instead!
It doesn't matter.
Hey, there we go. That's snappy.
I think maybe Zekin let him get those after the prior comments made.
He's too nice. Like, he
had
just felt bad about the remarks. He's like, oh, you're up, buddy.
You got this, bro.
Okay. This, though, has MIBR in the lead again after hitting the pistol.
Oh, man. Blozine is not able to get that kill. King can't find the delayed trade. That's a crazy tap.
So is Mazzino able to walk up silently?
2 very aggro rounds back-to-back. And I'm not mad at it there either because Lev have so many ults in that round that you can just throw something super disruptive at them and whatever plans they were trying to lay are just destroyed.
Look, they're conditioning mid-aggression here by smoking, but all are present here on this A side of the map. Tex! Got to hit those. He'll fall back now as the Nightfall does get thrown out here. Hunter's Fury on towards Verno, takes him low. Hard to escape these ones. Blozine has a decent amount of information and an extra tag. Zekin chunked down to 70.
These guys are so weak. Wall comes in to heal himself and damage the planter. Pretty troll.
Molly attempt here. Ooh,
my
that's
God.
value on King. What?
Killed Neon. What?
Would you like fries with that? Neon out of the game. Now to 3 versus 3. Aspas thinking about it, stepping up, and Spike is a little bit too fast for him this time. Leviatan might not be punished for some of these shenanigans in the end.
And Zekin is trying to buy a lot of time for Verno to get here, and it's worth it. He gets the free kill.
Verno's got Prowl on a playoff as well. How does Zekin utilize this? Okay, spot Spike low round.
Spike had 3 bullets.
Zekin, dirty stuff. Spike didn't have the capacity to deal with them, and yeah, this is going to be a defuse here for MIBR. Massive rounds, more orbs going over to Zekin. Ridiculous.
That is such a disaster. Yeah, I think Lev, timeout time. I think you got to take a timeout after that, honestly, just to get the mental back a little bit, because this is a mess. And Neon's blinded and walks into the molly. King goes down to 20. Then he's caught. Oh my God! I mean, caught in the open.
My God.
But then also Spike. Yeah, I mean, Zekin hit that crazy shot, but Spike only had 3 bullets left, or he would have killed Zekin and stayed alive.
Just that incredible confidence.
This had to be a timeout call for Motor. You gotta relax after that.
Well, what's the takeaway from a round like that's supposed to be? Don't step in the molly, of course.
Yeah, get into some real post-plant positions. That's the takeaway from
There's
that.
a bit of milling around that bomb site there. Obviously, the Spike wasn't sort of quite down, and there was some disruption. Zekin's able to throw out a... Bro, he did the most in that round. That blaze wall disrupting the Spike plant, giving him time to actually set up a molly that further disrupts it.
Yeah, it's just weird for the LEV to have gathered up so many players on default, or for Neon to try to rotate there. I mean, it's a chaotic situation, but
I mean, Zekin,
bro, King is already there, getting his plant stopped by util. It's like, yeah.
I thought there was 2 guns on Heaven window. Zekin dry swings, it doesn't get punished for it. 12 and 6. And that's who you want to be rolling at this point in the game. Plenty of those ultimates to come through. Zekin is farming orbs. MIBR are ahead by 2 rounds. So what is the result of this Leviatan timeout? Need some attack rounds, boys.
That's just fast down short, instant stun onto Zekin. Wow, what a kill from Spike. And he is out of there.
I think Zekin was hit with a
Just
relay
that
bolt,
easy.
so no chance to trade off that at all.
Does he seriously just want to push right into this smoke? What is that timing?
Like a Q timing off this? I feel like there might be. Gun barrel spotted. Neon gets out. Has that rendezvous. Almost remembers too late.
In the meantime, though, Verno's getting pressured from long, and yeah, Sato able to get the swing off of the drone. Zekin just trying to refight everywhere. That is basically what you do on Phoenix. You are just constantly flashing and refighting and trying to swing onto people. And he's been pretty successful with that so far, but you would need to have another monster round. Holding this site solo is Lever just noise cutting and re-hitting.
He's used the molly, bought some time. Noise cut hit. This is no information gaining mechanism whatsoever for MIBR. Verno's already down. You're not going to contact off the side if you're the Phoenix. I mean, I guess you could flash yourself out and have a look, but yeah, Zekin is going to have to stick pretty close.
It feels like the only win con here for MIBR is Zekin stays on the site and goes crazy. He's just got to go nuts.
Yeah, I mean,
that's really it.
Aspas is in a different postcode.
Oh, what? That's one.
Okay, pinged out though.
Close.
Bloodstein able to catch Zekin through the corner of the box. And again, MIBR don't have their initiator up, so there's no way to re-clear anything in that mid-round, and so they're spread across the map arbitrarily. They can't help Zekin.
This MIBR cash is still pretty high, so they can try to go for this, and they'd be happy with even just collecting a couple kills.
We'll see, Aspas has been feeling himself. Right, able to duck away. Tech, can he pick up this line? Tough one to push into. Cutting this pie, almost impossible, and Tech says no.
Save time with the operator, even though he's got the ult too.
Yeah, again, it's an economic consideration, which MIBR has been pretty good after, you know, being able to string a number of those rounds together. Tech's not having to rebuy is extremely significant.
So heading into this next round, I'm looking at what the LEV plan is going to be early, because Sato is just one orb away from the run it back.
Because the last one was not inspiring. Oh, no, it was a Nova Pulse that stunned Zekin up. Sick.
Yeah, that's really nice. Spike's first kill rate on Neon, by the way, is the highest in the league. He has 60% success rate in first blood engagements.
It doesn't sound great, right? But the average is what?
I was basically 50.
It's basically 50.
And also for reference, Zekin's is 48%. Because listen, when you're playing Neon, a lot of times you're just running in and getting shot, but you're making space.
Yeah.
So the fact that he's still succeeding in getting first bloods 60% of the time is really good compared to the field.
Yeah, 60%.
The best compared to the field.
It's a 10%, you know, advantage there is huge.
Tex just takes the swing and gets deleted.
What? Okay, Aspas in position. Oh, Cloud Burst here could muddle the mixture somewhat, but Neon is going to find him eventually. Here's Zekin, caught inside the trademark though. Still obviously two flashes. So
oh my god!
The guy is a turret! He just whipped around on Neon. Gross. That's a runner back in play as well. So even if he wasn't successful there, he would have had a second bite of the apple.
He is unbelievable.
Did he literally 360 that?
Mizzino up top as well. What a great setup. Just getting your... Okay. They're having one player entrenched deep. Mizzino swings from up top while the push is coming out of short A.
That was starting to look like a phase sniping montage.
Zekin didn't have a great week against Cloud9, and it feels like he's just taking vengeance on Lev for that.
Oh, a terrible game forward if you want to secure your playoff spots.
Here.
Tex has a golden opportunity to go begging there as Spike's in. Gets up around the corner. Space wall is annoying for Aspas, means he needs to be very wide on the sweep to see past it. Spike not quick enough though, Aspas takes him down. Now we'll be able to fall back, and King doesn't dare test Aspas with a swing. Flash in a garage, gets Sato in position, so this split is underway, and Zekin's got to commit now. That is nicely done. Sato plays back in though, and it's just owned.
Actually, no fear from Zekin. That is such a sick reposition. And now Blazin is just fully isolated in C. They have King spotted out.
How many players are going to go forward in that spot than Zekin did? When you have a molly on you and a smoke in front of you.
Spike down.
Killer instinct for the Pride of New Jersey. Level step up, and yeah, that's King getting caught out. Tour de force employed in that round, and this is MIBR. What, man, 7 defense side rounds just quietly. The fact that they're doing this here on this half with a double duelist comp is insane.
This defense is looking great, and it really has been 2 back-to-back maps where LEV have a bit of a better early start. They didn't win the pistol this time, but they managed to go up 3-2. And then the timeout is called. There's an adjustment made from MIBR where they're controlling the pace of the game fully. So many of these mid-walk downs, incorporating pushes out of A with Zekin as well. And it's just disrupted every plan that LEV are trying to activate early in the round. Like, they can't even get to a competent mid-round because of how MIBR are playing. This time, they're trying to capture the pace completely. They are just right into this B site. They don't want to give MIBR a chance to disrupt them.
And there's no pressure coming in from that B-link area now, so. Sitting in the back of the site rather. Spike has got his job done. Cosmic Divide here. You've got a lot of the very important ultimates in terms of securing a site being used. And now how do MIBR start to pick this apart? They're trying for some flank pressure. There is a trademark there. That is going to reveal Tex. I'm going to get in, jump around a little bit. Spike goes down early. Sato here probably doesn't feel super comfortable on his side of the blaze wall. Tries to flash himself around the corner, but misses that opportunity. Hoping to just go down on a spot that maybe is tradable. Tex eventually falls though on that flank attempt. But what's going to be done about the post-plant setup? Here's the Owl drone for early info. Mazzino has to get this one started now, but he knows, yep, there's going to be a grab well, and unfortunately the body block isn't sufficient. So time has run out here for MIBR. Leviatan clean them up and get 5 rounds in the half.
Yeah, Pose even finds a kill, so he's able to get the ult off at the last second. Fair attempt there on the retake, but LEV, most importantly, I think, were able to shut down the flank from Tex, so then when they can just focus all of their attention forward on the attempt to get the defuse when you've already wasted a lot of time backside, the round is just done from that point onwards, so.
I see Tex having to go for a jump peek around that corner into a crouch to try and fight mid-window. We're a ton of good options there for Leviatan. All right, MIBR here. 7-5 is the scoreline heading into the second half of Haven, so don't go too far. Righto, as we get the second half underway, make sure you head over to expressvpn.com/VCT for in-game rewards with advanced and pro plans right now. QR code on your screen. Check it out, expressvpn.com/VCT. Welcome back to the second half here of Haven. Honestly, we were worried, well, maybe, if you're not an MIBR fan, perhaps that they were going to run away with that first half. 7 defense-sided rounds, really had it on lock. They took a timeout again early on in that first half, and all of a sudden, Zekin's making these pop plays early. They're really starting to make use of a double duelist comp on defense that has to fight.
And last time we saw MIBR on this map, bear in mind, it was a 13-10 win against Loud that I mentioned earlier, but they got 9 of their round wins on defense. Loud actually won 6 rounds when they were on defense, and MIBR only needed 4 to close it out. So I think the question is, will 7 rounds here be enough? Have they improved their attack side significantly since that game?
Off to the races we go. Okay, closing. What a start.
That is a little bit cringe. The multi-sheriff spam into lobby. I mean, that you'll see that with the Odin, but with the multi-sheriff is gross. That is nasty activity.
Well, it just so happens that LEV would really like to win this game, I guess.
Also, I feel like
give away any moral high ground.
Brock
That's fine.
doing that to Tex a lot in kickoff on this map as well when they cooked them. I mean, he's getting more flashbacks right now to start this off.
It is brutal stuff. Yeah, Levitan with a few of those sheriffs already getting put to good use. Okay, so they're on this seaside, but in the blue spot, they actually want to fight into Garage here. Zekin fancies a bit of it. Lozine, though, lines him up. He's going to be low, though. He's got to be real careful. And how much is he supposed to retake if he doesn't fight through there? It's Aspas for 3. And here come MIBR once again. After a brutal start to the round, they maintain the moral high ground.
They are destroyed in that garage refight.
Come on, bro. What has the game become? You can't be doing.
But then later in the round, the Zekin jump through kill onto Spike. Everyone is trying to shoot him, and then MIBR just re-swing onto him.
Yeah, nice round, guys. I had fun.
Hey, look, we're gaming, right? What's not fun about gaming, brother?
Here.
All right, well, I mean, you could just look at the mini-map. I don't think we need to even really call what's going to happen in this round, Mitch.
Yeah, no.
I don't think it's, I mean, we see what's going on.
We have a moment here to take our sidebar.
Yep. And MIBR, they have won both of the pistol rounds now, so listen, they're in prime position to win out this map, guarantee their spot in the playoffs, and it'll be both them and LEV who are locked up for their group. But if LEV come back, like you're saying, there's still some weird potential future permutations where MIBR are playing for their life next week. Also, shout out to RKT from the Leviathan broadcast who put together an insane website, the rktdata.ar, where you can input literally every single permutation possible to figure out who could make playoffs and what the odds are.
It's awesome for
So if you want to nerd out like I was earlier, you know, Bro's a radiochemistry nuclear application specialist, but we got him giving us the Valorant data instead.
Did you just make that up?
No, that's true.
Okay, cool.
but instead he's giving us the Valorant playoff qualification permutations. So
honestly, I think
us.
that's like a potential like evil genius brain being used for good. But
Yeah,
that's fine
exactly.
with me. All right, so MIBR obviously take that round away. Leviatan stack the wrong side and have to retake with no weapons. But that now puts us in a position where we have a 4-round golf between these two teams. MIBR making good on yet another pistol round. Curious to see what Zekin is going to be bringing to this attack side after being so dynamic and frankly hard to read playing out of Garage on D.
So LEV are looking like they're ready for some kind of walk down B or a little contact from the Neon and then a flash. Oh, they are walking it down. It's flank time onto these players from Garage.
Straight up mid. No one really watching this at all. This could get pretty weird. Aspas to be able to trade off this, you'd think, but it will take a wide swing from him. Sato.
Oh, that's a spike, by the way, and the wall is just going to cut off Aspas. They're on the
running.
hunt.
Yeah, I mean, it's too many flashes to deal with. Sato, like a wrecking ball, comes forward. Spike as well, playing out of that Garage. Reminiscent of MIBR on their defense side. And this is what double duelist comps on defense kind of need to do. And MIBR was certainly not ready.
Yeah, by the way, Tech bought an AWP this round. Didn't get a chance to mention that because the action was pretty fast from LEV. Maybe he can clutch out with it. Hold on. Otherwise, that's just a big investment thrown away.
Oh, the timing.
No
oh
way!
My God! Do not cringe. Shoot this man through the wall with Sheriffs in the pistol round. Don't do it. Look at what you've unleashed. The Red Bull clutch for Tex. Stone Cold Killer, everybody.
He had the soul read on those peaks. That's a devastating round loss for LEV. Feels like that's the game, honestly.
One enemy remaining.
It's just ended them. Yeah, he knew exactly where they were going to be coming from.
What's a good way to give an AWPer an opportunity to win a 3v1 clutch? You walk at him.
Yep, one at a time.
Can't advise that strategy for future reference.
Let's play contact, not as a group, but as individuals. Right, that one. That's going to fold you if you're Leviatan. So how do you fight out of this? Now your economy is in absolute shambles. You are resorting to getting your Neon player to rat inside the B site. Pings, though, indicated that there's an awareness of this, but Tex is down. Did he do it again?
That was a... No.
No, he rendezvoused up to the B side.
Rendezvoused out.
Yeah, we're good. It is the Headhunter, not Sheriff.
Well, the stun is going to keep Zekin at bay, at least temporarily, from getting into Garage. And this close setup on B would work out pretty well for LEV, I'd imagine, if MIBR tried to pivot into an exec there. LEV have the right idea on the minimap with everyone towards C.
Rat City, kid. Oh, LEV! Okay, have King stuck in the corner. It's not able to extract any value from there, though, when Zekin wants to push ahead. Straight through the Blaze Wall, finds it, another one. And his backside teaming now.
Oh, no.
30 seconds
Well,
left.
that's unfortunate.
No comment.
Yeah.
No comment, Mish. That's just
has
unlucky.
his bangs singed, and there's MIBR getting a round, honestly, that looked like it really could have gone either way.
Yeah, LEV were positioned really nicely across the map there. They were stacked up on C and time. They had the one player tucked close. You could see he was about to be cleared, but then a jump spot from backside drew the crosshairs away. The shots just weren't connected, though. You know, maybe if there's that 1-for-1 in choke, things are beginning to look differently already as the flood is coming in backside. But that is not the world we lived in. Yep. We live in a world where King died instantly, did not hit a shot, and then Zekin ran around with the Phantom holding down mouse 1 to get his 20th kill of the game.
We're going to see this. Oh, okay.
Oh, he got...
It's unlucky. He was down to 1.
Seized and sucked into that. That's crazy. Holy fade value.
VALORANT is a game where gunplay is paramount and is the centerpiece of this wonderful title. It's 11-5. Timeout.
So far, the setup of MIBR in the past struggling on this attack side in their game against Loud. Not a reality here.
Yeah.
They are just on a 4-round run, up 11-5. Their duelists have 38 kills combined. They are absolutely dominating.
Yeah, I mean, that's a stark contrast to the duelists on Leviatan having 14 kills combined.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Zekin, obviously he's putting up great numbers, but he's doing a great job being able to lead the pack and draw eyes to himself while also being able to get all of these kills.
Yeah.
Now, he's not on the Neon. He's not running around at lightning speed, but it feels like he's still able to accomplish a lot by being that first man in, and Aspas is playing off of him in situations. Like, even think back to the pistol round on this half where that was the case, you know?
You're watching an entry fragger who's always trading up.
All right, well, that stun is massive. Into the suck as well.
Any more from that? Spike brought down. Aspas might have actually given them a way out of this. Sato with the run it back. It's actually alone in the end. Couldn't quite get there to help Spike out. So as the dust settles, it's a 4 versus 4. And Leviatan's still not certain, but this push-up for info here could be quite gainful by King.
Yeah, look at that. Getting all the way into the attacker's spawn, and that's also activated the rotate from Neon, who's getting over towards the A side right now. They have the B-lurk unlocked because of the trip.
They still have the trademark MIBR left behind them, so they still have that early detection for a flank. Floating low. Scary spot to be in, tries to fight Tex, who doesn't quite have the weapon for the occasion here. Sato finally getting on the board. An opportunity to come alive here, and he's cleared the site for the time being. There's flank pressure, yes, but it will be belated. Tex is still up, so his util is still in place, and he's going to walk into a crossfire. Scoped up. No. Say it ain't so. Not again. No chance to trade off that. Somehow, Sato's just not ready. Verno, though, is low, or out of the game.
30 seconds left.
So Tex now this time needs to do another one. Much. Not to be. Sato, 3 kills on the round.
Felt like
Very
Sato
important.
was so worried to have a repeat of history, he didn't even try to re-swing into Tex there, just still walked away slowly. That was some good sight anchoring, though. Honestly, the early round play could have completely destroyed MIBR right off the jump if that 1v1 was won by Spike. But it was some good sight anchoring. I like the pathing from the two players, how they were working that sight anchor smoke that King gave them, playing more towards short, and then Sato was kind of ready for baiting his teammate to push into the smoke when they were chasing him. So that was really well done to finally stabilize.
Okay, this time, Leviatan again push up. Look how deep in mid they're getting.
Yeah, Spike all the way down mid. Flash comes outdoors. How aggro does he get here?
No intention for MIBR, I think, to double back and ever re-clear this. So this pace could be important, though. It's only the one player over on this site for Leviatan. Very quickly, Blowzine has to give it up.
Yeah, LEV are going to be an uncomfortable full retake. They've got the flank potential from Spike, though. This engagement is going to be huge back there. Wow, he wins it out.
Tex had to fight that. He didn't actually have the util to catch that flank. And now you've got one player who's got to be dedicated to watching the flank in Zekin. Meanwhile...
Well, they know there's not a flank anymore. They heard the Neon jumping around, so you can see Zekin, look, he's focusing his attention forward now.
Heaven smoke. Spike going to go for it anyway. Takes a hit on the way down. Still alive within that smoke, and Blows and Sato making use of the fact that Spike has drawn eyes. Mizino wants to try and fight out of hell. He's done a good job of it, but it's not enough. Another good round for Sato, getting his hands dirty inside the A site.
Yeah, that smoke that gets thrown down is nice. Disruption where the Neon can jump out of heaven right into it. The Astro Smoke right on default of sight. I don't probably not of massive influence, but Zekin did mess up his wall. I don't think it connected actually through main. It was just like this awkward on the left by Graffiti. The late recon is super nice there. Just good retake utility, but that round, probably a loss if Spike didn't kill Tex on the flank. Yeah. If he goes down there and you don't have your Neon for the re-entry on a full A retake, retaking A full is a nightmare right now. So getting that advantage and having that, like, at least temporary flank pressure was huge.
So much of that round was about Spike. He was able to stand up and deliver now, finally getting that Neon run that he's been looking for here. Not the best start to this round, but Sato was at least able to take a trade on that C side.
LEV are really starting to mix up the aggression across the map. Crucial win for Neon. And now he'll be able to just retain control of that A line.
Verno gets some util drawn out. Nova Pulse in garages. He might just double back and get the spike here.
Sato just wants the wall. Molly for safety. He's still playing close, so, you know, at least right now, not going to have an opportunity to use his ult. It's way too dangerous.
This does feel like the kind of round, though, where he'd want to have that option.
Yeah, he probably won't. Oh, wow, he will. He's running into garage. MIBR are just going to wait around.
You should have late recon here as well for Blozin. But okay.
Yeah, and King was there just in case they tried to take the opportunity to accelerate to kill him while he was getting out of the ult, but...
King perch. It's a pretty big elimination. On the side here, Sato dicing with death and had to find two, I think, there to really slow things down. Here's the Nightfall coming on the side. In fact, targeted at backside heavily. Blozin able to get clear of it, though. And here's a Hunter's Fury out in response. Plant active. Zekin trying to push off and caught by Neon. So now Verno needs, frankly, just kill these guys in 14 seconds. Feels all but impossible, and he had to wait that Hunter's Fury third bolt out. He'll likely get swarmed in the aftermath of this plant. And lit if he's not careful. Revealed by the Owl drone. Verno knows it. Here comes Neon and blows. Compromising situation here for the youngster on MIBR. Lit up again with that late recon, and there's Neon's third.
Yeah, he has no chance of winning that with the Sova utility. Zekin tried to find timing to be able to push forward, get a kill in the 2v2, but he's just caught by the AWP. Neon with another huge round that's also off the back of him winning the duel against Tex over on A. He is out of control today. Neon is insane right now.
And yet, I mean, Leviatan kind of went invisible in the back half of that Breeze map. They're just going to keep a white-knuckled grip on the reins here because they're still 3 rounds off pace.
Yeah, at the end of that Breeze map, if you remember, what it came down to were those last few rounds in the 2v2s, in the 2v1, LEV were not closing out the rounds when the pressure was really on late, and it was just coming down to a couple players needing to actually shut the door in those instances. Did not happen. That's where MIBR were able to thrive. I think that's where some of their experience with all the players they've got really shone through, right? And so if LEV find themselves in that situation again here, the rest of them are going to have to do more than just Neon. That being said, though, with this LEV team, it's felt like every single week a different player is just going crazy. Last week, Blozin just actually destroyed Envy. This week, Neon, insane. The prior week, Spike's Neon was outrageous. He had a pretty good first map, too, but been struggling a little bit on Haven.
Yeah. Second, 24 kills in 20 rounds. Monstrous performance. And they've still been pretty crucial on many of these attack side rounds, fighting into the site really effectively, making space for Aspas as well to occupy and get value from.
All right, we'll see if Spike wants to push down mid. I mean, last time we saw a round start with the 2 duelists here, they did just walk down mid, and if they do, they could be in some serious danger. No, but with that instant flash, they're just going to play safe. No, they want to what? Oh, they got the re-swing. That's nice.
That is beautiful. Sato and Spike emerge out of B and crack a bunch of heads together. This leaves MIBR reeling. That's the round. The round is over.
Yeah, it's pretty done. Flawless round. Great timing on the re-swing. They hear the players coming out of window. They don't want to play it passive. They know they have better weapons. Just flash, double swing, and at the same time, a smoke was coming down in the window. So they're just hoping to catch the players that were, you know, mid-jump out, and then no one could really re-swing onto them. They can just get back.
Yeah, I mean, your call was, as soon as they heard the flash, that we're going to stay hidden away, but it's two duelists on the defense side. On Haven.
Yeah, it's when they hear that jump, then they're like, actually, we can just go right back in.
Picked up on that really quickly. There's a run it back now, straight up mid once again. Spike trying to slow them down, but it's the op of Neon that's really done some serious work. Zekin's still in the game. He had run it back active, and it's been able to at least get over towards Garage. But the early aggression from Leviatan has been more than MIBR can handle. They fight effectively and trade up here, at least into Garage, but they are down a player with flank pressure in place already by King. Verno mindful of it, but can't be sure, and frankly can't do a whole lot about it.
Yeah, now just asked to try and clutch, except this time it's even harder than before. And it's similar where he's getting immediately tagged by the drone, but now he's against 3 players. He's getting flanked. This one is done. It feels like LEV have really started to find their confidence in these rounds. You know, fighting down mid, Spike popping his ult, and you have Neon up top with the tour de force.
Yeah.
Able to help out Spike in all the chaos where they're trying to kill him. He gets the 1, and then Mazzino is a little late on that dry swing. Already Neon reposted on that angle, gets a free 1.
And what else is this going to do except condition MIBR to a mid early in the round and give Leviatan free flank pressure if they push off the side?
And you know, it didn't work. Also just Aura having the op for a kill and then switching to the tour de force for the second kill.
Okay.
But even though they didn't get the kills, their 2 duelists when they refought in Garage, I still like that they kept the tempo up, get in there immediately, flash, double swing. Like just constant pressure with this Phoenix and with your Neon.
That's pretty disruptive when MIBR can't know when these pops are going to come from the defense side. That's a pretty big hit.
You know, despite that early run, take a look at the MIBR economy. It's, you know, it's starting to get low. The loss bonus is going to be high, but even the fact that LEV have got them to this point is very impressive.
MIBR, I think, happier with a slightly slowed down round. Tex, finally.
Oh, that relay bolt
Yeah,
a little bit
really
off the mark.
behave,
Yeah.
This is, I mean, look at this pace change now. Leviatan don't look comfortable when the round gets stretched out like this. And Spike, oh, he's mindful of it. That is beautiful. Mazzino and Tex both neutralized through mid. Gives Leviatan a real fighting chance in this round. One that could truly break the back of MIBR. And even if MIBR were to win it, they'd still be struggling potentially in the economic sense.
Spike planted.
Neon's flush, though, in a 1v3 with this op. Blaze Wall prevents a pretty significant obstacle for the chamber to play into.
Yeah, just no chance there. Second with probably the highest impact kill of that round. Getting the 1v1 win onto Spike. That was the kill that could have been the opportunity for LEV to win that out in the 2 versus 3. The 2 kills from Spike in mid were great, but
and that's the second
that
time.
one sealed it.
That's the second time you said a kill from Tex could be the game, honestly. He has been involved in these moments that have felt like there's been a seismic shift. So I call that crucial frags, because obviously not exactly topping a scoreboard, but man, when it counts, he is there.
Might be headed to another 13-10. MIBR locking up the spot in the playoffs. LEV full aggro into A main, a lot of damage onto Tex, and they're going to retain that space. And MIBR now, they just want to accelerate into this vacant B site, get spiked down straight away.
They can't really capitalize on this trademark, though. Zekin's going to push up, and Sato is dealt with inside of his ultimate. Rendezvous. Oh my god, the rendezvous away. Aspas does not care. He bullies his way into connector. Now you've got 3 Leviatan players to work with. A cosmic divide. This could be crucial to shut down the post plant, but King can't hold up in the heat. It's on Blozine and Sato, both in the site, both surrounded back-to-back by MIBR, and the paranoia starts to set in. Zekin with a warning flash. More disruption, more to waylay, but Blozine and Sato are in. Now to see Sato decay down, and he can't win it out from there. Close but no cigar for Leviatan, threatening to take us to a 3rd. But MIBR regained their composure, their confidence, and close it out.
Close it out and certify their spot in the playoffs. That was a really solid win. Honestly, I think a lot of impressive stuff from both teams, but when you were talking about that clutch factor on Breeze, it was MIBR who had it late in that game to win it out. And LEV made some good adjustments there towards the end of Haven on the rounds where they were starting to play very aggro, but it just was not enough. They lose both pistols on that map. I think that's a pretty massive influence as well. And shout out to both of the star players in this, Zekin and Neon, just going frag for frag the whole game. Both of them were insane. The hopping today from Neon, outrageous. Zekin's entrying, his Phoenix play was super sick, especially having to kind of be the primary duelist as the Phoenix, not having that Neon to set him up. No, he's setting everyone else up. He's taking the super aggressive lines. He was outrageous today.
Yeah, and what feels like a weekly occurrence, we're going to see a sick game between these teams. Let's head to Dryad for our Verizon post-match interview.
It feels like everybody has a little bit of recency bias, but MIBR, they get the win at the end 2-0 against LEV. And I want to talk to some of the players that are here. Verno, congratulations on the win. I feel like after last match, people were a little bit concerned about MIBR. What do you think was going wrong then that you were able to fix against LEV?
I mean, I think we didn't really know how they were going to play going into the game, is one thing, but most importantly, we just weren't communicating and listening to each other properly on the plans that we were making. So, yeah, I mean, then we let round slip off that, and then we just got snowballed and lost.
And some of the calls that you were making, especially because this map, the first map started 0-6, and then it was a little bit about a comeback for MIBR. What was the call to make sure that you had the right read?
I mean, we just knew how we were going to play. I mean, it doesn't really matter like how much you go down unless you've lost the game already. So I mean, we just kept like playing how we know we should be playing and communicating properly.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. I also want to talk to Mazzino. Mazzino, congratulations. I want to ask you about today and the result that you had. I think a lot of people put LEV. It ended up being MIBR. How do you feel about your own performance from last week to the recovery that everybody had for this one?
As a team, we played totally different. We started playing as a team, literally, and I don't care. Like if I go, I don't know, -20. If I have two guys going insane, that's the important part. Just winning the game and doing the best I can to help them. You know. So yeah, we played very good compared to last week.
I mean, especially because you've always been such a great support player. You have been highlighted multiple times throughout the years because of that. And one of the reasons was because you were always so good at setting up Aspas back 2 years ago. And because of that, how is it like to have Mazzino always setting you up for success? It was before, but the initiator, whoa, now with the controller, maybe not.
Yeah, this guy here on Haven, in the pistol round, he said back left, and the guy was flat. And he said backside left, and the guy was flat.
You were watching at the right.
I was watching the backside left.
No.
Right, left, you know, a little bit of trolling. It's okay, it happens. I have one last question. So next match is going to be against Envy. It's an Envy that has been struggling a little bit, but it's an Envy that can also upset teams when you're expecting it least. What do you think is going to be that main thing to pay attention so they don't get a result or a win at the end?
I think it's getting this game and like watching how we played and just playing our game, imposing our game, and we don't underestimate anyone. So yeah, we're just gonna be our best against them.
What do you think, Aspas?
I agree with him. This guy is smart.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you guys so much. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview, but we're gonna send it to the couch with some more of the LEV players.
No, Dan, I think you might get that wrong. He used to be on LEV.
Not anymore.
He's not anymore. Not anymore. He exercised that demon today. We have Zekin coming in a second here, of course, joined by Tex. Congratulations on the win, man.
Appreciate it.
You know, we had some moments where you and King had some banter back and forth, and it was the first time you guys played against each other. Did that like reinforce anything at all for you, or did you feel like you played against a different version of your former teammate?
Honestly, he's still good. He's still got the movement. He's still making good decisions. Honestly, he's just a good player. It's always fun to play against your old teammates. Honestly, it's like a whole nother motivation. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm going to play one more DM so I beat King.
That's completely fair. Zekin, welcome, buddy.
Thank you.
Last week, you guys had a bit of a rough one. And yeah, I was telling Tex earlier, spoke with Fraud extensively.
Oh, wow.
This was the prediction, which by the way, Kurt didn't even let me know that he was flying this. So I just want to say, Kurt, you are a demon. In any case, though.
We got 9 comedians. I'm kidding.
No, genuinely 9 comedians. And I want to talk about that because I think looking at what happened last week, did you guys feel like that was just a blip in the system, or did you maybe were a little concerned that there could have been something systemically more, I guess, a problem?
It was kind of just like we needed a wake-up call. We were playing really, really well in the first 2 weeks against G2 and against Loud, and then like we talked about in interviews and stuff too, like we just had a kind of a sleep practice week where like we were all showing up and doing our best to give effort, but it just felt like we had like, I don't know if it's like brain fog's the word, but we were just kind of slow to do things, slow to react, slow to like listen to each other. We were still talking like to the best of our ability, but we were really slow to listen to each other. Yeah. And then it really showed when we played against Cloud9. So we kind of needed that wake up call to be like, yo, refocus and like play the game the way we know how to do it. And then we had a much better practice week this week, at least in my opinion. I don't know if you feel the same. But
100%.
And then we came into this match and we looked way better, I think.
Yeah, and the proof is in the results, right? And of course, congratulations too, because with this victory, you guys qualify for the playoffs too. So well done there. But you know, you guys are here with me. You know what the deal is. We're gonna play a game, baby. And this one's gonna be simple. It's gonna be a little trivia game, and you guys get to play at home as well, because the questions are gonna be coming from your colleagues. That's right. Oh, whoa, wait, Dan.
Start. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm trolling you. I feel like Tex. I feel like every week you hate me more and more.
No.
I'm so
Don't come
sorry.
Explain. Go play some ping pong.
How is your microphone so loud? It's so loud.
Cool. Go play ping pong. Go ahead. Go do your prediction.
I looked at Aspas. I looked at Mazzino, and for some reason, I just went back in the past. You know?
It's cool.
Forgive me. Forgive me.
It's okay. I had a good catch for it though, so you're good. You're good. That's great. Well, Dan, maybe you could join us in this game. So here we go. But of course, that microphone though, we're gonna have to talk about that microphone. So here we go. So now the whole gimmick for this one, it's your colleagues. Now, here's an important thing. You have 10 seconds to respond, okay? If you don't, it's over. We send it back. Okay. Here we go. The first one is going to be coming from Redux. He says, what agent had the highest pick rate in America's Kickoff 2026?
And had the highest pick rate in VCT Kickoff 2026.
Exactly what I said.
What a question, man.
Yeah, man, that's a good one, dude.
Ooh. Your final answer.
The answer is Viper with a 68% pick rate.
Oh, I didn't mean to
say Viper. Why do I not trust myself?
You gotta trust yourself.
Oh my God.
In most cases, I feel like whenever it's like agent pick rate, it's usually a controller or like one of those characters, right? All right, next one. And this time I'm going to get it right, Kurt. Don't worry. It's going to be from Asuna. Let's hear what he has to say.
Name the Leviathan roster that won Stage 2 2024 Americas.
Dan can't answer this.
That's not fair.
Dan can't answer this.
Aspas. You got the rest?
King. I don't know.
Do you remember the last?
Corbin Lee.
Corbin Lee.
Aspas, Tex, Com, King. That is the answer, and I believe that is correct.
I feel like I would have messed up.
That is the answer.
When you're looking up at the sky, you're like hoping to the gods to give you the answer in that moment in time. All right, final one. It's going to be from Leaf. Let's hear what he has to say.
What team has the longest America's win streak?
Ooh, that's a good one. Oh, and it seems like we have whiteboards here because I didn't distribute the whiteboards to you guys.
Isn't he?
It's leverage G2.
It's probably just G2.
I'm just going to say G2.
The correct
G2?
answer is G2 during 2025 Stage 2, 8 series wins in a row.
Look at him. Look at him. He's so happy.
Wow, man, you're awesome, man. Wow.
He's trying so hard not to smile. He's like, yeah, I did that.
8 wins in a row, and like just the tiniest of smiles right at the edge there. All right. Well, there you have it, folks. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at our current standings and where we are right now. Because as I had mentioned, MIBR, you see you guys are highlighted in green. Yay! You qualified for the playoffs alongside Crew and Leviathan. Let's just say, the whole LATAM Brazil region on top, dominating right now with these teams. Crew, MIBR, Leviathan, love to see it. Sentinels not far behind as well. And it seems like Myrna is trying to get Mini Wingman onto Dan's shoulder, but that's not working.
Really sad. He has things to say.
He has things to say like what? Like,
he's just a little guy.
He's just a little guy.
He's just a little guy, actually.
He's looking for the spike, bro. Can't find it.
That's all he's doing. He's just trying to do his job, man. Match is coming up tomorrow for you beautiful people. You got Crew versus 100 Thieves, and then FURIA going toe-to-toe against Sentinels. Zekin, give me Crew 100 Thieves. Who do you think wins?
Ooh, I think Crew. They look so clean.
They look nasty, man. Scary team. And what about our next match? It was, oh my God. Put it back up. Scroll back up in the prompter. I forgot real fast because I got the brain of a squirrel.
It was
FURIA and Sentinels.
Say something. Say something.
That's a banger, bro.
Say something. You know you want to say something.
Send City.
Yeah. Somewhere Rob Moore is rejoicing. All right, folks, that's going to do it for us here today. We thank you so much for tuning in. And tomorrow, we'll be back with plenty more Valorant action. But for now, here's your Samsung OLED Fast Replay. See you later and happy May Day, everyone.
Evil Geniuses and NRG about to take off here and get into our first match. Can thread the needle very nicely, just like Ethan does there.
Instead of just planting for main, it doesn't matter when Ethan's just killing everyone that's four for him.
Well, Ethan absolutely tearing things up on Fracture, and there he is for the ace. NRG with the full south side crunch, it looks like. Hurling on down here, but Okeanos is waiting for it. There's just bodies on the floor. It doesn't even matter. Okeanos lights it up before.
Ace at VCT, bro. You greedy bastard.
NRG the double off. We love to see it. And, well, maybe Dudgeon doesn't. There's the stun. Mata's in front of it, though. That operator, again, a problem. Now Okeanos shut out of it as well. Mata is just having way too much fun with EG this round. 4 for him to close things out. Dudgeon smoked out. Doesn't see an angle. Wait, that's a missile kill backside. How on earth did that happen? And Dudgeon doesn't hit his shot either. This round is wraps.
Nice job. Nice one.
And there he goes. He's going for it. That's the first kill for Mata. Can he do a little bit more? Both duelists dealt with. Still problems to be found as Evil Geniuses, Bao and Calm line up a couple of kills, make that 3 for Bao. Kept it relatively quiet up until now. Brock just lays him out though. A Nightfall, and Brock is still waiting for it. He has been the problem all half long. Now they've realized he's there. Superman is out. NRG have done it and eliminate Evil Geniuses. We have MIBR, who are hoping to lock up their spot in playoffs, whereas Leviatan would love to lock up that #1 seed. There he goes, catches on the fork here. One player unaffected by it though, he's Aspas, and he's able to take the kill. It's weapon advantage being let into here by MIBR as they just spot up to the site.
Good check us. The flash did not come at the right time, at the right place. Oh, okay.
Flash for the weapon, says Verno, and is ultimately going to be punished by Neon for that. Second, he'll now step through, and he falls down. Springs forth, Mazzino is dealt with, but MIBR are here for the fight. And Zekka's going to get that overdrive active, extreme range, catch on Sato, and it's all down to Neon. Not a comfortable spot to be by any stretch. And MIBR demonstrate why they felt strongly about picking Breeze to start this series.
Heal himself and damage the planter. Pretty troll.
Molly attempt here. Oh my God. Value on King. What?
Killed Neon. What?
How does Zekken utilize this? Okay, spot spike low.
3 bullets.
Zekken, dirty stuff.
Tech spotted off this round. Didn't get a chance to mention that. Maybe he could clutch out with it. Hold on. Otherwise, that's just a big investment thrown away.
Oh, the timing. Oh my God. MIBR regained their composure, their confidence, and close it out.